realize, man, the moment when everybody realize they all working. I gotta get these cigarettes up. The moment they all realize everybody working. Follow the money, follow the pocket change. The moment you realize that Crown Plaza is paying all, it's gonna be a full circle at the end of that shit, man. The moment we ever get to the end of the rainbow, the pocket change. Why would I tell you? Who are the organ brokers, bro? First of all, blackmail. Blackmail don't usually get no nigga to shut the fuck up. Pocket change, dude. Blackmail usually get a motherfucker killed. Somebody hurt, but everybody got paid, bro. Everybody got paid, bro. Niggas keeping their mouth shut because they got money. It came from the top. The one of them girls first time being at the hotel, bro. Somebody had their eyes on the prize, bro. I don't know how they concocted this shit. When they start concocting this story, when they plotted up this story, when the plot got right, but you can see the triangle. The triangle from the hood was goddamn Teresa, Andrew Home, and Zach from the hood. And niggas fell up under them umbrellas, bro. To put this shit together. Why would I tell you, bro? The niggas that need to be the bump don't get the bump. I told y'all a long time ago, there shouldn't be a such thing as a debunk Kanika Jenkins video. Everybody on the same page and was for the same cause. The truth, no matter where it falls. Can't get mad when truth falls in your lap. That shows guilt. When you get mad when truth falls in your lap and you gotta steer away from the truth and bend a narrative and do fuck shit, that's guilt, bro. You on the wrong side of the fence. They'll let you know a motherfucker be on the wrong side of the fence, man. Hmm? I told you, you can't let them motherfuckers keep switching shit up. Soon as we start letting them motherfuckers switch shit up, they create chaos. You ain't gonna let no motherfucker switch shit up on you in real life. If a motherfucker tell you, if you trying to figure out some shit, if a motherfucker tell you one thing, and you go back to the next day, and nigga trying to say something else, you ain't gonna go for it. You ain't gonna go for it. You ain't gonna go for that shit, bro. You ain't gonna go for that shit. I know he point out shit, the shit he's showing for itself. Whether it's still part of the cover up or not. Because all of it gonna be a cover up. I remember Daniel Pena in the beginning, they got rid of Daniel Pena quick. Daniel Pena was gone quick. What up, man? What up, Spice? What up, Drake? What up, Cold Pips? Daniel Pena was gone quick. Daniel Pena was one of the. Daniel Pena was gone before they got a chance to talk to the security guard. I showed y'all yesterday the real security guard nigga was looking for. The one that was the road my police. The one that was the road my police, bro. Daniel Pena was gone quick. They alleged that he was a sex offender. He was gone. Daniel Pena. Daniel Pena is the one that allegedly wrote that letter to Trey Gang. I told y'all a long time ago. I just showed y'all Irene admitted to being at that. Man, that dude, man, even Teresa when she was saying around 4 a.m. or something like that, I mean, I got all that shit when she said they were all said why would they search in the dark area instead of the pool area? So they said something about the pool area. Everybody knows the pool area. Everybody knows somebody shit in the pool, and you know when somebody take their last breath, when they dying, they muscles usually relax and they usually deprecate. That explains the wet pants and all that shit, the wet hair, the wet wig. Is it a storyline? Cause I'm trying to tell y'all, all the motherfuckers gonna be guilty. What I tell y'all? All y'all gotta do is check out how in the fuck. Listen, man. How in the fuck could Eugenia Marche Walker be on the footage
and be dead at the same time? Fuck
man,
out.
been trying to tell y'all that, Carlos. Niggas been scripted, man. Script niggas, bro. Ain't no way in the fuck he supposed to get with that man come out here doing all that debunking and all that play shit, bro. Willing participants, bro. How could Gina Lopez be in the footage? Listen to what I'm gonna tell y'all, man. How can Gina Lopez be in the footage? She don't do them to walk around. She walk around to around by what time, y'all? The last time we see it be going on around by 1:30, 2 o'clock. So in the news right up for that Monday morning, you know the news, when you looking at the pocket change and the big money and the big picture, don't y'all see how they incorporated when Huggy debunked the shit about what the girl name is who's supposed to got the room key? What the girl name is supposed to got the room key? Whatever her name is. Y'all don't see how they created that story and that shit was on the fucking news like it was real? Y'all don't see how that shit got the bump? Y'all don't see how that shit got the bump? And it was a real news story. And they had one side of it for credit cards and getting a room and all that old bullshit. You know what I'm saying? But it was actually on the news. It was actually on the news. What her name is? Somebody know her name? The same way they did this write-up about this girl who died, Eugenia Walker, right? So if she wasn't picked up on a Monday, And they want to put her in the car with Jalen Ford because YouTubers like us, like myself, saying, damn, that's like a trailer, man. That don't look like Irene. Taking what we saying and incorporated it into their cover up, bro. But Jalen Ford was locked up on the 8th.
Facts.
He was locked up on the 8th. So if the accident occurred on the 8th instead of the 11th, for a long
The party
time,
took place on the
nobody
6th in
told me
itself.
shit fell out over here, man. Don't come over here
The party
doing
took
no
place on the
baiting,
6th
no
in itself.
scripting, no playing and shit. When he came over my pound with that play shit, when he made that nigga show his face, I don't give a fuck about that nigga. If I don't give a fuck, nobody even be fucking with dude. Period. Because he was sent by them. All you gotta do is look. All you gotta do is look into the nigga. The whole family goes back to Rosemont. We found. Who the fuck is we? Man, you fuck you mean? We found some shit on her blood system. Who the fuck is you, nigga? I told you gotta watch them we words. How many niggas we got saying we now? Got Zach saying we. Hugh saying we. Look, man. So just say, if Eugenia Marseille Walker was killed, allegedly killed, well, she was killed in an accident in a car with Jalen Ford, it would have had to be early morning on what?
Itself.
On the 8th, y'all.
Itself. The ritual now 7 early morning on the 8th.
He got locked up for it on
All
the
the
8th.
shit on the 6th going to the
They gonna
cell.
run you right back to the cell. What I've been trying to tell y'all the whole time. The ritual, my nigga. The money, my nigga. Who else gonna be able to afford to put a production like this together and make sure everybody get kicked out? The plug to the organ brokers take you right back to the nightclub I keep telling you about. The motherfucker said the nightclub owner told them to put the body in the freezer. They ain't gonna do the work for you. They ain't gonna do the work for you. You think you're gonna goddamn come up with this elaborate plan to put this murder mystery or a ritual cover up, whatever one you want to call it, murder mystery, ritual cover up. If it's a cover up, they gotta be covering up something. And when they're covering up something, that means it already has happened. It gotta be an already happened before the cover up. And they're gonna take you right back to the mama. This ticket said a 6. This ticket said a 6 at 136. At 136.
Yeah, that when your
This ticket
sister
said a
was up there.
6 at 136. My daughter wasn't here on the 6. Yes, y'all was. Yes, y'all was. And when you take time to go and look up satanic rituals, the calendar date 2017, you're going to see on September the 7th, there's a marriage to the beast ceremony. And somebody was plotting up for them organs. Niggas always wanted to bunk some shit. Niggas so held up yesterday. Fuck no pool. Now the nigga trying to say goddamn. Now the nigga say goddamn. Then they were down in the lower level. Where you goddamn the lower level on the elevator O. You see that goddamn door over there? Or you just walk around there and go to the pool area. That ain't the lobby level, that's the lower level. Nigga just say anything, old high ass nigga. September 8th was on Friday. So if she was in the car accident on a Friday, on September the 8th, on a Friday, early in the morning, they said it was early in the morning when the car accident happened, right? Huh? So that means something took place on the the 7th, right? So if they was there on the 6th and gone, if they was there on the 6th in the afternoon, 1:36, that's the afternoon already. That night, after 12 o'clock, 3 a.m., 9/11, getting a ritual, going into the 7th, everything go down. Everything you looking at, if they playing everything back, they might just gonna change the date on the shit. But that shit already in the heaven. The cover up, we looking at the cover up. What are they changing the dates on that shit? Whatever they doing. And when you got there go into the 7th, the next day the 8th, that what they put. That what the party supposed to jump off. But everything already done popped off. Yeah, Eugenia Walker probably already dead. Cause this nigga, Jalen Ford, who they want to put in the car with the kid, he got locked up on the 8th. Damn, how they gonna get around that fact? And once that fact sink into everybody's head, then you gonna realize, oh, the motherfuckers got paid. Then you gonna realize how much about this $1 trillion business they got going on over that bitch. All the way back to the organs. All the way, how everybody gonna get paid? How everybody gonna get paid? See, at this point, these motherfuckers better hope it's a murder mystery. And hope they be able to come up and say, April Fool, here go Kamiko over there, just like Nip. Oh, just like Nip. Once I find out, once I see some shit, man, all y'all hold guilty. Once I see what I need to see when I break that shit down, now y'all hold guilty. All y'all hold guilty. I don't give a fuck. What nobody talking about. Oh, he said he got a light bulb on the outlet, man. There's a cameraman coming out that motherfucking man stowed up. That ain't him on that ground up. Oh, y'all hold guilty. I ain't finna try to be picking through all y'all motherfuckers. If he dead, y'all guilty. If not, he faked the death, he gone. Same thing with Kanika. All y'all motherfuckers guilty. For one thing, all y'all going along with the script time that's being given by the plaza. Huh? Ain't none of these motherfuckers disputing no time. And at any time they get caught up, they jump on script time with the organ Crown Plaza, bro. They called me at 4:34. How long your daughter been missing? How long they said they been looking for her? 2 hours prior to that. 2 hours prior to that, 2:34. All of them was saying 2 o'clock at first. Everybody was saying 2 o'clock. Everybody was saying that how the fuck she walked around for a whole goddamn hour without y'all seeing her? My memory ain't bad, bro. Not yet. I ain't gonna claim that, but my memory ain't bad, bro. How the fuck she walked around a whole goddamn hour? Then all of a sudden you got this slew-footed motherfucker coming off an elevator at 2:24. 2:24. This slew-footed motherfucker. That girl walking in there one slew-footed. They want to put little shit out there and leave you hanging like goddamn the days of our lives and shit. Well, how did Bree walked around that motherfucker and went back and came back, crossed the house and got back on the elevator with them motherfuckers. They end up down on the lower level then. The fuck they doing down there?
Playing and free.
And then all of them, then Bree, Charlo, and Bree, Charlo, and Irene come back down the steps. Back down the elevator, back at the front desk and all that shit. Ain't no telling how they done spliced this shit. Ain't no telling how they done spliced this shit. Hmm? I don't tell you how they done splice that shit. I tell y'all what, go and check out the little. Well, we already checked it out, man. Way at the beginning. Most of all that shit them niggas be talking about be rehash shit. Rehash shit we already covered, man. Most of all that shit. Most of all that shit. But when you got down looking, just like the Selena Gomez shit. You got two different blood types. Nigga, what's her blood type and how the fuck you know her blood type, nigga? How the hell you get all that shit you be getting, nigga? The team, who is your team, nigga? Yeah, I mean, fun as hell, bro. Different blood type don't make them not become compatible. She set that rich wolf too, my nigga. They want to just goddamn forget about her making that video going in the freezer. And she fucks with Bill Murray. Bill Murray, goddamn, it's the club owner or the Reckenbacker. And then we ain't got to goddamn say Reckenbacker. Know what else you can say? You can say 5-man club. Go look at that Trey. Go look at that goddamn Trey game video. He putting that goddamn flow plan up there. Go look at that. Go look at that flow plan and look right next to the escalators. And that club is always gonna say club in that spot. The little secret nightclub. The little Oregon broker club. The little men's club, you know what I'm saying, where the extinguished motherfuckers go. The little broker club. The little broker club. You know what I'm saying? The little broker club. You seen the Drake, the five, they keep changing the club. The club owner said, put a bite in the freezer. You think we gonna put it in the freezer for you? You think you gonna get? Y'all don't remember? Y'all don't remember in the first part of that shit? Y'all don't remember the first part of that shit when they said, they caught Monique and got her head down there and got her on the footage, goddamn participate. Don't you know they gonna get you to participate? They gonna think they gonna just take all the blame and put on them. Now y'all gonna goddamn do what y'all gotta do, and then y'all gonna do the whoop whoop. Yo, y'all gonna get paid. Don't worry about the camera, we got you. But it was a production from the giddy up. Why you think Zach was there? Why you think ain't nobody? Just think about that. Ain't nobody got no discrepancies with the time these people putting out. But the time these people putting out going against their initial story. Even Lenora come on said they said 2 something. The girl said 2 something. The mama said 4:34 and 2 hours prior 2 something. Everybody was saying 2 something. And all of a sudden it was 3 something. And here comes little Mr. Hughes with the Vivo Tech fuck shit. and the ABI files, this and all that bullshit, this and all that bullshit that. I just showed y'all. Well, I remember somebody came here with somebody cameras on the floor like that. Mother never said that shit. I had to think. I was thinking like, hold up. That motherfucking lady that was behind that front desk, when she called the police on Lenora, how the fuck she knew which floor she was on and wasn't no cameras up there? Huh? How the fuck she knew what floor she was on and wasn't no cameras up there? People said they were goddamn dodging cameras. Huh? Huh? And then, on top of that, when a second lawyer came out and filled out those papers, when Crenshaw came out and said, look at that cloud 19 now. You read Clause 19, they said all the cameras up there, she should have been goddamn recorded on the camera because it was working. It was installed, usable, and working on the 9th floor. Camera was up there. Follow the pocket change. Don't get thrown off by the pocket change. Follow the pocket change, man. This shit crazy, bro. Shit crazy. How the fuck do the mama come back up and tell Jay Money she had her Adidas jacket? She had her Adidas jacket on instead of the jean jacket. That's where that shit came from. How she pounced on the 9th and then all of a sudden pounced on the 10th. And every time the information switched up and they wanted to switch the narrative up and throw us off, it always came from Grand Central Station over there. And I'm going to tell y'all another thing. We say Chosen knew too much and all that shit. Man, Chosen, we used to chop it up until he started intertwining that fuck shit. Man, that boy got down to some real shit. We was investigating goddamn Adidas and looking at the rich to a list side of that shit and how it go down. We own that shit. Start getting too much information from goddamn the wrong folks. They're wrecking back. Then you got that. If you look on the shit, if you look on the goddamn floor plan that I showed you, it said Rickenbacker / it got up under that said Freedoms, the Freedoms Club. Right? Right? It said the Freedom Club. The Freedom Club? What the fuck is that? The Freedom Club. The Fireman Club. The Freedom Club. The Rickenbacker. All that shit owned by the Murray brothers the whole time. They try to throw y'all and holler about them GMA boys and all the gang. All them other working together on this shit. Big production. And when you check out the Freedom Club, that shit gonna tell you goddamn they serve they serve the public and government services. I said public and government service. What the fuck is this? That mean a motherfucker firemen, you know what I'm saying? Police officers and doctors and everything be up in that motherfucker. It's a distinguished ass brokers. Shit. You know what they do, you know what they get. It's organ infested. You can't never come up out them goddamn organs, man. You come up out the organ, you come up out the goddamn case. You ain't talking about nothing. The hell you mean? Serve, serve the public and government services. The Freedom Club. Look that shit up. And then you try to get there, get off into it. It's gonna be monkey wrenches. Cause they, oh man, I'm trying to tell y'all some real shit. Follow the pocket chain, man. It's like, shit, you already, we got that had them little boys, got that, we had them little boys give us a tour of the whole hotel. You were fucking with that other little elevator over there. I said, it's 6 elevators, and I said, no, it's 5 to 9, it's a little elevator up there, just go up and down the little run, because the people got. In wheelchairs, go up them little steps like that and shit, just through there. Got another elevator, hit little kid, go up right there. That little boy, that man tried to stop me. Hey, where you get that key from? That little nigga said, it's my key. Get that. Yeah, and then he got there, he shoot right around there, go around by the pool. You see them folks on the goddamn exercise machine and shit. He go out there on the little deck, go around that motherfucker, show that little patio with goddamn Trey talking about all that shit. Right up in that bitch. Come back up in that bitch and go up to the second floor and then go to the one to show you that shit again. And then he show you that they got little closets and then they go like, ooh, spooky. Telling you, man. We saw all that shit. But at the end of the day, all them motherfuckers participate, bro. Because all them motherfuckers jumped on that script. All them motherfuckers jumped on that script. And Lenora, let me ask y'all this. Do y'all remember people saying, well, Monique had to have a key to the freezer, all that bullshit? What key? I'm asking everybody in the chat. What key? What key? What key? What key, y'all? What key? The freezer didn't even supposed to work at first. The baby supposed to have suffocated at first. Suffocation. She supposed to got down, suffocated the reason why she was wet. Even Andrew Howard. I'm telling you, it was hot in hell in there. My blood opinion, you sweating there, it was hot in hell. It was hot as hell, the baby supposed to suffocate it until the script writer, goddammit, changed the script. Until the script writer changed the script. She suffocated. Y'all don't know? The baby suffocated, man. The freezer didn't work. They started talking about, well, who came and turned the freezer on? Listening to the YouTubers. That's why they were having these polls, A, B, or C. What you think? Then they go right back and get the best goddamn shit they can goddamn formulate from the motherfucking most popular YouTubers or people they listen to and change their shit right on up, and we let them. Just like we let them add that hour to goddamn 224. Man, fuck your footage. Hashtag fuck your footage. Been telling y'all that 2 years. Hashtag fuck your footage. I'm gonna get what I want out of it, but fuck what you talking about. If the mama saying 2 o'clock, Monifa saying 2 o'clock, Irene saying 2 o'clock, the footage saying 2 o'clock. How the fuck gonna let somebody come and say, oh no, you got the ABI files, and when you pull down, in the files, and the year 325. The fuck you mean? That shit said 2 o'clock. That shit have been sent to the Attorney General, and stamp that shit. The shit they put out on the news. Y'all said she walked around for an hour, nigga. Now y'all gonna break that shit down to 7 minutes. Man, I'm sticking with the initial statements, nigga. Fuck all that shit. They said two something. They said two something. The mama said, well, they called me around 4, around 4-ish, around. But every time we got time for her to goddamn get on that mic, she said 4:34. There ain't no, people don't say 4:34. That's marked down. That's script time. You for sure. You gonna put a 3-digit on what time somebody called you? That means you know exactly what time somebody called you, bro. 4:34. And then just so happened, Irene hit the door at 4:34. Oh, in this script, everybody said she was found on Saturday. Even goddamn Roland Martin, she was found on Saturday. And then Grand Central Station jumped out of there with it. Here come the mama running up out of that bitch. In between all the blurry shit they put out. And when she ran up out of there, it was 11:48. Exactly 36 minutes too goddamn fast. 36. Before they say she was found. Huh? With them 6 tights on, man. Huh? So the narrative changed from goddamn she suffocated till she froze to death. Then everybody want to know how they got put on. How did they put on the script? They broke a bone. She was froze. How they unthawed? They went down about they unthawed her. They y'all found it in less than 21 hours. It's gonna take 21 hours to goddamn unthaw her. See, we goddamn went into a frenzy. We got fucked up. We got fucked up. But see, I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all why I caught their ass at. What key to what freezer, bro? Turned on what freezer? What key to what freezer? What key? See, that key to the freezer shit is where the manager come in at. Where the manager swaying the attention from whatever was going on when they were saying basement employee kitchen over there, a swimming pool and all that shit. Them keys, that's why he come through that. He come through that swinging them keys like he got that. He finna got holding that motherfucker with a key. I remember on the news they said that the camera in that kitchen hadn't been activated in weeks. How? How it ain't been activated in weeks and you got a maintenance man that say he going to check the gauge every goddamn night? And why would he be checking the gauge on a freezer that don't work? All that shit gonna come back and bite all them niggas in their ass, bro. How the fuck Jay Money knew exactly what path Kanika took? Huh? So all of a sudden, here come the goddamn beverage man. after goddamn 2, 3, 4 days waiting on the goddamn footage. All of a sudden, this how this shit start out. This the first shit we get. He bringing his bald head ass from another way. They said one number. Remember they said one way to enter the kitchen. Didn't that turn out to be a motherfucking lie? There was only one way to get into the kitchen, and she goddamn come up the steps. She done walked up the steps drunk and everything. And stumbled right on into the kitchen. The way the manager came from, they got to be a way. The way she came from, there's another way. And the way the mama came from, that's another way. That's 3 ways right there. That's 3 ways to get in the bitch right there. It was only one way she could get in the kitchen. That damn camera hadn't been activated in weeks. How? And you saying people go in there and check gauges and shit. None of that shit make no sense. But this key shit, him coming through that swinging the key, that's part of the script. Welcome to goddamn Crown Plaza Murder Mystery. That's part of the script. But see, the script got changed. Just like goddamn when Andrew Holmes ran his little scheme. Come on. You gonna see the baby walk from the goddamn the lobby into the elevator. I ain't seen that shit yet. But the mama let him ride with that. Why she let them ride with so much shit? Why his ass? Why that goddamn consulting firm that he worked for ain't on the goddamn lawsuit? He was up on the contract to goddamn have her best interest at heart. He fucked her in the game. Why his ass ain't on the lawsuit? Why she ain't suing his ass? He was up on a contract when she goddamn confided to him and gave him the whoop to speak for her and all that shit. He was a consultant. He worked for a consulting company. Why his ass ain't on the lawsuit? Lenore the one come out and spill the beans. They said several ways to get to that kitchen. See, Lenore was spilling all the beans. Get what other beans she spilled though. Get what beans she spilled the goddamn coffee though. Get what beans she spilled the coffee. There. A couple of days later, they called my mama. What? When she said, no cold pepper, when she said, they called my mama and told my mama. They called my mama. mama and told my mama. They had said that they found that the fire department found my sister. They're initially ones that found my sister. The fire department found my sister. A couple of days later, they called my mama and told my mama that it was an employee that found my sister. Which one is it? Which one it is? Which one it is? Shit ain't adding up. Which one it is? I want you to have a little purple rag on and shit. But see, the fucked up part about it, Teresa Martin tried to hide the fact that she had contact with them people. Why? I'm asking y'all. Why? Why her and Lenora's stories never matched up once the script started changing up? And she had to go and get her to shut the fuck on up. She damn near slapped ass on Dr. R. She damn near slapped the goddamn down to shut the fuck up. Why? Why wouldn't you just go ahead and say, yeah, they called me and told me that why your story don't match up with the North story? Which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar? I've been waiting on which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar a long time. Somebody gotta call somebody a liar. Two different stories, two different people. So one of y'all gotta call. One of y'all gotta be the truth. Both of y'all gotta be lying. Well, somebody gotta call somebody a lie right here. And see the point I'm making by saying it, she gonna say by reading the newspaper and social media, you know, they saying that the employee found it. No. The contract with they do changing the script, yeah. The fire department ain't cop. You gonna let shit. What? Ain't no changing. Okay, now here come the footage coming out. Here come the footage coming. Nobody having the discrepancies. I'm gonna tell you another time. Anyway, if Lenora said if Lenora's representatives and people from the Crown Plaza called you and told you these things, why would you not acknowledge that them people you got contact with them people? Why are you trying to hide the fact that you got contact with them people? So that kind of shit that raised my eyebrow. I'm like, why the fuck she booing? Man, that shit don't make no sense. Keep talking no good. Keep talking. Real shit. And then check this out, y'all. What up, Keys? Check. Okay, I'm back. Why that girl on the gurney hair ain't all over her head like Lenora stated? See, this way you're gonna get all of them gonna get fucked up. Then you're gonna realize all these motherfuckers on script. And why would all of them be on script if all of them ain't getting a piece of their change? What other than goddamn organ harvesting could goddamn fulfill all these paychecks in this production? Why her hanging all over her head when we look at it? Like she had been fighting. The only place her hair was all over here like she had been fighting was in the freezer. They never saw her in the freezer. Right? Right. Okay. Then you go to the mama saying, then you go back to the mama saying, in a white bag. In a white bag. They had already put it in the white bag. In the white bag. She was covered up to her goddamn neck. Mouth damn near covered up, chin down there covered up with a purple blanket. They went in that bitch with a gray body bag. They had her too. But how would she know that? Hmm? Did you see where she stood at when she looked at Kanika? You see how far she stood back? Did y'all see how far she stood back to be looking at her daughter laying on a girdle after being frozen to death inside a hotel establishment freezer and claimed to be unthawed? Come on, man. Script shit. Look how far she stood back. But she go right on that radio station. Just like that girl came over to me, I think it'd be good for her to talk. Soon as that girl said, I said, no, the fuck she ain't. She don't supposed to be saying shit. How Jedediah knew who her lawyers were before she knew who her lawyers were. See, these are all the same questions I've been asked. Just like I asked the same question over and over again. Once I got a one-track mind. Once I stamp some shit in there and I don't get no answer for it, I'm gonna keep asking the same questions. Because they relevant. They relevant questions. How Jedediah went on a rant and knew that you had who your lawyers were before you knew who your lawyers were. You had no lawyers. You only had Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes was your only help. The people, the damn news crew wrote about. You said, nah, y'all got to get it to my lawyer. Usually they contact me first before they try to talk to me. What the fuck is you talking about, lady? Y'all don't remember the news crew up on her ass? She was in then. Had been in. The news crew pulled up. Is that Teresa Martin over there? Yes, sir. That's Teresa Martin. Yeah, her daughter got, yeah. So, after can we talk? Don't talk about an established news crew. Goddamn Channel 9, 2 or whatever one it was out there. Nah, they gonna have to call me, but usually they call me, you know what I'm saying? I'm Big Reese. Get out. Of course I wanna talk to you. Set the camera up, put the tripod out there. Y'all step back, let me talk to these folks. I need as much attention I can get to this shit. Now y'all got to call and goddamn make an appointment, you know what I'm saying? I'm that bitch. The fuck is you talking about, lady? The fuck is you talking about? Jedediah went on a rant right after Andrew Holmes did this shit right on script and started talking about her lawyers. Went and dogged all the motherfuckers out there when they started hitting at that organ house and shit. Come on with it, Jedediah. Come on with it. Come on with it. Said who a lawyer was, who offered to pay for the funeral, how crooked they was. Had already talked about all that shit, so how the fuck you know who her lawyers is, nigga? She don't even know she got no lawyers yet, nigga. You talking too far ahead of the script, nigga. Then call that beg up partner shit. I'm telling y'all real shit, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying how you watch the production, bro. How you break it down and shit. How the fuck this nigga know who our lawyers is before she know who our lawyers is? How the fuck her, the kids, and Zach TV turning her down? National attention and national and interviews from the news. They want to try to flip the script and act like the news ain't want to give no interview. Yeah, the news pulled up on her there and said she got to be up on the consignment of who she talked to. Andrew Holmes. That us smiling and shit with Andrew Holmes, all that old bullshit. Shit, if your daughter missing and got found suffocated in a freezer, then frozen up in a freezer, and the news crew come roll up on you. In the news van and everything, and willing to talk to you. But you can tell your story to the world. You gonna tell them, you know how to goddamn get with my lawyers on. They start talking big shit. Yeah, I got my lawyers. Oh, you got lawyers now. Oh, you got lawyers now. Yeah, and then on top of that, they used to call me first. You know what I'm saying? They got to make a point with me. I just don't be talking in everybody like that right there. They got to call me. My main thing was why the hell did she try to disguise the fact or hide the fact that she had contact with them people? Because them people assigned her lawyers. Because them people assigned her lawyers. Allegedly, my opinion. Because for the record, y'all, for the book, ain't that happened. Hmm? Whatever they did, what they did before the night. And when we come out, and goddamn really establish that all this shit happened on an earlier date, what that mean? That mean all the motherfuckers guilty. Why you think ain't none of them talking? Why come the only nigga that said they can come up with every time we can't find something? Every time we come in, we nail them to the cross or something. Why come Booger Man always come up with some shit? Where you get it from? We went a whole year and some months trying to figure out, can anyone find a post from Kanika from the 5th to the 8th, in between the 5th and the 8th? Huh? She wasn't on nobody's social media nowhere, Twitter, none of that shit. I got it. Right. Who you man with Nigga, you known for photoshopping and cropping and fake breaking and trolling and all that shit. Nigga, you ain't got shit. Your word shit mean shit to nobody concerning this shit, bro. But y'all go for that motherfucking bullshit. Y'all go for the fuck shit. Cause this shit turned into a drama community. Some fuck shit, some bullshit. Huh? Nobody couldn't find nothing on this matter. Went back all the way back to MySpace, all kind of shit. Yeah, well, I don't watch all the. I only see 24/7. Why wasn't no post from that girl, bro? Cause that shit that I already have. We looking at the cover up. But you just goddamn open your motherfucking perimeter. Open up your realm of awareness. Your realms of awareness and start watching shit from a different level. Follow the motherfucking money. And look at who potentially could be getting paid. Niggas my goddamn who made Bam be accepted around this mother? Who made Great Hughes be accepted around this bitch? Who made it cool for Great Hughes to be around this bitch? Huh? Who made it cool for Great Hughes to come in and have an opinion and be around this bitch? Huh? Motherfucker gonna come right in the door to fucking all our ass. With some fuck ass, fake ass, people, tick ass, bitch ass, fuck ass, scripted ass, edited ass, Rosemont ass, connected ass, whole shit. Who made that cool around this bitch? How quickly do we goddamn forget it? The fuck? Remember I goddamn say to this nigga, man. This nigga goddamn, he got too many motherfucking magic wands, nigga. Now you see it, now you don't. Ass nigga, put it right in your motherfucking face and then, what hand is in? What hand is in? 3-card model your motherfucking ass. People take your ass, CGI your ass to death there. CGI your ass to death there through there. Now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. Yeah, you gonna debunk everything, and they controlling the time, controlling the footage, a master hacker, master motherfucking editor. These niggas' job was to come out and attack anybody who was trying to get to the motherfucking truth for real and push this shit and keep this shit going their way. Niggas just showed you that shit. It ain't no pool. Okay, bro. Wow. Yeah, Dre, know what I think. That's what I think. Sit back out in that little donut and coffee room back there. All right, Tyrone, get them boys ready. Goddamn, come and fuck. Time for y'all to pull up there. Time for y'all. Goddamn, y'all, man, them mother could have parked off camera and just drove right on up like they had just goddamn over already there. Six tights, boom. Action. Run, nigga, run. Shit. And then go right out there and say, ain't nothing happened to a dog. Then pop up in that motherfucker, pop up in that motherfucker on the next morning, supposed to pop up in that motherfucker with them black pants on, then goddamn run back by there with them same tights from the goddamn six. What the fuck going on right here? The ticket said one, the ticket said it's six. The ritual said it's seven. Man, can't y'all remember, man? Hey, somebody picking her up at the door. Man, the door. Who y'all think was coming and goddamn tell you, hey man, the door ain't open yet, bro. The door ain't even open yet. The white girl got her hand up on the door, man. And she looking, they trying to tell them they goddamn the manager at the door and all this. See, the door ain't even open yet, man. You see the door open right there? Oh, they fight. Oh, he scooped up. Oh, he scooped up. Oh, man, the shoe fell off. You see the shoe when it fall off? Oh, boy. You see the nigga levitating outside the window? You see the nigga James levitating outside the window with his hat and his jacket on? Ain't that what it look like? Oh, the goddamn audience got to do it. So, yeah, that's what it look like. He gonna make it gonna be that. Woo, man. God damn. Oh, hey. Yeah, like somebody punched him. Yeah. Oh, he scooped up, got up on his shoulder. See her ass in there right there? See her ass in there? There's her ass right there. You see that? Man, goddamn, he got to find out too. Perverted motherfucker. Taking out the door. You taking out the door. The door ain't open yet, nigga. Huh? She dropped the cup. Where is that? She dropped the cup. What cup? You don't even see no motherfucking cup. She ain't had no goddamn cup. She wasn't drunk, she wasn't sleep, she wasn't none of that. That's why the motherfucker said, oh, y'all fucked up, because they know they ain't supposed to show that. Anyway, man. Oh, the motherfuckers. Boy, it was a goddamn production cover. Murder mystery. A murder mystery. Whatever one you want to call it, bro. If they covering up something, they covering up something already in the house. That ticket said the goddamn six.
Man, computer slow as fuck. Y'all doing? What up, custom design? Recap. Oh yeah, you know how we do it. What up, cold peppers? What up, stepping hard? Y'all know this how I go to sleep. Recapping. You know how we do it. I'm not sure what's going on right now. Gotta find me a good one. I'm talking that shit. I ain't know y'all was in there. I wanna know where that club was when her and Zach took that picture to go. They was in the Rick and back of the end. They was in the Rick and back of the end. They want to end of that damn video. Must have been. Mess with my livelihood now.
Instead
It was just coming on. I fucked up. I don't know why that bitch did that shit though.
of walking the hallway like any
I don't know why that shit did that shit.
anybody else that would have been brand new to the
What y'all doing, man? What I play something I got down. That nigga free guy. This motherfucker wanted to get back to my shit. And go this way. And go this way. Cause I went through talking. And now I still talking good shit up through there. Yeah, yeah, Nina Ray. What's up? What's up, Nina Ray? That one of my boo boo rules. That one of my stole from the boo boo rules. Yeah, we do it over there. I be trying to find some good shit though. I implement all that. On the fuck on that shit. That be called it's all in. Hello, when I misfit. Nina Ray, what's going on? Y'all ain't booming. Y'all ain't booming up in this bitch. Y'all ain't booming in this bitch. I need to get there and go live from right there. Trying to go into my history. They won't let me do that. Man, that nigga sleep. That nigga snoring on the mic, man. Know what my history. So there we go on. We in this bitch. What's up, nigga? They be acting like this shit so motherfucking hard, man. They goddamn got this shit rigged up so fucked up now. I watch my foot on the drain spring. Michael and I, damn, okay. Just got a line up, I see it. Right there. War zone. Get back on my black. Get back on my nigga shit. My black shit. I run that shit. Ah, ah. I don't like this shit. I gotta goddamn check with my motherfucking internet, folks. Give me a strong internet. This shit, bullshit, some good shit. Uh,
Which one is it? Which one it is? Which one it is? Shit ain't look which one it is. I want you had a little purple rag on and shit.
yeah, I play that shit.
But see the fucked up part about it, Teresa Martin tried to hide the fact that she had contact with them people. Why? I'm asking y'all. Why? Why her and Lenora's stories never matched up once the script started changing up? And she had to go and get her to shit the fuck on up. She damn near slapped ass on Dr. R. She damn near slapped the goddamn down to shit the fuck up. Why? Why when
It be act like it's storming outside or something.
you just go ahead and say, yeah, and they called me and told me that why your story don't match up with the North story. Which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar? I've been waiting on which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar a long time. Somebody got to call somebody a liar. Two different stories, two different people. So one of y'all got to call. One of y'all got to be the truth. Both of y'all got to be
Cold
lying.
Pepsi,
Well,
what's
somebody
up?
got to call somebody a lie right here. And see the point I'm making by saying it, she gonna say by reading the newspaper and social media, you know, they saying that the employee found it. No, 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 no,
No,
no,
no,
no, no.
no, no. Good. That ain't what the Lord said.
That contract with they do and changing the script now. The fire department ain't cop. You gonna let shit? What? Ain't no changing. Okay, now here come the footage coming out. Here come the footage coming. Nobody having the discrepancies. I'm gonna tell you another time. Anyway, if Nora said representatives and people from the Crown Plaza called you and told you these things, why would you not acknowledge that the people you got contact with them people? Why are you trying to hide the fact that you got contact with them people?
Out on the radio station trying to
So that
hide
kind
that
of shit
shit.
that raised my eyebrow. I'm like, why the fuck she booed? Man, that shit don't make no sense. Keep talking, no good. Keep talking. Real shit. And then check this out, y'all. What up, Keith? Check. Okay, I'm back. Why that girl on the gurney hair ain't all over her head like Lenora stated? See, this way you're gonna get all I'm gonna get fucked. Up. Then you're gonna realize all these motherfuckers on script. And why would all of them be on script if all of them ain't getting
You getting that pocket change.
a piece of that change? What what other than goddamn organ harvesting could goddamn fulfill all these paychecks in this production? Why hair ain't all over her head when we look at it? Like she had been fighting. The only place her hair was all over here like she had been fighting was in the freezer. They never saw her in the freezer. Right? Right. Okay. Then you go to the mama saying, then you go back to the mama saying, in a white bag. You know, in a white bag.
In a white
You
bag.
know, they had already put it in the white bag.
Huh?
In a white bag.
What
She
white
was
bag
covered
you
up to
saying?
her goddamn neck. Mouth damn near covered up. Chin damn near covered up. With a purple blanket. They went in that bitch with a gray body bag. They had her too.
So
But
what
how would
white
she
bag
know
that
that?
you talking about?
Hmm? Did you see where she stood at when she looked at committee? You see how far she stood back? Did y'all see how far she stood back to be looking at her daughter laying on a gurney after being froze to death inside a hotel establishment freezer and claimed to be unthawed? Come on, man. Script shit.
They would have had to break her bones to get her flat
Look
on
how
that ground.
far she stood back. But she go right on that radio station. Just like that girl came over to me. I think it'd be good for her to talk. Some of that girl said that's another fuck. She ain't. She don't supposed to be saying shit. How Jedediah knew who her lawyers were before she knew who her lawyer was. See, these are all the same questions I've been asked. Just like I asked the same question over and over again. Once I got a one-track mind. Once I stamp some shit in there and I don't get no answer for it, I'm gonna keep asking the same questions because they relevant. They relevant questions. How Jedediah went on a rant and knew that you had who your lawyers were before you knew who your lawyers were. You had no lawyers. You only had Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes was your only help. The people, the damn news. Crew rolled up out there. You said, nah, y'all got to get it to my lawyer. Usually they contact me first before they try to talk to me. What the fuck is you talking about, lady? Y'all don't remember the news crew up on her ass? She was in then. Had been in. The news crew pulled up. Is that Teresa Martin over there? Yes, sir. Yeah, that's Teresa Martin. Yeah, her daughter got, yeah. So, after can we talk? I'm trying to establish news crew. Goddamn Channel 9, 202 or whatever one it was out there. Nah, they gonna have to call me, but usually they call me, you know what I'm saying? I'm Big Reese out. Of course I want to talk to you. Set the camera, put the tripod out there. Y'all step back, let me talk to these folks. I need as much attention I can get to this shit. Now y'all got to call and goddamn make an appointment, you know what I'm saying? I'm that bitch. The fuck is you talking about, lady? The fuck is you talking about? Jedediah went on a rant right after Andrew Holmes did this shit right on script and started talking about her lawyers. Went and dogged all them motherfuckers out. And when he started hitting at that organizers and shit, come on with it, Jedediah. Come on with it. Come on with it. Come on with it. Said who a lawyer was. Who offered to pay for the funeral, how crooked they was. Had already talked about all that shit, so how the fuck you know who her lawyers is, nigga? She don't even know she got no lawyers yet, nigga. You talking too far ahead of the script, nigga. Then call that beg up pardon and shit. I'm telling y'all real shit, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying how you watch the production, bro. How you watch how you break it down and shit. How the fuck this nigga know who her lawyers is before she know who her lawyers is? How the fuck her, the kids, and Zach TV turning down national attention and national interviews from the news? But want to try to flip the script and act like the news ain't want to give no interview. Yeah, the news pulled up on her there and said she got to be up on the consignment of who she talked to. Andrew Holmes. That is smiling and shit with Andrew Holmes, all that old bullshit. Shit, if your daughter missing and got found suffocated in a freezer, dead frozen up in a freezer, and the news crew come roll up on you, in the news man and everything, and willing to talk to the attorney general, and stamp that shit, the shit they put out on the news. Y'all said she walked around for an hour, nigga. Now y'all gonna break that shit down to 7 minutes.
Walk around for an
Man, I was
hour
sticking with the initial statements.
and
They
change that
fucking
shit
all
to
that shit.
7 minutes.
They said two something. They said two something. They said two something. The mama said, well, they call me around 4, they call me around, yeah, around 4-ish, around. But every time we got time for her to goddamn get on that mic, she said 4:34. They ain't no, people don't say 4:34. That's marked down. That's script time. You for sure. You don't put a 3-digit on what time somebody call you. That means you know exactly what time somebody call you, bro. Fuck 4:34. And then just so happened, Irene hit the door at
4:34.
4:34 in this script. Everybody said she was found on Saturday. She was found on Saturday. Even goddamn Roland Martin. She was found on Saturday. And then Grand Central Station jumped out of there with it. Here come the mama running up out of that bitch. In between all the blurry shit they put out. And when she ran up out of there, it was 11:48. Exactly 36 minutes too goddamn fast.
With the tight she had on a 6.
Before they said she was found. Huh? With them 6 tights on, man. Huh? So the narrative changed from goddamn she suffocated till she froze to death. Then everybody want to know how they got put on. How did they put on the script? They broke a bone. She was froze. How they unthawed? They went down, but they unthawed her. They y'all found that in less than 21 hours. It's gonna take 21 hours to goddamn unthaw her. See, we goddamn went into a frenzy. We got fucked up. But see, I'm gonna show y'all something. I'm gonna show y'all why I caught their heads at. What key to what freezer, bro? Chomped on what freezer? What key to what freezer? What key? See, that key to the freezer shit is where the manager come in at. Where the manager swaying their attention from whatever was going on. When they were saying basement kitchen, basement employee kitchen over there, swimming pool and all that shit. Them keys, that's why he come through that. He come through there swinging them keys like he got down. He finna got holding that motherfucker with a key. I remember on the news they said that the camera in that kitchen hadn't been activated in weeks. How it ain't been activated in weeks and you got a maintenance man that say he go and check the gauge every goddamn night. And why we be checking the gauge on a freezer that don't work? All that shit gonna come back and bite all them niggas in their ass, bro. How the fuck Jay Money knew exactly what path Kanika took? Huh? So all of a sudden, here come the goddamn beverage manager after goddamn 2, 3, 4 days waiting on the goddamn footage. All of a sudden, this how this shit start out. This the first shit we get. He bringing his bald head ass from another way. They said one number one way to enter the kitchen. Didn't that turn out to be a motherfucking lie? There was only one way to get into the kitchen and she goddamn come up the steps. She done walked up the steps drunk and everything.
What else he
stumbled right on into the kitchen. The way the manager came from, they got to be a way. The way she came from, there's another way. And the way the mama came from, that's another way. That's 3 ways right there.
And it was another way.
That 3 ways to get in the bitch right there. It was only one way. She can get the key. That damn camera hadn't been activated in weeks. How? And you saying people go in there and check gauges and shit. None of that shit make
Where
no
that
sense.
purple board was at.
But this key shit.
She went in that freezer with that purple board where her name was on it.
Coming through that swing of keys. That's
The
part of the
freezer they
script.
put in. Then downstairs. The freezer was downstairs. They changed the whole shit.
Crown Plaza Murder Mystery. That's part of the script. But see, the script got changed. Just like goddamn when Andrew Holmes ran his little scheme. Come on. You gonna see the baby walk from the goddamn the lobby into the elevator. I ain't seen that shit yet.
They had a road map down there for him. They had a purple board with a mask on.
Why
that freezer right next to that. That was freezer.
Why that goddamn consultant firm that he worked for ain't on the goddamn lawsuit? He was up on the contract. The goddamn have her best interest at heart. He fucked her in the game. Why his ass ain't on the lawsuit?
That he was getting
why
that
she ain't
check.
suing his ass? He was up on a contract when she goddamn confided in him.
So he helped there get that check.
The whoop, the speak for her and all that shit. He was a consultant. He worked for a consulting company. But why his ass ain't on the lawsuit? Lenore the one come out of his bitch. Spill the beans. They said several ways to get to that kitchen. See, Lenore was spilling all the beans. Get what other beans she spilled up. Get what beans she spilled the goddamn coffee there. Get what beans she spilled the coffee there. A couple of days later, they called my mama. What? What she said? No call. When she said they called my mama. And told my mama. They called my mama and told my mama. They had said that they found that the fire department found my sister. They're the initial ones that found my sister. The fire department found my sister. A couple of days later, they called my mama and told my mama that it was an employee that found my sister. Which one is it? Which one it is? Which one it is? Shit ain't adding up. Which one it is? Don't she had a little purple rag on and shit. But see the fucked up part about it.
Oh, what a video,
Teresa Martin tried to hide the fact that she had contact with them people. Why? I'm asking y'all. Why her and Lenora's stories never matched up once the script started changing up, she had to go and get her to shut the fuck up. Gone up. She damn near slapped their ass on Dr. Oz. She damn near slapped the goddamn down. She shut the fuck up. Hmm? Why? Why wouldn't you just go ahead and say, yeah, and they called me and told me that why your story don't match up with the North story? Which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar? I've been waiting on which one of y'all gonna call each other a liar a long time. Somebody gotta call somebody a liar. Two different stories, two different people. So one of y'all gotta call one of y'all gotta be the truth. Both of y'all gotta be lying. Well, somebody gotta call somebody a lie right here. And see the point I'm making by saying it, she gonna say by reading the newspaper and social media, you know, they saying that the employee found it. No. That contract with they do and changing the script now. The fire department ain't cop. You gonna let shit what? Ain't no changing. Okay, now here come the footage coming out. Nobody having the discrepancies. I'm gonna tell you another time. Anyway, if Nora said representatives and people from the Crown Plaza called you and told you these things, why would you not acknowledge that them people you got contact with them people? Why are you trying to hide the fact that you got contact with them people? So that kind of shit that raised my eyebrow. I'm like, what the
What up, Jake, brother? What up, Jake?
fuck she booed? Man, shit don't make no sense. Keep talking no good. Keep talking. Real shit. And then check this out, y'all. What up,
So, boom.
Check. Okay, I'm back. Why that girl on the gurney hair ain't all over her head like Lenora stated? See, this way you're gonna get all I'm gonna get fucked up. Then you're gonna realize all these motherfuckers on script. And why would all of them be on script if all of them ain't getting a piece of their change? What other than goddamn organ harvesting could goddamn fulfill all these paychecks in this production? Why hair ain't all over her head when we look at it? Like she had been fighting. The only place her hair was all over here like she had been fighting was in the freezer. They never saw her in the freezer. Right? Right. Okay. Then you go to the mama saying, then you go back to the mama saying, in a white bag. You know, in a white bag. You know, they had already put it in the white bag. In a white bag. She was covered up to her goddamn neck. mouth damn near covered up, chin damn near covered up, with a purple blanket. They went in that bitch with a gray body bag. They had her too. But how would she know that? Hmm? Did you see where she stood at when she looked at Kanika? You see how far she stood back? Did y'all see how far she stood back to be looking at her daughter laying on a girl after being froze to death inside a hotel establishment freezer and claimed to be unthawed? Come on, man. Script shit. Look how far she stood back. But she go right on that radio station. Just like that girl came on to me, I think it'd be good for her to talk. Some of that girl said, I said, no, the fuck she ain't. She don't supposed to be saying shit. How Jedediah knew who her lawyers were before she knew who her lawyers were. See, these are all the same questions I've been asked. Just like I asked the same question over and over again. Once I got a one-track mind. Once I stamp some shit in there and I don't get no answer for it, I'm gonna keep asking the same questions. Because they relevant. They relevant questions. How Jedediah went on a rant and knew that you had who your lawyers were before you knew who your lawyers were. You had no lawyers. You only had Andrew Holmes. Andrew Holmes was your only help. The people, the damn news crew wrote about that. You said, nah, y'all got to get it to my lawyer. Usually they contact me first before they try to talk to me. What the fuck is you talking about, lady? Y'all don't remember the news crew up on her ass? She was in then. Had been in. The news crew pulled up. Is that Teresa Martin over there? Yes, sir. Yeah, that's Teresa Martin. Yeah, her daughter got, yeah. To ask, can we talk? What a established news crew. Goddamn Channel 9, 202. Whatever one it was out there. Nah, they gonna have to call me. Usually they call me, you know what I'm saying? I'm Big Reese out. Of course I want to talk to you. Set the camera, put the tripod out there. Y'all step back, let me talk to these folks. I need as much attention I can get to this shit. Now y'all got to call and goddamn make an appointment, you know what I'm saying? I'm that bitch. The fuck is you talking about, lady? The fuck is you talking about? Jedediah went on a rant, right? Right after Andrew Holmes did this shit right on script and started talking about her lawyers. Went and dogged all the motherfuckers out. And when they started hitting at that organizer and shit, come on with it, Jedediah. Come on with it. Come on with it. Come on with it. Said who a lawyer was, who offered to pay for the funeral, how crooked they was. Had already talked about all that shit, so how the fuck you know who her lawyers is, nigga? She don't even know she got no lawyers yet, nigga. You talking too far ahead of the script, nigga. Then call that big old partner shit. I'm telling y'all real shit, bro. Yeah, I'm just saying how you watch the production, bro. How you break it down and shit. Fuck this nigga know who her lawyers is before she know who her lawyers is. How the fuck her, the kids, and Zach TV turning down national attention and national interviews from the news? We want to try to flip the script and act like the news ain't want to give them no interview. Yeah, the news pulled up on her there and said she got to be up on the consignment of who she talked to. Andrew Holmes. That is smiling and shit with Andrew Holmes, all that old bullshit. Shit, if your daughter missing and got found suffocated in a freezer, dead frozen up in a freezer, and the news crew come roll up on you in the news van and everything, and willing to talk to you, but you can tell your story to the world. You gonna tell them, yeah, I don't have to goddamn get with my lawyers on this. Start talking big shit. Yeah, I got my lawyers. Oh, you got lawyers now. Oh, you got lawyers now. Yeah, and then on top of that, they used to call me first. You know what I'm saying? They got to make a point with me. I just don't be talking no in everybody like that right there. They got to call me. My main thing was why the hell did she try to disguise the fact or hide the fact that she had contact with them people? Cause them people assigned her lawyers. Cause them people assigned her lawyers. Allegedly, my opinion. Cause for the record, y'all, for the book, ain't that happened. Hmm? Whatever they did, what they did before the night. And when we come out and goddamn really establish that all this shit happened on an earlier date, what that mean? That mean all the motherfuckers guilty. Why you think ain't none of them talking? Why come the only nigga that said they can come up with every time we can't find something, every time we come and we nail them to the car or something, why come Booger Man always come up with some shit? Where you get it from? We went a whole year and some months trying to figure out, can anyone find a post from Kanika from the 5th to the 8th, in between the 5th and the 8th? Huh? She wasn't on nobody's social media nowhere, Twitter, none of that shit. I got it. Who you man with the nigga, you known for photoshopping and cropping and fake breaking and trolling and all that shit. Nigga, you ain't got shit. Your word shit mean shit to nobody concerning this shit, bro. But y'all go for that motherfucking bullshit. Y'all go for the fuck shit. Cause this shit turned into a drama community. Some fuck shit, some bullshit. Huh? Nobody couldn't find nothing on this matter. Went back all the way back to MySpace, all kind of shit. Yeah, well, I don't watch all this. I only see it 24/7. Why wasn't no post from that girl, bro? Cause that shit had already happened. We looking at the cover up. But you just goddamn open your motherfucking perimeter. Open up your realm of awareness. Your realms of awareness and start watching shit from a different level. Follow the motherfucking money. And look at who potentially could be getting paid. Niggas my goddamn who made Bam be accepted around this mother? Who made Great Hughes be accepted around this bitch? Who made it cool for Great Hughes to be around this bitch? Huh? Who made it cool for Great Hughes to come in and have an opinion and be around this bitch? Huh? Motherfucker gonna come right in the door to fucking all our ass. With some fuck ass, fake ass, people, tick ass, bitch ass, fuck ass, scripted ass, edited ass, Rosemont ass, connected ass, whole shit. Who made that cool around this bitch? quickly do we goddamn forget? The fuck? Remember I got to say to this nigga, man. That nigga goddamn, he got too many motherfucking magic wands, nigga. Now you see it, now you don't ass nigga. Put it right in your motherfucking face and then, what hand is in? What hand is in? 3-card model your motherfucking ass. Vivo take your ass, CGI your ass to death there. CGI your ass to death there through there. Now you see it, now you don't. Now you see it, now you don't. Yeah, you gonna debunk everything, and nigga controlling the time, controlling the footage, a master hacker, master motherfucking editor. These niggas' job was to come out and attack anybody who was trying to get to the motherfucking truth for real and push this shit and keep this shit going their way. Niggas just showed you that shit. It ain't no pool. Okay, bro. Wow. Yeah, Dre, that's what I think. That's what I think. Cause that's what they tell us if we listen. You see Teresa Tights, her little 6th birthday outfit. You see them niggas sitting back out in that little donut and coffee room back there. All right, Tyrone, get them boys ready, goddamn, come on, time y'all to pull up there. Time y'all to goddamn, y'all, man, them mother could have piled off camera and get drove right on up like they had just goddamn over already there. 6 Tights, boom, action. Run, nigga, run. Shit. And then go right out there and say, ain't that happened to a dog. Then pop up in that motherfucker on the next morning before to pop up in that motherfucker with them black pants on, then goddamn run back by there with them same tights from the goddamn 6. What the fuck going on right here? The ticket said 1, the ticket said it's 6. The ritual said it's 7. Man, can't y'all remember, man? Hey, somebody picking her up at the door. Man, the door, who y'all think was coming and goddamn telling you, hey, man, the door ain't open yet, bro. The door ain't open yet. The white girl got her hand up on the door, man. She looking, they trying to tell them that goddamn, the manager at the door and all that shit. The door ain't even open yet, man. You see the door open right there? Oh, they fight. Oh, he scooped up. Oh, man, the shoe fell off. You seen the shoe when it fall off? Oh, boy. You see the nigga levitating outside the window? You see the nigga James levitating outside the window with his hat and the jacket on? Ain't that what it look like? All the goddamn audience got to do is say, yeah, that's what it look like. He gonna make it go be that. Woo, man. God damn. Oh, hey. Yeah, like somebody punched him. Yeah. Oh, he scooped up, got up on the shoulder. See her ass in there right there? See her ass in there? There's her ass right there. You see that? Man, goddamn, he got to find out too. Perverted motherfucker. You taking out the dope. The door ain't open yet, nigga. Huh? She dropped the cup. Where is that? She dropped the cup. What cup? You don't even see no motherfucking cup. She ain't had no goddamn cup. She wasn't drunk. She wasn't sleep. She wasn't none of that. That's why the motherfucker said, oh, y'all fucked up. Because they know they ain't supposed to show that. Anyway, man. Oh, the motherfuckers. Boy, that was a goddamn production cover. Murder mystery. A murder mystery. Whatever one you want to call it, bro. If they covering up something, they covering up something already to have. That ticket said the goddamn 6. And in the real world, I ain't talking about no fantasy shit. In the real world, they say they feed that goddamn beast on the 7th. And the reason I say 3 a.m., I know that's when they get down from watching shit in the real world. Hmm? I'm trying not to even bring old girl in it, but I want to know how two different blood types mean they couldn't be compatible for a goddamn transplant. You gonna do bucket to bucket? When I know when I know this girl doing her numbers with her little son, walked up in their freezer and just fucking with these pieces and just lay down in that motherfucker like, yeah, what they coming. Adidas sponsoring this motherfucker. Everybody in their memory wearing Adidas on. Everybody in their memory wearing Adidas on. But the main thing I want to tell y'all today is goddamn how the script changed from suffocated to frozen solid, and how Lenora spilled the beans that her mom was in contact with them folks that represented the Crown Plaza, and she tried to smooth it over like she read it on social media. Why would she not just say they called in contact? And what key would you need to open that freezer with? Why that manager coming through that swinging them goddamn keys? All you gotta do is pull that bitch open, nigga. All you gotta do is pull that bitch open, nigga. What key? What key? What key, y'all? The same way they were trying to tell you that that was the exact same location where the Caddyshack restaurant was built. I'm like, yo, the restaurant outside. How many times y'all gonna get mind fucked in one case? The restaurant out there by the damn curbstone, some goddamn well. And they regularly telling you, well, all the evidence been destroyed now, you know what I'm saying? They built their kitchen, they finally got through with the construction of their kitchen inside that hotel. Inside what hotel? The restaurant outside, bro. The restaurant outside, bro. Remind me of that motherfucker with Dr. King. As I moved out of the way so he can get a clear shot. He moved out of the way so he can get a clear shot. Rewind that shit. As you move out of the way so he can get a clear shot, who you working with? The fuck? Telling y'all some real shit, bro. Telling y'all some real shit. Y'all know the goddamn pool around there. Oh yeah. And how the fuck do Bree know all them goddamn people if this they first time being there? And when they come up in that bitch, how does she know how to take the shortcut around instead of walking the hallway like anybody else that would have been brand new to that place? A lot of people letting Bree slip through the crevices. How the fuck does she know the way? And then in that new lie that Irene did, her sister in the background said, bitch, you know you called because you had to go get the speaker. Who went and got the speaker? Bree. How do you know how to walk and take that goddamn shortcut that y'all keep taking that little shortcut to? Y'all hang around that little pool area. And guess what? Right around that little shortcut and you come around that motherfucker, that's where the broker work. That's where the broker at. That's the plug right off in there. That's what I keep telling y'all. It's the plug when I keep on hollering back. The Rickenbacker, the 5-man, the Freedom, the goddamn, the Freedom Club. The club owner told them this how it's gonna go down. Now y'all put our ass in the freezer. The club owner, the group that they sticking to the script. The club owner. Right there next to the escalator, look at it. I can tell you what, I ain't never been with that bitch. They got a little spot in there. I bet you they would have goddamn, they taking orders around that motherfucker. The oil broker. Shit. Selena ain't goddamn be about a damn little tongue kissing right there at the goddamn Grammys and shit. They made a little move and shit. Motherfucker gonna goddamn make a video and just go up in the goddamn freeze and shit. It's my peaches and shit. Y'all debunked all that bullshit. And then, if it wasn't her, it's still the organs. They still brokers. They still organ brokers. Allegedly. Everything is alleged on this channel. They still brokers. The nigga on the phone said, goddamn, the club owner. I'm like, I catch all that shit. Club owner? What club, nigga? This is a hotel. You mean a hotel owner, nigga? Oh, no, the club owner. Motherfucking Risco, goddamn, man. That nigga, goddamn, that nigga, motherfucking nurse. All these motherfuckers in the medical field. And I don't know what they keep on hollering about. Lenny is the district, like a district bearer, man. Lenny is that motherfucking man who's in there behind that counter with that lady look like a medical exam or some shit. With the blue hat and the blue shirt on. I don't know where they getting it. I don't know they goddamn seen the video I did or something. Went to holler at Lenny because they just making Lenny be song. I ain't never know no security guard, none of them supposed to be named Lenny, bro. They took that shit and ran with it. Y'all, you say that you take shit and run with it. Lenny is goddamn the motherfucking dude where the big tall white dude had the blue hat on and the goddamn blue shirt on standing back there by that goddamn sink. That's who Lenny is. Everything but the lie. Why he didn't debunk? Why Gray Hughes ain't debunk her popping up on that motherfucking ramp when I asked her? Well, goddamn, she just popped up on the ramp. Oh, that's because you never got the boxes and the 7 seconds in the ramp. Man, everybody that walked up and down that ramp ain't nobody just popped up and appeared no motherfucking well, nigga. Nobody just popped up and appeared nowhere. She popped up on the ramp. Y'all got them inventing a route for her and fixing the time around y'all motherfucking created ass story, nigga. Straight cover up, and y'all paying like a motherfucker. All the motherfuckers folded up. If they want all the way down with it, shit, they all the way down with it now. Shit. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In a white bag, you know, they put my daughter in a white bag. How you seen a white body bag? How you seen a white bag and you stood way over here? You stood down about her feet and looked up at her face, and she was covered up with a purple goddamn blanket all the way up to her neck. How you seen a white body bag? Why would that be vivid in your memory? That wouldn't even be vivid in your memory, bro. That wouldn't even be vivid in your memory when, you know, as she was laying there on the girl, up under that purple cover, because that should be vivid in your memory. They had already put Khadijah in the white bag, you know, in the white bag. Come on, man. Certain things that they don't know make sense unless you goddamn make sense out the shit. That nigga ain't never supposed to breathe life around here, bro. That nigga ain't never supposed to breathe life around here, bro. But they still doing the same old thing because they got that gift of gab and shit. You know what I'm saying? About? Shit crazy. I might come back, y'all. I've been taking some more screenshots and all that shit. I just got down. I just come on now, man. I've been looking at this shit all day. And I know I was looking at Trey shit when he said at that Town Girl store when they went to running. I know when they ran across that bitch, that's when they ran and got in that goddamn car. At 5:02, I think they left at 5:05. When they ran and got in that car, then when they come back past that motherfucker for the camera, motherfucker know what them camera was, bro. He doing come back past that motherfucker and Teresa car and take her car. At 5:02, they called at 4:34. Irene left at 4:34. Usually what? Usually, man, you fuck with these people. Man, shit. Real talk. Y'all already know, man, truth don't need no help, man. Shit ain't gonna bend. Breaking off fold, man. I said, bam, boom.
same goddamn part in the middle. Man, the computer's tripping. I'm gonna go. Bitch act like you got there talking low to yourself.
Old school. Oh, that's the box. You got the boxes and the boxes and the 7 seconds and the rap. Man, everybody that walked up and down that rap ain't nobody just popped up and appeared. No motherfucker, nigga. Supposed to be the one. That nobody just popped up and appeared. No, what? He popped up on the ramp. Y'all got them inventing. Y'all got them inventing a route for her and fixing the time around y'all motherfucking created ass story, nigga. Straight cover up, and y'all paying like a motherfucker. All the motherfuckers done folded up. If they want all the way down with it, shit, they all the way down with it now. Shit. Oh yeah, that's what I was gonna say. In a white bag, They put my daughter in a white bag. How you seen a white body bag? How you seen a white bag and you stood way over here? You stood down about her feet and looked up at her face, and she was covered up with a purple goddamn blanket all the way up to her neck. How you seen a white body bag? Why would that be vivid in your memory? That wouldn't even be vivid in your memory, bro. That wouldn't even be vivid in your memory when and she was laying there on the dirt up under that purple cover, cause that should be vivid in your memory. They had already put Kadik in the white bag, in the white bag, in the white bag. Come on, man. Certain things just ain't gonna never make sense unless you goddamn make sense out the shit. That nigga ain't never supposed to breathe life around here, bro. That nigga ain't never supposed to breathe life around here, bro. But they still doing the same old thing cause they got that gift of gab and shit. You know what I'm talking about? Shit crazy. I might come back, y'all. I've been taking some more screenshots and all that shit. I just got down. I just come on here, man. I've been looking at this shit all day. And I know I was looking at Trey shit when he said at that Town Girl store when they went to running. I know when they ran across that bitch, that's when they ran and got in that goddamn car. At 5:02, I think they left at 5:05. When they ran and got in that car, then when they come back past that motherfucker for the camera, motherfucker know what them camera was, bro. You doing? Come back past that motherfucker and Teresa car and take her car. At 5:02, they called at 4:34. Irene left at 4:34. Usually, usually, shit, usually what? Usually, man, you fuck with these people. Man, shit. Real talk. Y'all already know, man. Truth don't need no help, man. Shit ain't gonna bend. Break no fold, man. I said, bam. Boom.
I done run that bit. Then I'm out there.
Big. Somebody let up discussion, man. Let's get right into this shit, man. Look, it's that Chirac shit. Middle East. The real Middle East is Chirac. Chirac Obama. Thy rod and thy staff shall comfort me. Thy rod and thy staff. Just like a cross. Two sticks, two staffs, two rods. With a woman that took you nuts, Michelle. Look here, man. I'm gonna present this to y'all, man. I hope y'all get it. Cause you can't understand what a nigga be saying. And hope you get this shit. You see that boy out there, Ross, and boy out. Yeah, two and two go together though. Y'all be Michelle. Well, this gonna be a demonstration of abomination. Yeah, the abomination that they put up in the White House. See what I'm talking about? That's Martin Nick and Anita Blanchard, the mother and father of these two kids right here. You see what I'm talking about? And it's purple. Now, Michelle Obama supposedly, Michael had these kids. And they were delivered by, miraculously, these kids both were delivered by Dr. Anita Blanchard. See that guy right there? Up there, Craig Robinson. That's Michael Robinson's brother. He's a coach. At the same school that Michael played football for. You dig what I'm saying? And like I told you, Anita Black was supposed to be the one that delivered Michelle's kids. You dig? Pay attention. Because I'm going to bring this back to you. Just pay attention. Let them blow. You dig? Boom.
And do you think that the country will see the United States will see the first gay president or the first woman president?
And with Obama, so let's just calm down.
Got it.
No, Michelle is a trans.
I'm sorry, she's a what?
Transgender. We all know.
Oh my God.
Now, we all know John Rivers has gone up on the cut. Many a time. Now all of a sudden she died.
I can't get down the stairs.
Have a good dinner tonight.
Seriously, I cannot walk down the stairs. You go.
Can I help you here?
I can't get down the stairs.
Have a good dinner tonight.
Seriously, I cannot
Help you here.
I said, Skinoberton, it was just to put fear in you to not talk about what you said.
It's her teeth.
Not a problem. Hey, Clive, I must ask, have you spoken with Bobby Whitney's family at all?
Now let's get her on down into it a little deeper. Let's get it.
We don't want kids out. They said, you got all Mr. President, does anything scare you?
You know, well, when Michelle's mad, men and women. Of the finest military in the world. Most of all, Admiral Mullen, Deborah, Michael and I also want to acknowledge your son Jack.
Now, if this is mother with that black ass hand, see, I'm gonna get you down off into it. What's going on in this world? I'm gonna get you back to creation. You dig?
You're absolutely right that John McCain has not talked about my Muslim faith. And you're absolutely right that that is not Trump faith. Yeah, my Christian faith.
So what faith is it? See, over here is facts over faith. See, your God ain't constructed down. He came from a book. God is creation. And this is the Hebrew Psalms. And they read right here. But until they God Himself translating the book, there was no Hebrew Israelite origin. They constructed these terms. The Bible is not the oldest book in the world. And here you see, are not bathing, sun gazing, giving dove as offering to the sun. So let's go on down. Up until I told her, now that's Nefertiti, his wife.
And I cannot look at my lips. I told her I'm gonna bring that back. To you. You just don't soak in, man. I don't know what to say to y'all. Get back to creation. Creation speak for itself. These people are trying to explain what's already here. I can tell you who won the game after the game over. In the beginning, God created that. Niggas talk about what they see. They explain what's already here. But anyway, this is Queen T, the mother of Akhenaten. And they put his mother, White House, with him as his wife and gave you abomination. Now this is a full photo of the Obama family. Paired half and half with Akhenaten's family. Look at the faces all the way down to the daughters. You understand what I'm telling you? And on top of that, this supposed to be Martin Nesbitt and Anita Blanchard's children. Some deep programming going on in Illinois. And I told you about that 14th floor and 11th floor and the 13th floor. But nobody is listening to FED. Go back to creation itself. You see all these cars on this man's head? Have you ever been reported to have brain surgery or anything? Huh? Y'all think about what I'm telling y'all, man. Everything I'm bullshit about, I can not being the one monotheism pharaoh that they love. Like again, that's why they like this pharaoh and then like the other pharaoh, the Christians, the hymns of Aten. You see this? The hymns of Aten. This is where your Psalms come from. That's right. I said it. Psalms. In your little book, in your Bible, Psalms are reconstructed pleasurisms of hymns of Aten. You dig what I'm saying? Back check it. Oh, I can come up with plenty more, man. Truth don't need no help. It ain't gonna bend, break, nor fold. All we do is support the truth, stand up behind the truth, and we as a people keep together and do what it do. So till I come back, y'all best to try to keep this thing motherfucking flat. You dig? Creation is God. That's your evidence. You best to use it. I said, boom. Oh yeah. Hashtag poo. P-O-O. Hashtag poo. Point of origin. Question everything and find its point of origin. If it ain't what was, what is, what always will be, it ain't creation, aka God. I said, boom.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. In Gaza, Israeli attacks killed at least 41 Palestinians over the past last 24 hours as Israel's military announced a major new ground offensive. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said his forces will seize large areas of Gaza for so-called security zones. The announcement came as Palestinians face widespread food insecurity, with Israel's total blockade of the Gaza Strip continuing for a 31st day. On Tuesday, Gaza's residents were unable to find bread after all the territory's bakeries, including 25 run by the World Food Program, shut down operations.
I came here before dawn and went to all the bakeries in the area, but they were all closed. So I came back here in front of this bakery, hoping that God will bless us with bread. What can we do? Let them bring us flour and fuel. Why are they preventing us from getting them?
Hamas said in a statement, Gaza has reached a famine phase, calling it one of the worst humanitarian crises in modern history. An Israeli military agency that coordinates aid deliveries to Gaza wrote on social media Tuesday, quote, "There is enough food for a long period of time if Hamas lets the civilians have it," unquote. A UN spokesperson was asked about that claim.
Israel says there's still enough food that was delivered to Gaza during the ceasefire. What is the UN's response to that?
As far as the UN is concerned, that's ridiculous. I mean, we are at the tail end of our supplies, of the supplies that came in through the humanitarian route. You know, WFP doesn't close its bakeries for fun. If there's no flour, if there's no cooking gas, the bakeries cannot open.
UN spokesperson Stefan Dujarric elsewhere in Gaza. The Guardian and reports some of the bodies of 15 Palestinian paramedics and rescue workers killed by Israeli forces and buried in a mass grave last month in Gaza were found with their hands or legs tied and had gunshot wounds to the head and chest. The Trump administration says it'll deploy a second aircraft carrier, the USS Carl Vinson, to the Middle East amidst U.S. airstrikes on Yemen that have killed over 60 people since March 15th. Overnight, U.S. attacks reportedly killed at least 4 people in Yemen's Hodeidah region. In related news, the White House says it's moving on from the scandal in which National Security Advisor Mike Waltz mistakenly shared plans to attack Yemen over the commercial messaging app Signal with Jeffrey Goldberg, editor-in-chief of The Atlantic.
As the president has made it very clear, Mike Waltz continues to be an important part of his national security team, and this case has been closed here at the White House as far as we are concerned. There have been steps made to ensure that something like that can obviously never happen again, and we're moving forward.
Meanwhile, the Washington Post reports members of President Donald Trump's National Security Council, including Mike Waltz, have conducted government business over personal Gmail accounts in another apparent violation of security protocols and federal records laws. A federal judge has ruled in favor of Mahmoud Khalil, allowing the Palestinian Columbia University student protest leader to challenge his detention and deportation in a New Jersey court. The order is seen as a victory for Khalil, as this is the second time a federal judge has denied the Trump administration's request to transfer the case to the state of Louisiana, where Khalil has been held at an ICE jail for nearly a month. His legal team continues to fight for his release. In a statement, Khalil's wife, Dr. Noor Abdullah, said, quote, "This is an important step towards securing Mahmoud's freedom, but there is still a lot more to be done. As the countdown to our son's birth begins and I inch closer and closer to my due date, I will continue to strongly advocate for Mahmoud's freedom and for his safe return home so he can be by my side to welcome our first child," she said. Unions from across the United States gathered for peaceful actions Tuesday outside more than 10 ICE jails nationwide, protesting the Trump administration's targeting of immigrant university students and faculty. The Service Employees International Union condemned the abduction of 2 of its members, including Tufts University graduate student Rumeysa Öztürk, by masked federal agents in broad daylight earlier this month. Öztürk is a lawful visa holder from Turkey. This is SEIU President April Verrett.
What we know about Rumeysa: she holds a valid student visa. She also wrote an op-ed for her student newspaper not long ago in support of the Palestinian people, utilizing her First Amendment rights in this country to express her opinion, totally in keeping with the values that this country purports that it stands on, yet being taken away in handcuffs by men in masks and in hoodies. She's not the only SEIU member either. We know about our sister, Llewellyn, 64 years old, a lab tech in Washington State and member of Local 9 to 5. After living in this country 50 years, she's being detained by ICE.
In Germany, immigration authorities in Berlin are moving forward with the deportation of 4 young foreign residents over their involvement in Gaza solidarity protests. In a joint investigation, The Intercept and 972 magazine report the orders are set to take effect in less than a month. 3 of the protesters are citizens of the European Union, while none have been convicted of any crimes. Their cases are drawing comparisons to the Trump administration's use of deportation to target Palestinian rights protesters. Republicans will hold on to their narrow majority in the House of Representatives after winning a pair of special elections in Florida Tuesday. In Florida's 6th congressional district, Republican State Senator Randy Fine has defeated Democrat and public school teacher Josh Weil to claim the seat vacated when Trump appointed Michael Waltz as national security advisor. Weil dramatically increased Democrats' share of the vote in a district Trump won by over 30 points last November. Meanwhile, Republican Jimmy Patronis has defeated Democrat Gay Vallimont to win an open seat for Florida's 1st congressional district in the Florida Panhandle. Vallimant's share of the vote increased by 10 percentage points over the November election when she lost to far-right Republican Matt Gaetz, who would later be nominated by Trump as Attorney General, only to resign from Congress over a sex trafficking and drug scandal. Patronis is Florida's chief financial officer. He previously called for public funds to be used to pay for Trump's legal defense in his 4 criminal cases. In Wisconsin, liberal judge Susan Crawford defeated the Trump-backed candidate Brett Schimmel on Tuesday to claim a pivotal Wisconsin Supreme Court seat, capping the most expensive judicial election in U.S. history. Crawford's election will have far-reaching impact on issues including abortion, voting rights, and congressional redistricting, which could change the balance of power in the U.S. House of Representatives, where Republicans hold a razor-thin majority. Judge Crawford overcame at least $25 million in spending by Elon Musk, the world's richest man, who told supporters at a town hall in Green Bay Sunday night that, quote, the entire destiny of humanity rested on electing Brad Schimmel. Crawford spoke to reporters after casting her ballot at a Madison polling station.
The involvement of Elon Musk specifically is something I did feel that I had to comment on, particularly when he started, engaging in shenanigans like paying voters to sign petitions and giving away $1 million to, obviously pre-selected people supporting my opponent. I don't think that's democratic for a billionaire to use his wealth in that way.
We'll go to Madison, Wisconsin, after headlines to talk about Tuesday's elections in Wisconsin and Florida. The Trump administration fired about 10,000 federal health workers across the Department of Health and Human Services Tuesday, gutting agencies tasked with protecting the nation's food and drug supplies and safeguarding public health. The cuts will affect the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the Food and Drug Administration, the National Institute for Occupational Safety and Health, and several other health agencies. Overnight, entire research divisions and offices were eliminated. The White House says President Trump will unveil new tariffs on imported goods from a broad range of countries today, a date Trump has called Liberation Day. Ahead of Trump's announcement, Chinese state media reported leaders of Japan and South Korea had agreed to coordinate their response to any new tariffs with Beijing. Trump's trade war continues to rattle stock markets around the world. Over the weekend, the Wall Street giant Goldman Sachs raised its projected chance of a recession over the next year to 35%, up from its previous estimate of just 20%. New Jersey Democratic Senator Cory Booker's broken the record for the longest speech ever delivered in the U.S. Senate. Booker's 25-hour protest of President Trump and his policies surpassed Strom Thurmond's 1957 filibuster in defense of Jim Crow. Beginning Monday evening, stretching until late Tuesday, Booker repeatedly warned of Trump's attack on Medicare, Medicaid, and Social Security, his economic policies, mass deportations, the power of billionaires like Elon Musk, and more.
John Lewis, so many heroes before us would say that this is the time to stand up, to speak up. This is the time to get in some good trouble, to get into necessary trouble. I can't allow this body to continue without doing something different, speaking out. The threats to American people and American democracy are grave and urgent, and we all must do more.
Again, that was the New Jersey Senator Cory Booker. The Trump administration is withholding tens of millions of dollars from 9 Planned Parenthood state affiliates that provide contraceptives and other vital reproductive health care predominantly to low-income and people of color. The providers received notices this week stating their Title X funding was being temporarily retained due to possible violations of Trump's policies against diversity, equity, and inclusion, or DEI efforts. Health and Human Services has given the providers, which operate dozens of clinics nationwide, including in Indiana and Kentucky, 10 days to comply with Trump's demands to eliminate DEI initiatives. In a letter, HHS pointed to mission statements and other public documents that highlight the clinic's, quote, commitment to Black communities, unquote, as supposed evidence of their non-compliance. Meanwhile, in a victory for reproductive rights, a federal judge has ruled Alabama cannot criminally prosecute individuals or healthcare providers that help pregnant people to travel out of state to obtain abortions. Alabama has a total abortion ban with no exceptions for rape or incest. This all comes as the U.S. Supreme Court is hearing arguments today in a case brought by South Carolina that seeks to expel Planned Parenthood clinics from its state Medicaid program. Those states are largely already prohibited from using Medicaid funds to provide abortions. Planned Parenthood says the move violates the Medicaid Act's free choice of provider provision. In more related news, the Trump administration is gutting U.S. aid for reproductive health and family planning programs in dozens of global South nations. The move is expected to impact some 50 million women who will be cut off from contraceptive access. And federal prosecutors will seek the death penalty against Luigi Mangione, the 26-year-old suspect in the shooting death of United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson. U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi made the announcement Tuesday, describing Thompson's killing as, quote, an act of political violence, unquote. Mangione's lawyer said in a statement, quote, the Justice Department's move from the dysfunctional to the barbaric, unquote. Upon his return to office, President Trump vowed to resume federal executions after they were halted by the Biden administration. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now!'s Juan Gonzalez. Alice in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced plans to seize large sections of the Gaza Strip to create a new so-called security corridor that would cut off Rafah from the neighboring southern city of Khan Yunis. Israel already controls some 17% of Gaza's territory, according to an Israeli human rights group. Israel's re-invasion of Gaza came amidst a wave of deadly missile and artillery attacks that killed at least 56 people since dawn. Among the dead are 19 Palestinians killed in an Israeli airstrike on a United Nations clinic in Jabalia, being used as a bomb shelter. Victims included children and at least one infant.
What are these crimes of the occupation? What are these crimes? Show it to the entire world. Show it to all of humanity in the world, in the east and west of the earth. This is a 1-week-old baby girl.
Other Israeli attacks today killed civilians in a displacement camp in Khan Yunis that Israel's designated as a so-called humanitarian zone. Israel's military has killed over 1,000 people in Gaza since unilaterally ending the ceasefire last month. Meanwhile, Israel launched a wave of airstrikes across Syria, including an attack on Daraa that killed at least 9 civilians, according to a local official. Israeli Defense Minister Israel Katz said the strikes targeted Syrian military infrastructure calling them a warning for the future. Syria's foreign ministry called the attacks a, quote, blatant violation of international law and Syrian sovereignty, unquote. In Yemen, leaders of Houthi say 5 people were killed in 2 waves of strikes on Hodeidah province on Wednesday. The Trump administration has launched near-daily attacks on Yemen since mid-March, when the Houthis resumed attacks on ships in the Red Sea and the Gulf of Aden in solidarity with Palestinians in Gaza. Hungary announced its withdrawal from the International Criminal Court, as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu arrived in Budapest today for a 4-day state visit. The ICC issued an arrest warrant for Netanyahu in November over war crimes and crimes against humanity in Gaza. Human Rights Watch said Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban's welcoming of Netanyahu despite the ICC warrant is just, quote, Orban's latest assault on the rule of law, adding to the country's dismal record on rights, unquote. Here in New York, Jewish students chained themselves to Columbia University's gates Wednesday to demand the school reveal the names of trustees and Columbia officials who collaborated with federal immigration authorities in the arrest last month of student protest leader Mahmoud Khalil.
We as Jewish students demand transparency in that process. You know, as Jewish students, and to the Jewish people at large, being political pawns in a game is not a new occurrence. And that's something that we very much so are here to say, hey, you cannot weaponize anti-Semitism to harm our friends and peers.
Students continued their action into the early hours this morning, even after Columbia security and NYPD arrived on the scene to cut the chains and forcibly remove protesters. We'll hear more of their voices later in the broadcast. President Trump Wednesday unveiled sweeping global tariffs, including a 10% blanket tariff on all imported goods. In addition, U.S. trading partners, including the European Union, China, and Japan, will see even larger country-specific reciprocal tariffs. China now faces a total 54% tariff. Trump invoked emergency power so that he could bypass Congress.
My fellow Americans, this is Liberation Day, waiting for a long time. April 2nd, 2025 will forever be remembered as the day American industry was reborn, the day America's destiny was reclaimed, and the day that we began to make America wealthy again. Going to make it wealthy, good and wealthy.
Markets plummeted following the news as analysts warned it'll drive inflation, harm industry, could lead to a global trade war. World leaders decried the tariffs. This is European Commission President Ursula von der Leyen.
President Trump's announcement of universal tariffs on the whole world, including the European Union, is a major blow to the world economy. I deeply regret this choice. Let's be clear-eyed about the immense consequences. The global economy will massively suffer. Uncertainty will spiral and trigger the rise of further protectionism.
In related news, 4 Republican senators joined with Democrats Wednesday to pass a resolution seeking to block Trump's 25% tariffs on Canada. The measure is not expected to pass the House, but offered a rare bipartisan rebuke of Trump's policies. The Republicans supporting the measure were Senators Susan Collins, Lisa Murkowski, Mitch McConnell, and Rand Paul. Canada and Mexico were spared in Trump's latest round of tariffs, but remain subject to a previously imposed 25% tariff on many imports. We'll have more on Trump's trade war after headlines with economics professor and author Richard Wolff. The Trump administration's abruptly fired the entire workforce at the low-income home energy assistance program, which helps more than 6 million people pay their home heating and cooling bills. The cuts came amidst a mass purge of some 10,000 workers at the Department of Health and Human Services Tuesday. Separately, leaders of the National Endowment for the Humanities say Elon Musk's Doge operation has recommended slashing NEH's workforce by up to 80%. The independent federal agency provides grants to museums, universities, teachers, libraries, public radio and TV stations, nonprofits, and more. Meanwhile, disability rights groups have sued the Trump administration and Elon Musk over Doge's cuts to the Social Security Administration, which they say disproportionately impacted their community, violating their constitutional rights. This week, the Social Security Administration opened an investigation into a series of website crashes that prevented beneficiaries from accessing their online accounts at the MySSA portal at least 5 times last month, with some beneficiaries receiving inaccurate notices that they would no longer receive supplemental security income. Elon Musk has called Social Security, quote, the biggest Ponzi scheme of all time, unquote, and has proposed slashing up to $700 billion from Medicaid, Medicare, Social Security, and programs for the poor. Elon Musk is the world's richest man. On Wednesday, the White House dismissed reports that Elon Musk might soon leave his role in the Trump administration, saying his work with Doge will continue. A federal judge Wednesday dismissed New York Mayor Eric Adams' corruption case, granting a request from the Justice Department that was widely seen as a quid pro quo in exchange for Adams implementing Trump's mass deportation agenda. But U.S. Judge Dale Ho dismissed the case with prejudice, meaning the charges cannot be later revived, going against the wishes of the Justice Department, which sought to leave the door open for potential future prosecution. During a news conference Wednesday, Mayor Adams celebrated his legal victory by pitching a book written by new FBI director and prominent conspiracy theorist Kash Patel called Government Gangsters.
Jesus stepped in, and he uses who he uses. And New Yorkers stop me all the time in trying to find the rationale behind this. And I found it in this book. I'm going to encourage every New Yorker to read it. Read it and understand how we can never allow this to happen to another innocent American.
Mayor Eric Adams also announced he's leaving the Democratic Party and will seek re-election as New York mayor as an independent. A federal judge in California has ordered the Trump administration to temporarily restore legal aid to tens of thousands of vulnerable, unaccompanied immigrant children. Plaintiffs who represent the children say Trump's halting of the legal assistance violated a 2008 anti-trafficking law. Meanwhile, members of the small New York community of Sackett's Harbor, upstate, are demanding the return of 3 children who were taken last week by ICE agents during a raid at a dairy farm. At least 7 community members, including the children's mother, were arrested in that raid. We'll have more on this story later in the broadcast. Burma's ruling military junta has declared a temporary 20-day ceasefire as the death toll from last week's earthquake hit over 3,000 people. Armed resistance groups had previously also announced a temporary ceasefire. Rescue and relief efforts have been hampered by the recent slashing of U.S. foreign aid under President Trump. Many survivors in Mandalay, near the earthquake's epicenter, are in difficult to access areas and remain without homes, power, and phone service.
For now, we sleep on the ground with mattresses. Some people who still have mosquito nets set them up, while those who don't just sleep under the open sky.
At least 22 people died in Thailand, most of them killed in the collapse of a high-rise that was under construction when the earthquake struck. Authorities in Pakistan have given undocumented Afghan immigrants until next week to self-deport or face mass arrest, as officials seek to deport 3 million Afghans this year. It's a crackdown that's been widely condemned by the United Nations and human rights groups. Tens of thousands of Afghans were forced to flee Pakistan after the Taliban takeover in 2021, including many prominent women's rights activists. Some 20,000 Afghans were approved for resettlement, and the United States remain in limbo after Trump paused U.S. refugee admissions. Mediators from the African Union have arrived in South Sudan for urgent talks amidst growing fears of a new civil war following the recent arrest of the first vice president, Riek Machar, which ended a fragile power-sharing agreement. The government of President Salva Kiir has accused Machar of attempting to ignite a new rebellion. Rights groups are urging South Sudan's rival leaders to immediately de-escalate amidst mounting insecurity. This is UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres.
Let's not mince words. What we are seeing is darkly reminiscent of the 2013 and 2016 civil wars, which killed 400,000 people. All the dark clouds of a perfect storm have descended upon the people of the world's newest country and one of the poorest.
President Trump's reportedly considering a deal that would avert a ban on TikTok by allowing the Chinese parent company ByteDance to keep control of the app's algorithm but lease it to a new U.S. spin-off entity. Lawmakers have claimed TikTok poses a national security concern, but critics of the ban say it's motivated by anti-Chinese bias and is a threat to free speech and some users' livelihoods. The pause on the ban expires Saturday. Amazon also made a late bid to buy TikTok, though some reports say it's been rejected by Trump officials. In Arizona, hundreds of community members gathered to mourn Emily Pike, a murdered 14-year-old indigenous girl, as she was laid to rest over the weekend on the San Carlos Apache Reservation, where she was from. Emily Pike was reported missing in January after running away from her group home. Her remains were found a few weeks later on Valentine's Day. Emily Pike's loved ones are demanding answers and justice for the indigenous teen. And Mario Joseph, a prominent Haitian human rights lawyer, has died in a car accident at the age of 62. Joseph was an attorney at the Institute for Justice and Democracy in Haiti, represented many political prisoners and other victims of human rights abuses. He led the prosecution in the trial of the 1994 Rabateau massacre, which saw military and paramilitary forces attack and kill at least 24 people who'd taken part in demonstrations supporting Jean-Bertrand Aristide, who'd been overthrown in a coup 3 years earlier. Democracy Now! Traveled to Haiti in 2010 following the devastating earthquake, where we spoke with Mario Joseph.
The way the earthquake hit, it didn't discriminate. That's a good example for us to look at it and stop with this exclusionary system. It's true, a lot of poor people were touched by this. But even people with big houses or small houses, everybody's living in the street now. This is why we have to begin in the system of exclusion for everybody to participate in the country's life.
To see our interviews with Mario Joseph, as well as our coverage of Haiti over the years, go to democracynow.org. And those are some of the headlines. This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Hi, Amy. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Well, the ransom. That's the name of a major series of articles published by the New York Times detailing how Haiti became one of the poorest countries in the world, while bankers in France and the United States made a fortune. The story dates back to the early 19th century. In 1804, the enslaved people of Haiti rose up, leading a rebellion against French colonial rule, founding the world's first black republic. Under military threat from France in 1825, Haiti agreed to pay reparations to France for lost so-called property, including enslaved people that French owners lost in the rebellion. France threatened to invade Haiti and reimpose slavery if Haiti did not agree to a staggering amount in reparations, 150 million francs, 30 times Haiti's annual revenue. Haiti began taking out loans from French banks, leading to an economic crisis that continues through to this day. The New York Times estimates Haiti paid the equivalent of what's now $560 million to France over the next 7 decades. The true economic cost to Haiti is estimated to be an astounding $115 billion. And that only tells a part of the story. In 1880, a French bank established Haiti's first national bank, essentially putting France in control of Haiti's treasury. That bank, Crédit Industriel et Commercial, used some of its massive profits to help finance the Eiffel Tower. The bank's current owner has just launched an investigation into its dealings with Haiti and its role in what's called the ecosystem of colonialism, that bank, CIC. The Time series also looks at the U.S. military occupation of Haiti that lasted from 1915 to 1934. A key backer of the U.S. occupation was the National City Bank of New York, the predecessor of Citibank. Former U.S. diplomat Patrick Gaspard, who now heads the Center for American Progress, has called on Citigroup to pay reparations to Haiti. Gaspard wrote on Twitter, "A silent scream has been in throats for decades about the role U.S. played in depleting Haiti. No one would listen. Finally, some truths," he said. Over the years, Haitian demands for reparations have been repeatedly shut down, sometimes with force. France's former ambassador to Haiti, Thierry Boucard, admitted to the New York Times that France and the United States effectively orchestrated the 2004 coup that ousted Haiti's first democratically elected president, Jean-Bertrand Aristide. Boucard said one benefit of the coup was that it ended Aristide's campaign demanding France pay financial reparations to Haiti. To talk more about Haiti and the devastating impact of colonialism in this massive series in the New York Times, we're joined by two guests. Weston Lee Alsanat is a Haitian-American professor at Fordham University, where he teaches courses on the Atlantic slave trade, the American abolition movement, and Afro-Caribbean history. Gerald Horn also joins us. He's professor of history and African American studies at the University of Houston, author of many books, including Confronting Black Jacobins, the U.S., the Haitian Revolution, and the Origins of the Dominican Republic. We welcome you both to Democracy Now! Professor Alsanat, let's begin with you. So this series has come out in the New York Times to both criticism and praise. It's come out in both Creole and in English. That's a first for the New York Times. Can you explain the significance of what many are calling revelations, at least to the general public, but certainly people in Haiti have been alleging for centuries, not only alleging, but of course having proof of this?
Yes, thank you, Amy. Thank you for having me today. I'm glad to be here in conversation with you. So first, let me start by saying that a great acknowledgement to the many reporters and producers who put this very special issue together, and to have given it a front time exposure. It will mean a lot, not really for Haitians per se, because the facts that are being revealed throughout the report are very well known, even to the most illiterate Haitian. And even to the youngest Haitian growing up. In fact, given the level of underdevelopment that is prevalent in Haiti today, one knows, at least the Haitian people knows, that this could have only been the legacy of an external force, rather of their own making. So I think the significance of the piece will be that it exposes the rest of the world to a knowledge that actually has existed for over 100 years and shares multiple partners, both in the private sector with regards to the financial industry, as well as the United States government, Germany, Great Britain, and most certainly and most influential France, having played a role in imposing the debt that in many ways well explain Haiti's poverty today. So I welcome the piece. I think it's great in terms of the many research that it brought together, both from academic literature that had already existed, as well as new revelations that are coming up. But in terms of calling it revelations, that would be a misnomer. I myself have written very extensively on the subject. Many other fellow academics, historians have written about it. There have been have been movements over the decades to get the United States, France, and the other parties responsible for this to get them to some accountability. And I believe a large reason why this never got the fair sort of ear of listening that it should have gotten is because it's coming from Haitians, who many people view as sort of the Africans of the Western Hemisphere, but which is an identity that Haitians proudly wear proudly for reasons that reasonably make sense for it in terms of the freedom that they fought and established for all Black people.
Yeah, I'd like to bring in Professor Gerald Horne to the conversation, another historian who has covered the issue of colonialism and imperialism and slavery throughout the Americas for decades. I too had the same feeling that a lot of this is only new to people who haven't paid attention to the history of the Western Hemisphere over the last several hundred years. I'm wondering your reaction to the piece, because the Times really is delving into history much more than news. I think the most interesting aspect of it was the particular individuals in France and the institutions that directly benefited from the ransom that Haiti was forced to pay. But largely, this is history that is known by people who know any part of the history of Latin America and of the Western Hemisphere. So I'm wondering your reaction to the piece as a historian who studied this carefully.
Well, first of all, I would urge and encourage the New York Times to follow through with their point that they have uncovered new documents by putting these documents online so that other historians can take advantage of their excavations, and or secondly, placing them at the New York Times archive, which I believe has been cited at the New York Public Library. But I think that the story also is of significance and of moment for us in the United States, for we in the United States, because there has been this myth that has been created that the United States and the Haitian Revolution were twins, even though we know, as I begin my book on the Haitian Revolution, George Washington, the founding father of this country, was quite nervous about the eruption in Haiti in August 1791. And this was understandable because the Haitian Revolution, culminating in 1804, led to a general crisis of the entire slave system in the Americas that could only be resolved with its collapse. Therefore, the United States was probably second to France in being an antagonist of the Haitian people. From their point of view, this was a reaction to the fact that many of the slave revolts in the United States had Haitian fingerprints all over them. I'm speaking of Gabriel's revolt in Virginia in 1800, the revolt in Louisiana circa 1811, then Mark Vesey about a decade later in South Carolina. In fact, Vesey had sailed in and out of Haiti before that eruption in Charleston, South Carolina. And then, culminating this hostility to Haiti, there is substantial evidence to suggest that when the island that we refer to as Hispaniola was split in 1844 with the secession from Haiti of what became the Dominican Republic, that this was an early success for U.S. covert operations. So this story in the New York Times is of significance for we in the United States. Hopefully, it will cause us to re-examine the history of this country and move away from the propaganda point that somehow the United States was an abolitionist republic when actually it was the foremost slaveholders republic.
And I'm wondering also if it wouldn't have been worthwhile for the New York Times to do another piece on its own coverage of Haiti over the past 100 years or so. I'm thinking back, for instance, during the first coup against President Aristide, when there were numerous articles in the New York Times about how Aristide was considered to be mentally unstable and erratic in his behavior, all of it fed to it by intelligence sources, and even the Times' coverage perhaps of the U.S. occupation, that long occupation in the early 20th century. The Times seems to be willing to go after France and the U.S., but really doesn't look at its own role in creating the narrative of Haiti as a dysfunctional country. I'm wondering what you think about that, Gerald.
Well, you're absolutely correct. Obviously, criticism should be accompanied by self-criticism, and there is much work to be done in that sphere by the New York Times. You mentioned the occupation, 1915 to 1934. The New York Times did not necessarily stress and emphasize in their coverage the mass opposition to the U.S. occupation, particularly by Black Americans, particularly by a founder of the NAACP, speaking of W.E.B. Du Bois, who, as you know, his ancestral roots were in fact on the island, and he led a vigorous campaign against this murderous and bloodthirsty occupation that in some ways involved the reassertion of unpaid labor, the so-called corvée, as it was called euphemistically in Haiti. And the New York Times would do well to re-examine its own coverage, because hopefully that would improve today's coverage.
Well, I want to go back to 2004. Juan just referred to this. France's former ambassador to Haiti has admitted France and the United States effectively orchestrated the 2004 coup that overthrew Haitian President Jean-Bertrand Aristide, Haiti's first democratically elected president. The former French ambassador, Thierry Boucard, told the New York Times one benefit of the coup was that it ended Aristide's campaign demanding France pay reparations to Haiti. I want to turn to an interview we did with Kim Ives of Haiti Liberté. This was right after President Aristide was put on a plane and sent to the Central African Republic. This was what Kim Ives described.
This is a U.S.-French-led operation. In fact, didn't Aristide say he holds the French ambassador to Haiti as well responsible for his kidnapping and wants to bring charges?
Yes, the French were involved in all this pressure and in fact were in some ways leading the charge. This was a purely U.S.-French operation.
And of course, France, probably more than the United States, had more to lose from Aristide continuing in the presidency, since he was beginning to lay claim to reparations from France for the period of colonialism and slavery.
Well, this is precisely it. You had the restitution for $21.7 billion, which was on the table. And we saw a lot of rivalries were put aside to get Aristide out between the ruling groups in Haiti. You have the comprador bourgeoisie and the big landowners who generally are constantly squabbling throughout Haitian history for power. They put aside their differences to get together, which we see with Andy Apped representing the bourgeoisie, and Guy Philippe and Jodel Champlain, more the Macoute wing. And we saw the France and the U.S., who have also been sort of vying, put aside their differences. So you saw this unity come between rivals against Aristide, because he represented the people and because he was a representative of popular will in Haiti.
So just to be clear, this is mid-March 2004 that Kim Ives was speaking. Right after that, Democracy Now!, I flew to the Central African Republic on a small plane covering a group of African-American activists and politicians, including Randall Robinson of Trans-Africa, as well as Congressmember Maxine Waters, who went to the Central African Republic to retrieve the Aristides and then brought them back to the Western Hemisphere. As the U.S. government was saying, how dare you bring them to this hemisphere, to which Randall Robinson responded, whose hemisphere? They eventually brought them to Haiti, and the Aristides then went into exile in South Africa for years before they eventually went back to Haiti, where they are today. I'd like to get response, starting with Professor Horn and then Professor Alsanat, about the significance of these coups, whether we're talking about Aristide in the early 90s or again in 2004, the coups against them and what that meant for this country. I mean, no precedent again would demand reparations.
Well, the reparations question is obviously key. Keep in mind that what makes the United States unique is that the slave owners were expropriated. Their property and the bodies of enslaved Africans was taken without compensation. That helped to give rise to the terrorism of the Ku Klux Klan. In Haiti, as we've been discussing, the Haitians were obligated to pay back, believe it or not, the enslavers. And likewise, if you look at the British possessions, so-called Jamaica, Barbados, etc., you had London compensate the enslavers, and by some measures, that total was not paid off until just a few years ago. And so this question of reparations is quite key. And also quite key is the role of Haiti in helping to ignite this entire process of abolition, leading to capital loss, not least in the United States of America, the enslaving class and their descendants. That have a very long memory. They have not forgotten Haiti's role. That's why they continue to punish Haiti for having the temerity to rise up against slavery. And even today, they continue to punish Haiti because they see Haiti as a haven for low-wage labor. U.S. baseballs and the U.S. national pastime are largely manufactured by cheap labor in Haiti. So there is still much to sort out with regard to this entire controversy.
And Professor Alsanat, if you could also respond right through today to the U.S. diplomat Patrick Gaspard, who now runs Center for American Progress, demanding Citibank launch an investigation, and the whole issue of reparations, whether you could see it actually being real, given the devastation of Haiti.
Okay, thank you, Amy. I think I want to quickly go back to what was asked with regards to the New York Times. Let me remind our audience that it was in 2010, not just days after an earthquake had devastated the country and killed upwards of 200,000 and more people, that the New York Times provided a platform for one of its columnists, David Brooks, to say some of the most racist things that I've ever read in the New York Times about Haiti. So if we are going to also give the New York Times the credit for what is a phenomenal job about talking on this issue, they should also start by apologizing for what Mr. Brooks had said then, which, let me quote real quick, Haiti, like most of the world's poorest nations, suffers from a complex web of progress-resistant cultural influences. There is the influence of the voodoo religion, which spreads the message that life is capricious and planning futile. There are high levels of social mistrust. Responsibility is often not internalized. Child rearing practices often involve neglect in the early years and harsh retribution when kids hit 9 or 10. We're all supposed to politely respect each other's cultures, but some cultures are more progress resistant than others, and a horrible tragedy was just exacerbated by one of them. So I call on the New York Times to both acknowledge these statements of racist demagoguery on its pages from Mr. David Brooks. As anyone can judge for themselves, they can go back and look at the op-ed and its pseudo-intellectual anthropologizing of Haitians. So that's one. And with regards to Mr. Gaspar, I believe he actually served in the Obama administration. And most people should know that President Obama, being himself the first Black African-American president of the United States, actually never made an official visit to the first Black republic in the world, the very nation without which Mr. Obama would have not assumed the role of leading a society like the United States as he had. So I would like to know from Mr. Gaspar, why is that the administration never actually took the very official position that he is taking right now with regards to Haitian poverty and underdevelopment, and the explicit role that the United States, France, Canada, and Germany have played in all of that. And then lastly, I just want to respond to your question with regards to just the immensity of the debt and the destructive legacy it has had for Haiti. The tragedy of all of this is that even once this debt is paid, if it were to ever be paid, which I, like Professor Horn, I believe there are parties that are invested in never actually making, realizing that possibility. Even if that debt were to be paid, we are already talking about decades of gaps in development that were missed in the process because of where the money was going. Something like upwards to 80% of all Haitian expenditures up until the early part of the 20th century was going to financing the debt. And the fact that American firms from Wall Street in cahoots with the federal government in terms of the State Department, the Navy, and you have names like General Smedley Butler, who actually wrote about his role as a Marines in Haiti and how he secured the interests of the financial corporate groups, as well as working with the State Department to make sure that Haiti becomes a haven for capitalism, as he said. And also, we can even see FDR, President Franklin Delano Roosevelt himself had been Secretary of the Navy upon the time that Haiti was invaded and becoming a protectorate, essentially, of the United States. And he, too, had professed to actually amending the Haitian Constitution to take out a very revolutionary constitutional clause that had banned white male from owning land in Haiti. Among the first constitutional clauses that the occupation targeted was that, and therefore opened the country up to internal meddling by the international powers. But lastly, I just want to also note the fact that with regards to what you had said about the Eiffel Tower, Credit Industrial, which is now a part of Credit Agricole, one of the largest banks in the world, I think among the 10th largest banks in the world, having funded the building of the Eiffel Tower, which is now this massive monument to French industrial prowess. That it was happening at a moment in which the United States, France, Germany, and parts of Western Europe were developing rapidly from the capital that they were extracting from many of their former colonies or their current colonies. So imagine, what would the history of development in Haiti be today if at the same time that the world is undergoing industrial transformations, the likes of which we see today in the form of the Eiffel Tower? What if that money that was taken from Haiti, financing French infrastructure, was financing Haitian infrastructure instead? The fact of the matter is, there is no progress-resistant genes that somehow Haitians are born with. Perhaps someone like David Brooks was born with that, with some progress-resistant gene, as he is unable to fathom that Haitians can take care of themselves. But the truth goes to show where the receipts are in terms of why we know Haiti is in the position that it is today.
I'd like to ask Gerald Horn, the bank aspect of this reporting, which to me is, I think, the most newsworthy, in that the Times actually was able to get a hold in French archives of financial arrangements that were made between banking interests in France and Haiti, as well as it's uncovering, or more deeply uncovering, the role of First National City Bank in the early 20th century in Haiti. So I think that this is some of the best stuff in this report. But it's almost like, hey, New York Times discovers imperialism. Isn't the role of Wall Street and European banks in controlling the economies, not just of Haiti, but of Honduras, of Nicaragua, of Cuba, of many of these countries in Latin America, part of the operational mode of American imperialism?
Most definitely. And I think that the series, laudable as it has been, could also have made a contribution if it had pointed out the close connections between France and the United States. That is to say, in the 20th century, they began to talk about the Citibank and Citicorp and how it was involved in the depredations inflicted upon Haiti. But I think that if you were to go back to the Haitian Revolutionary period, you would also find similar connections. After all, we know that what became the United States was involved in a revolt against London that would not have succeeded without the assistance of France. We know that there was substantial French migration to the States, and that Frenchmen were involved in similar depredations in Louisiana and slave owning, for example. We know that when Texas seceded from Mexico in 1836, that Texas's major diplomatic ally on the international front happened to be France. And we also know that when the United States Civil War erupted, 1861 to 1865, it was France that opportunistically chose that moment to try to seize and occupy Mexico, and then extend the lease on life of slavery in Texas and throughout the South by welcoming slave owners from Texas and from Dixie into French-occupied Mexico. And it took a mass revolt by the Mexican people to overturn that particular scheme. So there is much more digging and excavation that needs to be done. And I would like to reiterate my call for the New York Times to open the kimono and to disgorge these documents they say that they have uncovered in France, so that other scholars and other researchers can examine same.
We haven't even talked about the Louisiana Purchase, but we can't in this show. However, I want to end on the crisis that Haitians confront today when they try to come into the United States. I think it was last September, the U.S. Special Envoy to Haiti resigned in protest over the Biden administration's policies. In a letter, the longtime diplomat, U.S. envoy to Haiti, Daniel Foote, wrote, "I will not be associated with the United States' inhumane, counterproductive decision to deport thousands of Haitian refugees." Foote also criticized the Biden administration for meddling in Haiti's political affairs, including its support for Ariel Henry as prime minister following the assassination of Haitian President Jovenel Moïse in July. Foote's resignation came just days after U.S. Border Patrol agents on horseback were filmed chasing, grabbing, and whipping Haitian asylum seekers who'd gathered in that makeshift camp in Del Rio, Texas. We only have a minute, Professor Alsanat, but the issue of Haitian refugees being deported by the thousands back to a devastated Haiti.
Well, real quick, I think what you've just demonstrated is that Haiti stands as a singular metaphor for understanding the racial legacy of imperial powers like the United States and France. In fact, as the war in Ukraine is happening, the sheer magnitude of the difference in the treatment of certain refugees because of their European background relative to, say, Haitians, as you just showed in terms of what's happening at the border. That's a very revealing example of what Haiti not only means to the United States, but what it means to the world at large in terms of populations from formerly colonized geographies, as well as Black, brown, and indigenous people in this country who knows something about the treatment of racism at the hands of the U.S. government. So in many ways, Haiti should be looked at as a singular metaphor for explaining so many of these various mistreatments and levels of preference for different groups. And I think the more we learn about Haiti, the more we realize how our fate, and this is not an overstatement, our fate is actually directly connected to it if we are going to better understand what world we're living in with regards to how the powers that be intend to engineer the world towards imperialism.
Our fates intertwined, going right back to the U.S. not recognizing Haiti's independence for decades, fearing that a slave uprising would inspire enslaved people in the United States to rise up. Weston Lee Alsanat, thanks so much for being with us. Haitian American professor at Fordham University, where he teaches courses on the Atlantic slave trade, the American abolition movement, and Afro-Caribbean history. And thank you, Gerald Horne, professor of history and African-American studies at the University of Houston, author of many books, including Confronting Black Jacobins, the U.S., the Haitian Revolution, and the Origins of the Dominican Republic. Well, Politico is reporting the Biden administration is preparing to ask Congress to approve a new $1.1 billion arms sale to Taiwan. The package reportedly includes 60 anti-ship missiles, 100 air-to-air missiles. This comes after 2 U.S. warships sailed through the Taiwan Strait Sunday for the first time since House Speaker Nancy Pelosi visited Taiwan earlier this month. China condemned the visit and launched major military drills near Taiwan. Meanwhile, President Biden announced $3 billion in more military aid for Ukraine last week, including money for missiles, artillery rounds, and drones to help Ukrainian forces fight Russia. We begin today's show looking at U.S. policy on Russia and China. We're joined by the economist Jeffrey Sachs, director of the Center for Sustainable Development at Columbia University. He's president of the UN Sustainable Development Solutions Network. He served as advisor to 3 UN Secretaries General. His latest article is headlined, "The West's False Narrative About Russia and China." He begins the article by writing, quote, "The world is on the edge of nuclear catastrophe in no small part because of the failure of Western political leaders to be forthright about the causes of the escalating global conflicts. The relentless Western narrative that the West is noble while Russia and China are evil is simple-minded and extraordinarily dangerous, Jeffrey Sachs writes. Jeffrey Sachs, welcome to Democracy Now! Why don't you take it from there?
Good to be with you.
What is the story that people in the West and around the world should understand about what's happening right now with these conflicts with Russia and Ukraine, and with China?
The main point, Amy, is that we are not using diplomacy. We are using weaponry. This sale now announced to Taiwan that you've been discussing this morning is just another case in point. This does not make Taiwan safer. This does not make the world safer. It certainly doesn't make the United States safer. This goes back a long way. I think it's useful to start 30 years ago. The Soviet Union ended, and some American leaders got it into their head that there was now what they called the unipolar world, that the U.S. was the sole superpower and we could run the show. The results have been disastrous. We have had now 3 decades of militarization of American foreign policy. A new database that Tufts is maintaining has just shown that there have been more than 100 military interventions by the United States since 1991. It's really unbelievable. And I have seen in my own experience over the last 30 years working extensively in Russia, in Central Europe, in China, and in other parts of the world, how the U.S. approach is a military first and often a military only approach. We arm who we want. We call for NATO enlargement no matter what other countries say may be harmful to their security interests. We brush aside anyone else's security interests, and when they complain, we ship more armaments to our allies in that region. We go to war when we want, where we want, whether it was Afghanistan or Iraq or the covert war against Assad in Syria, which is even today not properly understood by the American people, or the war in Libya. And we say, we're peace-loving. What's wrong with Russia and China? They are so warlike. They're out to undermine the world. And we end up in terrible confrontations. The war in Ukraine, just to finish the introductory view, could have been avoided and should have been avoided through diplomacy. What President Putin of Russia was saying for years was, do not expand NATO into the Black Sea, not to Ukraine, much less to Georgia, which if people look on the map, straight across to the eastern edge of the Black Sea. Russia said, this will surround us, this will jeopardize our security, let us have diplomacy. The United States rejected all diplomacy. I tried to contact the White House at the end of 2021. In fact, I did contact the White House and said, there will be war unless the U.S. enters diplomatic talks with President Putin over this
question of NATO enlargement. I was told the U.S. will never do that. That is off the table. And it was off the table. Now we have a war that's extraordinarily dangerous, and we are taking exactly the same tactics in East Asia that led to the war in Ukraine. We're organizing alliances, building up weaponry, trash-talking China, having Speaker Pelosi fly to Taiwan when the Chinese government said, please lower the temperature, lower the tensions. We say, no, we do what we want, and now send more arms. This is a recipe for yet another war. And to my mind, it's terrifying. We are at the 60th anniversary of the Cuban Missile Crisis, which I've studied all my life, and I've written a book about the aftermath. We are driving to the precipice, and we are filled with our enthusiasm as we do so, and it's just unaccountably dangerous and wrong-headed, the whole approach of U.S. foreign policy, and it's bipartisan.
Jeffrey Sachs, I wanted to ask you, one of the things that you mentioned in a recent article that was published in Consortium News was this insistence of the United States, dragging Europe along as well, in maintaining hegemony throughout the world at a time when the economic power of the West is declining. You mentioned, for instance, that the BRICS nations, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, represent more than 40% of the world's population and have a greater GDP than the G7 nations, yet their interests and their concerns are pretty much dismissed, or in the case, obviously, of Russia and China, portrayed to the American people as the aggressors, as the authoritarians, as the ones that are creating turmoil in the world. I'm wondering if you could expand on that.
Yeah, absolutely, and directing us to that is extremely important. The disproportionate power of the Western world, and especially the Anglo-Saxon world, which started with the British Empire and now the United States, is about 250 years old, so a short period in world history. It happened for a lot of very interesting reasons that the Industrial Revolution came to England first. The steam engine was invented there. That's probably the single most important invention of modern history. Britain became militarily dominant in the 19th century, like the United States was in the second half of the 20th century. Britain ran the show. Britain had the empire on which the sun never set. And the West, meaning the United States and Western Europe, now meaning the US and the European Union, the UK, Canada, Japan, in other words, the G7, the European Union, together, is a small part of the world population, perhaps now roughly 10%, a little bit more, maybe 12.5% if you add in Japan to Western Europe.
Rosona.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in New Brunswick, New Jersey.
Hi, Amy. Welcome to all of our listeners and viewers.
Welcome to Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has announced plans to seize large sections Welcome to Democracy Now!, Democracy Now!
Action. We need reparations and freedom and independence, liberation and salvation. But affirmative action was important to Dr. King. 30 years after Dr. King, affirmative action does not even remain a dream anymore. It's a nightmare now. A recalcitrant cold wind blowing through Congress, blowing through the Senate, blowing through the White House, whistling throughout the hells of North America, has now swept affirmative action almost but from the scene today. 30 years after the dream of the dreamer, Section 8 entitlements, quota systems that were supposed to level the playing field after people had been robbed their names, their language, their religion, their culture, their God, their folkways, their mores, their norms, robbed of the very power of our own being. All of that is being erased today. Such measures that were supposed to be set up to level the playing field. Now you've got devils, you've got so-called Jews, imposter Jews coming up with theories and theorems on a bell curve. Other crackers saying that we are genetically inferior. Other crackers saying that we are stuck at the bottom. Other crackers saying that we are black jelly beans stuck at the bottom of the bag or the jar. Look at it. You break both of my legs, and then you call a race. Break both of my legs, and you stand, somebody working with you, stands at the starter's line, fires the starter's pistol, and you're the only one running. You break the tape, and then you turn around and criticize me because I haven't made it to the finish line yet. I'm dragging along because you've broken both of my damn legs. How could you expect me to finish? The white man breaks our legs and then has a race and then says, well, you really are intellectually inferior to me. You robbed me of my name, my language, my religion, my culture, my God, my folkways, my mores, my norms, and then you turn around and give me a goddamn test? How could you expect me to score like you? 30 years after Dr. King, a Negro sits on the Supreme Court bench named Clarence Thomas, standing always against his people and always for the enemy who put him there, married to a big dinosaur-looking white woman. Looked like he going home to Jurassic Park every time he go home. Nigga have to get on a step ladder just to get some sugar from that big, tall white woman. And I don't know why we do that. Don't know why we do that. Go and get the biggest, ugliest white woman we can find. Clarence Thomas have to hug her on one side and the beast is so big and then run around and hug her on the other side. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., there's a rise in the Ku Klux Klan. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and the dream of the dreamer and his civil rights. 30 years after Minister Malcolm X, El-Hajj Malik, El-Shabazz, Brother Omar Wale, and his dream of human rights. 30 years thereafter, the white man still considers us 3/5 of a human being. At the Million Man March, we had well over 1 million to 1.5 million, maybe even 2 million, convened by the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. The first foolishness was talking about separating the messenger from the message, which came out by Messy Jesse. He popularized this madness about separating the messenger from the message. Close to 1.5 million, 2 million. And the cracker say he saw 400,000. Why? It's because the cracker was still counting us as 3/5 of a human being. He got mixed up on them fractions. Got them fractions mixed up. 30 years after Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., 30 years after Martin Luther King Jr., a rise in the Ku Klux Klan, a rise in the Aryan Brotherhood, a rise in the American Nazi Party, a rise in the skinheads, a rise in militia groups, a rise in right-wing paramilitary hate organizations and hate groups and night riders and day riders as existed during Reconstruction. 30 years after Martin Luther King Jr., the Supreme Court has handed down a ruling in various states across the country. 30 years after Minister Malcolm X, Brother Omar Wale, El-Hajj Malik El-Shabazz, one believing in civil rights, one believing in human rights. 30 years after both of them, Malcolm said we must vote in a solid block, that we must vote in a black solid block. 30 years after Malcolm, the Supreme Court has handed down a decision ruling it unconstitutional for you to have what they call majority, minority voting blocks. And so gerrymandering and remaneuvering, and so now they're taking small black districts, brown districts, and dumping them over into bigger white districts to bust up your black voting block, which lets you know that you can register to vote all the hell you want to, but voting will never get your behind out of this condition. You running around registering to vote. Some of you don't have to clap for me. You say, well, he's stepping on some toes now. And I know they got that camera running, and I don't want the camera to catch me applauding because I'm really with these folks and I'm with those folks. Nigga, you should be with the truth. Stand up for the truth. Stop dilly-dallying. Stop pussyfooting. Stop beating around the bush. Tiptoeing through the tulips. Speak the truth regardless of circumstance and stand up on the truth from the cradle to the grave. That's your divine responsibility and duty to our people here, generations yet unborn, and to our ancestors who have gone on. That's your duty, and that's your responsibility. And so, the voting blocks being busted up today. Unconstitutional to have a so-called majority, minority voting district. 30 years after Dr. King, the white man is killing us, it appears, like never before. You talk about slavery. You talk about the plantation. You talk about lynching. But when he kills a Yusuf Hawkins, when he kills a Philip Purnell, when he kills an Anthony Baez, when he kills a Brother Aswad, when he kills a Jerry Lee Amy and a Eula May Love, when he pulls the trigger and kills a Johnny Gamage or chokes a Johnny Gamage, or when he kills a Tyrone Lewis in St. Petersburg or Pittsburgh or wherever we are. It's 3 over here, it's 5 over there, it's 10 here, it's 20 there, it's 50 over there. He's lynching us today with a modern kind of lynching, and he's killing us today faster than he killed us on the plantation. You can't hang as many niggas from a tree and put a noose around their neck as you can pulling the trigger with an automatic and a semi-automatic weapon. But you miss 30 years after King and 30 years after Malcolm making a careful, critical, and correct analysis of what's going on. Because some of you still want to hold on. Maybe nobody in here. Maybe that's the ones who didn't come. In fact, let's establish some rules now. If I say anything that you don't like, just say, he ain't talking about me. Talking about somebody else. All right? Some of us are crazier today than we were when Malcolm was here, than we were when Martin was here. Some of you got your tikis and your sandals and your boobas and your dashikis and your red and your black and your green and your mud cloth and your kente cloth. And Christmas, you had a damn Christmas tree in your house. You got your afro, you got your dreadlocks, you got your African braids, you got all of that. You got you crowned and gowned to the ground. But you got a dead tree that the peckerwood sold you in your house with some kente ribbon on it. With a Santa Claus with red, black, and green on. You got a red, black, and green stocking over the fireplace. You have taken this madness and dressed it up and tried to give it an African flavor. Some of you today, 30 years after Malcolm, 30 years after Martin, 30 years after the call for civil rights and human rights, some of you are still quoting the white man's corrupt constitution and his Declaration of Independence and his Bill of Rights. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator by certain unalienable rights, that to these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Let's look at that. Would you hold this for me, son? This is my son, Farrakhan. Give me a strong black. This book is what color? Black. Black. Sorry, you can talk about what color is it? Black. This is just plain toilet paper, unused. Plain toilet paper. It's wet. This is big. It's heavy. And it's black. This is what? It's small, it's light, and it's white. I'm here to tell you tonight from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad that all men, all women are not created equal, but we are created equally. So teaches the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan from the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. There is nothing equal in the universe. One of your eyes is higher than the other one, or lower than the other. One is bigger than the other. One leg is shorter than the other one. Some of us walk like this. Some of us we know that one of our arms is longer than the other arm. There is nothing equal in the universe, but everything in nature has been created equal. Everything in nature has been created equally, but not equally. Let's look at it. Again, black, big, and heavy. Huh? That's right. Small, light, and white. But when I drop it into a law, look carefully now, look down, don't look up. And this ain't no magic, this ain't no abracadabra. This is not no hocus pocus, no shazam. Watch. They both hit the floor at the same time. Let's look at it another way. This is what? White. Talk back to me. Talk back to me. This is what color? White. This is what? White. All right. Let's look at it. We hold the two of them up. They're not equal, are they? One is big, one is small. One is white, one is black. Come on. Huh? One is heavy, one is light. They're not equal, but they have been created equally. And when you drop them into God's law, we did it at first with black being bigger and heavier and white being smaller and lighter. Now we do it the opposite way. And when we drop them, they both fall into a law and they both hit the floor what? Same time. At the same time. Let's look at it even further. Freedom is a law of nature. Freedom is a law of nature, and justice is deeply rooted in the universal order of things. And it is the divine intent of the Almighty, all-wise God and Creator that everything live equally under his creation. Let's look at it. The ant and the anteater, the chicken and the chicken hawk. It makes no difference what it is in nature. All have been created equally, but not equal. Everything must have food, you with me? Water, air, and the proper environmental and atmospheric condition. The ant must have food. The ant must have water. The ant must have air. The ant must have the proper atmospheric and environmental conditions to continue to live. But on the other hand, the anteater must have food. It just turns out that the ant is the food of the anteater. The anteater must have food, must have water, must have air, must have the proper environmental and atmospheric conditions. Let's look at the chicken and the chicken hawk. Both of them must have food, both must have air, both must have water and the proper atmospheric and environmental conditions. It just so happens that the chicken is the food of the chicken hawk. Nature is set up with predators and prey. And we have been the prey of the white man for the past 4,000 to 6,000 years of his sojourn here on our planet. The brown man and woman, the red man and woman, the yellow man and woman, all have been the prey of the white man. The white man is our natural enemy. No, nobody teaches that too much anymore. We've gotten sophisticated now. We talk all up in the clouds now. We talk all kinds of proper talk and talk that borderlines that we might be trying to get away, but we also look like we're trying to stay. All at the same time. We're dreaming of a brighter day in America. We got to search for tomorrow in America. I cannot change, and I will not change. And God damn it, don't ask me to change, because I'm not going to. The white man is not a devil, but the white man is the devil. And if the white man is not the devil, he's going to have to do until the real devil gets here. Civil rights and human rights, the challenge of the 21st century. Look at it. If you're going to look at Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, you got to look at them in phases. You got Old Testament Malcolm and New Testament Malcolm. You got Old Testament Martin and New Testament Martin. Old Testament Martin had a soft line. Old Testament Martin had a soft line. New Testament Martin moved toward a harder line. Criticized America, challenged America, called America, stepped out of the realm of Negro affairs, stepped out of the box into the international arena, and started comparing the war in Vietnam with what black people were facing right here in the hells of North America. On the Ho Chi Minh Trail or the Edmund Pettus Bridge, Martin started making a comparison. So that's Old Testament Martin and New Testament Martin. From a softer line to a harder line. And I don't mind being unpopular if I stand on truth. I must say that there's again an Old Testament Malcolm and a New Testament Malcolm. Old Testament Malcolm leaned toward a harder line. New Testament Malcolm moved toward a softer line. give a damn whether you applaud. Don't give a damn whether you nod your head. Don't give a damn whether you smile. I know they're not going to give you your money back, so you might as well just sit back and relax and deal with it. Let's look at it. Old Testament Malcolm said, a revolution is bloody. A revolution knows no compromise. A revolution uproots and overturns everything that gets in its path. Old Testament Malcolm said, if you knew what a revolution was, well, you wouldn't even use that word in your vocabulary. Old Testament Malcolm said, if you knew what a revolution was, well, you get back in the alley. That's Old Testament Malcolm. Old Testament Malcolm said, all white folks are the devil. He said, none of them are any good. He said, if you find one that you think is good, kill him first before he turns bad. That's Old Testament Malcolm. Because just as sure as the sun shines, the guy's going to turn bad. Who told you, buddy? He's going to turn bad. No, make no mistake about it. The guy can't help it. Gee whiz. Golly gee. If you think anything else, it's far out, buddy. It's far out. Jimininis. Old Testament Malcolm used not only spiritual and political and cultural terminology, he used revolutionary terminology as well. What does this say? Okay. All right. Everybody look and say, what does it say? Did he say leave Malcolm alone? Did it say stop criticizing Martin? You really want to know what it said? You don't want to know what it said. You don't want to know what it said, do you? How many want to know what it said? Don't lie, you want to know what it said. How many want to know? Let me see your hand. How many don't want to know what it said? Raise your lying hand. It just says, can you take a 15-minute break? At some point, take a 15-minute break. And we're going to do that, and then we'll reconvene. All right? Is that all right with everybody? He said, that ain't really say that. Everybody all right? We were talking about Old Testament Malcolm and New Testament Malcolm, Old Testament Martin, and New Testament Martin. Martin from a softer line to a hard line. Malcolm from a hard line to a softer line. Not a soft line, but a softer line. New Testament Malcolm went back to Saudi Arabia. Now, he'd already gone in 59. But whatever he saw when he went back the second time, now believe me, he saw it the first time. All right? Okay? Am I right? Yeah, I gotta drop some ebonics up off in here. I drop a little ebonics, y'all the folk to know what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? You the folk to know. He went to Mecca. This takes nothing away from him. These are lives that were not allowed to be private lives. These were lives that were lived before our eyes. You see, you can make your changes, and a lot of times people don't see your changes. Huh? You get in the shower and change. You sitting on the throne in the toilet and change. And come out a new person. Everything came out all right. one Juma prayer, you're a changed person. You go to one Juma prayer, and you come back, brother, and your wife don't even know you. You are Khalid Abdul Rahman Suleiman Kareem the Magnificent III. Abdullah. Got an Arabic accent and one Juma prayer. You come back in the door, Assalamu alaikum rahmatullahi barakatuh. And she said, all right, baby. And she, assalamu alaikum, I love you, baby. And she said, well, what's the matter, baby? No, I'm not baby anymore. I'm Khalid Rasul Kareem Rahman. You go on. She said, nigga, I know you. You Willie Bobo. You go and take 30 minutes of karate. Try to slant your damn eyes in the mirror. Want to eat chop suey and egg fouillon all the time. We just wild. Robbed so thoroughly of a knowledge of self until everybody's culture makes an impression on us. The best way to defeat the oppressor's culture and alien culture is to live your own. It's to live your own. That's the best way to defeat it. New Testament Malcolm went back to Saudi Arabia after he had been the first time. And he went in and he came, he wrote postcards back. He sent letters back saying, here I am in Mecca, and it's a sight to behold. Here I am, he said, sleeping on the same mat, eating from the same bowl, drinking from the same cup, with men whose skin is the whitest of white, whose hair is the blondest of blonde, whose eyes are the bluest of blue. This proves that it can work, that integration can work. He was interviewed. He said, I was in Mecca, he said, and I was with men whose skin would be considered white in Mecca. He said, but they had Islam. And he said Islam made them different. Islam didn't allow them to act like racists. And that's what the white man in America needs, Malcolm said. He needs Islam. Wait, let me tell you something. I've been to Mecca 8 times. Okay? I came back each time believing that the white man was more the devil after I got back than before I went over there. There are Muslims who don't want you to talk about this. We got to deal with the truth. Astaghfirullah, astaghfirullah. There is no division in Islam. There is no invidious class distinction in Islam. I'll be damned. I was in Mecca at the Miqdar, or the airport. The biggest delegation to come to Mecca is represented by the blue, black, purple, black Nigerians and Senegalese from West Africa. West Africa sends the biggest delegation. Some of our brothers and sisters so beautiful, so black, looked like they were spit ink. It's black, spit black ink. I saw some of them, their greatest dream, even though they might be 70 or 80, some in their 90s, is to just make it to the holy city of Mecca one time in their life before they pass on. Some of them want to die in Mecca. That's their dream their whole life through. I saw elder sisters looking like they were 80 years, 90 years old in the airport. I saw racist white Arabs with their gutra and their thobe and all of that they wear. I saw them running through the airport and grab elder Nigerian sisters and Senegalese sisters and grab them and snatch them and just throw them across the airport. And I'd run to their white behinds and grab them and throw them against the damn wall. And couldn't speak Arabic, but I was telling them, that's my great-grandmother that you just, whether I ever met her before, that's my great-grandmother that I left in Africa generations down the line. I saw ghettos in Mecca. Tell me nothing about Mecca. I saw them come out with bread in their robes, in their thobes, and black people be there stuck or stranded there because they just wanted to be somewhere close to what they call the sacred precinct. And I see them arrogantly walk out and throw bread up in the sky and let it hit the ground, and our people eat off the ground. In an oil-rich Saudi Arabia, pumping billions of barrels and billions of dollars. Saudi Arabia, Saudi Arabia, Saudi from a root etymologically, it's a similar root to Aswad, which means black, Arabia. If you're confused on that, read Chancellor Williams. Dr. Chancellor Williams said that all of that area changed from black to brown to white. From black to brown to white. That they drove us from the centers of power and they set up in Saudi Arabia, as they call it today. They set up in what is called Israel today. They set up in Syria. They set up in Jordan. They set up in Morocco and Algeria, if I didn't say it. They set up in Egypt. They set up in Libya. They set up in all of those areas and drove us from the centers of power. And those areas changed from black to brown to white. You don't want to talk about that. You say, well, what about slavery? Let's talk about slavery in Islam. I haven't seen the slavery, but I'll tell you what I did see. I was in Medina at Masjid al-Nabi, the Prophet's Mosque in Medina. I saw these men with their eyes back in their head. Their temples were recessed into their head, gaunt looking. Looking East African or looking Ethiopian or Somalian or Eritrean, which is all the same. All the same. Until the white man started his game over there. They were rough on the women in the mosque. They were just grabbing women and throwing them all over the place. I didn't mind as long as they were throwing the white women. I wasn't like Malcolm. I didn't say nothing about that. But they put their hand on a sister, I grabbed her hand and checked them. So I asked, who are these men? People say, you don't know who that is? It's a whole group of them. I said, no, who are they? They said, those. They said, those are the eunuchs. My brain locked. I said, what, are they unique? What do they mean? I guess they are unique. They said, the eunuchs, you know what a eunuch is? I said, yeah. They say, yeah, you know, their reproductive, their regenerative organ, their sex organ was cut off by the white Arabs. I got furious. I said, what? They said they bring them over from Africa. And they cut their regenerative and reproductive organs off so that they can watch over their harems and watch over their many women, and they not have to worry about the African brother impregnating one of their women. I had nightmares, dreams about these brothers. For nights, they were very antisocial. They didn't want to deal with anyone. They stayed among themselves. They had this kind of resentment, as I said, for women and for anything outside of their immediate circle. I saw that to the degree that I could see it with my own eyes. Because some of you, you asked them crazy questions. I didn't see that far. No, somebody will say, did you really see? That's a fool. And I know we got a question and answer period coming up, so I'm trying to discourage the fools before we even get started. So if you're thinking about asking me that, don't ask me no damn silly question. And anyway, there was nothing to see. They had been castrated. Castrated. Now that's going on today. So when there are rumors about slavery, because you're a Muslim, you might want to hide and say, well, I don't think so, and that's wrong. And it might be wrong, and it might be coming through the wrong channels. But the enemy having another plan for putting it out there, exacerbating tensions and exaggerating stories. But I have reason to believe that it could be true, but I have no proof, and I must be honest, except proof of the eunuchs is proof enough for me. I was in the Sudan, and I was sitting with Brother Sadiq al-Mahdi, with the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan. We were at Sadiq al-Mahdi's home, and out of the clear black or blue, I asked one of my questions. The minister looked at me. I said, Brother Sadiq, do our people here in the Sudan consider themselves Muslim? Or, no, I didn't say that. Do they consider themselves Arab or African? He never hesitated. He said Arabs. But he's in the Sudan. He said, we are Arabs. Anyone who speaks the Arabic language is an Arab. I said, brother, that sounds, the minister looked at me. But he didn't stop me, though. He let me go on. I said, that sounds like Arab imperialism to me. You mean you're an African and you deny your Africanism? To say that you're an Arab, I could have understood a little bit. If he would have said, we are Muslim, then he would have been dealing with something in a religious or a spiritual realm. But he said, we are Arab. And I hear many arrogant Arabs say, oh, assalamu alaikum, alhamdulillah. We are so happy that you have accepted our religion, Islam. Say it's not your religion. All that I'm covering now deals with Malcolm's dream of human rights. You can't get human rights legislated from The Hague in Netherlands. You can't get human rights legislated from any white European body on the face of the planet Earth. You can't take your case to a world court. Malcolm, we love you for all that you have done, but 30 years later, we must make a careful, critical, and correct analysis. You can't take your case before the United Nations. Rockefeller paid for a greater portion of the very ground that the United Nations is sitting on. All of the African nations and Asian nations can vote together in a solid block. And one cracker, one stinking cracker can walk to the podium, may not even walk to the podium, hit a button or hit a lever at the desk and veto. One cracker can veto all of the votes put together. Am I lying? How many know what I'm talking about? Let me see your hand. If you don't know what I'm talking about, just keep your damn hand down. Some of you won't raise your hand. You don't have to raise your hand. Hell, you know some of the ones that didn't raise their hand know I'm telling the truth. But you want to keep the lie out there. Because some don't want to give this white man up. Human rights. You are the human. You are the human. He is not a human. You are the human. You naturally have the moral and spiritual and ethical nature. I'll do that in part 2 after the break. I'll lay this out and I'll cover it after the break. I've been, and we'll get back to Malcolm in a minute. I've been to Muslim countries. I've been to Christian countries. I've been to capitalist countries. I've been to socialist countries. I've been to communist countries. I've been to so-called Jew countries. And no matter what the social, political, economic, academics system is, wherever the black-white dynamic existed, I found the white on top and the black on the bottom. If it was based on race, I saw the white race on top, black race on the bottom. If it was based on class, I saw the white folks in the upper class and black people in the lower class. I'll go into it a little deeper when we get back. We'll go back into Islam. Islam cannot change the white man. Stop telling that lie. Nothing can change the white man. The white man is coded that way. You want to believe with this human rights and civil rights talk, you want to believe that there are good white folks and bad white folks. There's just two kinds of white folks, bad white folks and worse white folks. That's all it is. I know some of you with all of your African adornment got a white girlfriend, got a white boyfriend. You ain't got to raise your hand. We can look at you and see Susie in your eyes. You don't get off so easy, sister. We can see Bob, we see Bill, we see Larry in your eyes. Merv, and Doug, and Bud. Some of you got these crackers walking around with dreadlocks. That's one of the most dreadful scenes that you could ever see. There's a cracker with these phony, funny-looking dreadlocks. Brothers and sisters, humanism. If we look at it, you're the human being. You're the human being. You gave morality to the world. You gave ethics to the world. You gave spirituality, the notion even if they haven't accepted it, or nature won't allow them to receive it. You gave the notion of spirituality to the world. You gave religion to the world. You did. Before you, there were none. After you, there'll be no more. If you find a thing doing the same thing in every time zone, on every landmass, throughout the annals of time, you find it doing the same thing, then that should let you know that it cannot change. It's coded that way. It can't change. The white man can't change. The Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad said separation is the best and only solution. Look at him. I'm quoting him perfectly now. Come right on up, brother and sister, that seat's right here. He says separation is the best and only solution. Let's stop right there. If he said it was just the best solution, then you could say, well, there are some other solutions. Huh? But he said it's the best and only solution to the problem, the race problem that exists between black and white. Separation is the only solution. You praise the white man, some of us, not me. You praise him for his Declaration of Independence. You praise him for separating from the British Empire. The Declaration of Independence was an act of separation. 13 little scrawny colonies separated from the British Empire. Is that right? Paul Revere, huh? George Washington, Thomas Jefferson, John Adams. These faggots with pedal pushers and ruffles on their shirts and wigs on their head. Then the Minutemen. I'm not gonna get into that. That's between them and their wives. I ain't got nothing to do with that. I don't know why their wives call them the Minutemen. This is such a serious subject, brothers and sisters. We have to lighten it up with a little humor every now and then. You give me the signal, brother, when would you like to have that break? Would you like to have it right now? How many would like to take the break now? How long should the break be? 15 to 20 minutes, and during that 15 to 20 minutes, what's the procedure? How do we? All right, brothers and sisters, let us now take our break, and we'll be back in a minute.
I was really impressed with what you said.
Hold on a second. Hold the positions, babies. Right over here. I'll let you know. What's your name? Danielle, what's your name, baby? Come on, what's your? Melissa. Get them both these things. That strong black man. Why don't you just have a seat right there, baby? There are 2 seats right there. All right? Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to say that I was really impressed with what you said about Martin Luther King, that he had talked about integrating ourselves, you know, black Catholics, black Protestants. Really a very strong point, and I always think about what Jesus said about loving your enemy. He wasn't talking to the Jews or the Hebrews loving the Romans. He was talking about the Hebrews loving each other. And in that love, they would really overcome the enemy, which was the Romans. And when Jesus really knew how to talk against the Pharisees, I think your point was really very well taken, that if we stop loving the enemy, who's the white man, and start loving ourselves, West Indians and African Americans, West Indian, you know, from the Spanish Caribbean, all of that, we just cover the diaspora, we'll be really cool, and I really appreciate it. Sandy Figueroa from Hostos Community.
Sandy Figueroa. Let me get brother, and then I'll come here. Yes, sir. I saw your hand second.
Yeah, I enjoyed this speech. It was beautiful. What I wanted to ask you about, I seen that Geraldo fast in Washington. They all walked out on you.
Around home.
Yeah, and I would like your comments on that, because it wasn't completely built like that when it wasn't going his way.
Yeah. We're talking about when we were on the Harold Hope show. I call him Harold Hope because he's just prostituting himself. He's a disgrace to the Puerto Rican brothers and sisters. Absolute disgrace. And I say this, and I must say it, language does not determine family. Some of us speak Spanish, some of us speak French, some of us speak English, Portuguese. You sure he's right. Yeah, I know she is. The point here is that some of us have been bitten by a French dog, some by an English dog, some by a Spanish dog. It makes no difference. We've all been bitten by the same dog. It just speaks different languages. So when we walk the streets of New York or wherever we are, we can't be divided by language. Language cannot and should not divide us. This was just a main point that I wanted to make. Sister covered her point quite well. There was no need to add to that. But the last part of your point, brother, was...
He cut it. When he cut the show.
When he cut it. That's your main point.
Because it wasn't going his way.
I understand. It was supposed to go 2 hours. But we were told that it would go 2 hours. It was based on the Jews here in New York. We were in D.C. It was based on the Jews who controlled the show. They were watching it, of course. And they would determine whether it would go 2 hours or 1 hour. My presence was so disruptive. Just being there. Why he said it. The little sissy from Harvard, Alvin Poussaint. Now, brothers and sisters, we all knew a month before the show who was going to be on the show. He knew I was going to be on the show. I knew he was going to be on the show. We knew Chris Darden would be there. We knew that the warrior lawyer, attorney Malik Shabazz would be on it. We knew, what's her name, Barbara Shipp. She doesn't want to be called Barbara, she just wants to be called Shipp. I'm not going to get into that. Like some bullshit. I didn't say that other word. And the Negro from BET was having this smile. He sleeps at Geraldo's home. You know, he visits him and stays over and everything. You know that anyway. You can't trust a nigga named Smiley. A nigga named Smiley, you can't trust him. Look. So before I even spoke, as you well saw, was staged. Before it started, Poussin started whining backstage before we came out. He uses my spiritual father against me, as many people do, many places I go now. He used my spiritual father against me. He started telling Geraldo and all of them, look, I don't know, man, you know, even Farrakhan got rid of this guy. We can't be on here with him. You know, he's subject to say anything. You know, we can't, you know, if Farrakhan got rid of him, you know, that's what he was trying to say. He was trying to say that you know what we think of Farrakhan. This is a man that even Farrakhan had to give it up and distance himself from. He was saying, now how we going to go on with this show? So Geraldo, when we got ready to go on, he called me in the room, just the two of us. We sat in there and sipped little juice and little tea and crumpets and whatever. Chris Darden was sitting there with his knees knocking, scared to death. I thought he was going to be the one. I had me a box of tissue. I had me a box of Kleenex. When I jumped on him, I was going to give him some Kleenex to dry his tears. I was going to call him the white man's nigger before the world. And I was going to say that he was just like a good, well-trained nigger from the plantation. That when the slave master had a nigger that had run away that he wanted to lynch, and the nigger got away before he could lynch him, he would send this nigger, this fast nigger that he had trained, to run the nigger down and bring the nigger back. You'll notice that when they lost that case, Chris Darden just broke down and he just cried. Marsha Clark took it like a man. Down and just boom. And I was going to say before the world that he was crying because he was begging the white man. He was telling the white man, don't get rid of me, please. And I know you wanted to lynch this nigga. I tried to catch the nigga. Because I hate the joking. This nigga used to hurt me and running through them airports. I tried, dog. I'm sorry I let you down. We got some more niggas. I'll catch them. I was a good prosecutor. Good prosecutor. And I was going to be a petition. Then I had People magazine showing Marsha Clark with a new boyfriend. Plays in a rock band. White boy. She had turned him away from her place. She had been letting him come in. He showed her one and she wouldn't let him in. He cried again. Johnny Cochran said in an interview that Chris met him in the hallway and told him, look, leave my woman alone. So I was going to just dog him, being the white man's nigga. But he sat there just as calm and he didn't get into nothing. But old Poussin, who's supposed to be one of America's great scholars, supposed to be a heavy Negro scholar, supposed to be a psychiatrist Negro, supposed to be skilled in the mind. That lets you know these Negroes ain't nothing. And if you don't have a knowledge of self when you come out of these white folks' institutions, you ain't got it. Get a BS degree, that's all it is bull S. BS. You get an MS degree, more of the same. You get a PhD degree, pile high and deep. So this Negro puts on a show. And he uses my spiritual father before the world. He said, this man, we all know that Minister Farrakhan, even Minister Farrakhan had to get rid of him. We know that he has said all of these things. I can't sit here on this show with him, and you can boo me if you want to, but I'm going to get up and leave right now. And this Tom gets up, and I stand up behind him and say, see ya. See ya. Maybe they'll accept you back, your white folks and your Jews will accept you back at Harvard when you get back. But this was so when he goes among them, they'll all pat him on the head, pat him on the butt, tell him what a good nigga he is. I'm so glad you did that Khalid Muhammad like that. So then Geraldo, they tried to box me in. We had Tavis Smiley on one side, and they had planned it. Ship on the other side. And the three of them were supposed to deal with Malik. And if I came with a crossfire from Malik to me, they felt they could handle it and contain anything. So then when we raised the point, I raised the point that shook the whole thing. Is when I said that the reason he was, that as Malik had laid the stage and the charges for him already, against him already, and said he had gone absolutely OJ crazy. I point out the reason he had gone OJ crazy is because the station and the network is owned and controlled by Jews, and that they had put him out there to do that. That the jury is not a sequestered jury. The jury goes home every night, and so he retries OJ and the day's proceedings on TV every night, so that whatever they dealt with in courtroom during the daytime, he could erase it hopefully at night. They put him there on the point to do that. And I said, if you have a tarnished relationship with the Goldman family, and your mama is a Jew. And he just went, well, you're going to get personal with me. And he has a big tattoo of the so-called Star of David or the Mogen Daoud on his hand, right here. He said, I'm proud of my Star of David. So this is exposing him and pulling the cover off of him that his mom is a Jew. And then I went on to say, and you have a behind closed doors relationship. He's sleeping with Denise Brown, who is the sister of Nicole Brown. He went buck wild. It's too personal. Then we had it set up. Our comrade in the struggle, Brother Hiram Ashanti. Our comrade in the struggle, Brother Hiram Ashanti, who was representing Brother Kabir Hadass from West Philly. We set it up before. He came to the mic, he told them that he was going to ask something else. That he was going to say, well, look, we didn't agree with OJ being here in this community and in this church and that Khalid Muhammad. And they said, oh, come on. And he brought him up to the mic. And he got up to the mic and Brother Hiram Ashanti laid it all out. He said, with the skinheads and the Ku Klux Klan and the militia and the Freeman and the ADL, and he said, you're going to put all of them together in the same category? And he fights him down, Hiram Ashanti. He says, I want to ask Dr. Khalid Muhammad, should black men take up arms? Should black men have guns now? Bishop, you don't want that kind of question asked here in the church, do you? We're going to go to a break. So you're not going to let me answer the question here? No, that question can't be. We're not going to allow that question to be answered here. I mean, it was a blessing. Some people say, well, I wish it could have gone the second hour. It was a victory. When you go on that kind of program, you're supposed to blow it up. It was disruptive. And still we got a message across. And so that's why I didn't go the second hour, and that's why it just flopped. It just ended. And then he tried to run it for a couple of weeks after that. He did excerpts from it. Lifting sound bites from each of us.
And he let everybody know he gave $7 grand.
He gave $7 grand. Well, the preacher kept begging. Wasn't he begging? Geraldo, you promised us. You said, Geraldo, that you were going to give us some money. He said, well, I gave you some money. Word. I gave you some money. He said, but now we got to tell you what we really need. That's the reason I let you in. You said, Geraldo, I got the tape upstairs. Geraldo said, oh, this is not going. Every time the bishop opened his mouth, he was begging. It's embarrassing. Like the old Negro preacher on the plantation, you want a whole buttered biscuit and a piece of fat back at the back. And he would have been happy. Any other questions? I saw Sister Viola Plummer, distinguished revolutionary.
Brother Colin, we are indeed indebted to you, not for a speech, brothers and sisters, but for a program of action. So my question isn't to Dr. Collins, because he's doing his work. My question is, what are we going to do?
Okay. Everybody need a mic? That wasn't rhetorical. That wasn't rhetorical. That was a revolutionary, pointed question. Anybody want to answer that? What she is saying simply, as brothers and sisters, that these kinds of forums are valuable to us. They are most important for the dissemination of information and to destroy the disinformation campaign of our enemy. That they are most important. But we leave out top-headed. And we start practicing, I'm teaching my son this term, hagiography. We become hagiographers. That's those who call on the name of the greats and the saints. Every time something comes up, we say, Malcolm said it. Dr. Ben said it. Dr. Clark said it. Dr. Jeffries said it. We just got Nkrumah said, calling on the name of the greats. But what Sister Viola is talking about is a program, a practical program of revolutionary action. Some of you have heard so many scholars. Some of you got walls of tapes, walls of books. You can quote just about anything, anytime, anywhere, to anybody. But 30 years after Malcolm, 30 years after Martin, what are we going to do? I'll tell you the way Malcolm told you. I'll repeat those words and paraphrase them 30 years. You can stay right in the church. Just accept revolutionary nationalism as your primary goal and objective. You can stay right in the mosque. But let's unite under the banner and program of revolutionary nationalism. You can stay right in your fraternity. You can stay right in your sorority. You can stay right in your civil rights organization. We need you in all of those organizations so that you can be agents for revolutionary change inside of those organizations where you are already loved and respected. We must build an African united front, a black united front that transcends ideology and boundaries, that where we have common goals and common objectives, and we're putting into place a spiritual, cultural, political, revolutionary apparatus that can move our people toward freedom and independence. That's what she's asking. She's saying, you seem like you enjoyed it. It looked like a revolutionary revival in it. Yes, it did. So she said, now that you're excited, happy, feeling good, some of you mad, you were provoked to anger. You ain't been that mad in a long time, and I intended to make you mad. She said, now how do we translate this into action? You know December 12th movement, the December 12th movement's movement and work in the community, the New York 8. You know the revolutionary commitment and the years of relentless, no let-up commitment. So anybody who really wants to do something after we do this, I ain't talking about no foolishness, going out and attacking the white man's tanks with bricks, throwing hot bean pies at the SWAT squad. Throwing a videotape or a revolutionary book at the white man. I'm not talking about nothing silly. But with the conscious among us, the conscious community, we are criminals The conscious community is involved in criminal activity. It's a criminal enterprise. How? Because you have the knowledge, you have the wisdom, you have the understanding, you have the consciousness. We have. What do we do? We have these forums. We talk about how the white man is shooting us down, how he's killing us, how he's murdering us, how our political prisoners are locked up. America's foreign policy program to Africa, which ain't gonna never change. I can give a damn who's in the White House or the outhouse. Doesn't make any difference. What are we gonna do? Don't you want to find some way that we can unite beyond our organizations? Find some kind of organization of organizations. There must be someone in here is so moved. This is like church. You know, when the preacher start now, after he's preached, the preacher asks you now, who will come? Who does not have a church home? In other words, I'm saying, who in here is conscious and knows you're not doing the damn thing? Some of you just like to be happy. You know, you just like to talk stuff. You know, you can quote all the stuff and you like to run it down. You be at the job, gaslit everybody on the job, pack of woods, and everybody be listening. You at school, you got everybody, even the professor. The professor's scared of you when you walk into class. You come in with George, Jim, Jane, Diop, everybody. The professor damn near hide. That's revolutionary too. But can't we come together? Can't we all get it on? Can't we all just get it on? I'm begging. Can't we all just get it on? That's what she's asking. Do we have a mailing list here? Did we make a mailing list? Did we get everybody's name, address, and phone number that's here? No. Let's circulate a couple of legal pads and tablets in the audience. Will be kept here at D&J, and I think Sister Viola should take a copy of that with her. I'll be working with December 12th and New York 8 from this point on. I believe that we all have to put down these artificial barriers. Diatribe. You don't have to be diatribe and be born a nation. All this tribalism. I'm from this tribe. I'm from that tribe. My tribe wear this. My tribe wears that. I roll with everybody. I'm with the brothers with the bow ties and the semis. To me, that's real. I go all over the country. Everywhere there's a revolutionary, radical movement, I will go to meet co-chairman of the new Black Panther Party this country. I said, are you going to be with the Black Panther Party? And you? What's the contradiction? There's no contradiction. Let's reinforce each other. Minister Farrakhan said to you at the Million Man March, join an organization. Minister Farrakhan is the leader of the Nation of Islam. He's also a lifetime member of the NAACP. Yes, he is. He's a member of NAILS, or NALS, the National African American Leadership Summit with Ben Chavis and Jesse and all of them. That's all right. That's all right. I want to join a national revolutionary movement where all the radicals, the militants, and revolutionaries come together. And we'll give this white man hell from one end of the country to the other end of the country, with Minister Farrakhan organizing the civil rights leaders and the pastors. And ain't nothing funny about that, because these are people we ain't been able to get together. That's right. We ain't been able to catch them. We ain't recognized all the radicals, all the revolutionaries, the freedom fighters, nationalists, Pan-Africanists, those who want to build a black power movement. Ain't no contradiction in that. That means we got the white man going and coming. Huh? Hassling him and harassing him in all of his forms. So let's circulate this list. One to be left with D&J, Brother Mark, and brothers and sisters here at D&J, and one with Sister Viola, if you don't mind, because it was she who put us on this path here tonight, at least, with that profound question. Is there anyone here who has you've already given, but you want to give a more substantial donation? Is there anyone here who would like to give 10 or 20? Sister Viola Plummer, that's babies, where the babies? Where they go? He said, that man talks so much. Sister Viola. Just step right around. Any other donations? Is there anybody who will give 10? Has one? Get brother's name. Brother Craig, you know how to do it. Get his name and call it off quickly, sir. Brother Darrell, $20. Brother Darrell, $20. Give us a strong hand, brothers and sisters. Sister Viola Plummer, give us a strong hand. Are there any other donations? Let's read it quickly and take our last question. Are there any other donations? Brother Monroe. Brother Monroe. Brother Monroe, $5. Give him a strong hand. Come on, brothers and sisters. You close. You can at least encourage y'all to do this. Come on, give him a black hand. Even if you close. Any good checks?
Good check.
Let's make sure that this list continues to circulate. Are there any other donations? Is there anyone else who will give 5? Even if you've given already, give 5, give 10. 5, 10. All right. I'll come back to you. Think about it again. Are there any other questions? Is that it on the questions? One more question. Is this our last question? That's our last question. In light of what's going on in New York City, with police brutality. Okay, I was listening to Al Sharpton this morning on News 1, and I really haven't been one to cope, okay, because I know it's a bunch of garbage. But for this time right now, okay, I know that we really have to get the police up off us because they're definitely brutalizing themselves. I see it every day. Okay, right now I'm a union rep on my job. Okay, and I come to a lot of people on a daily basis, going to work, from work, and all I see is arrogance. You name it, they do it. Even from looking at the sisters walking down the street in tight stuff, not licking their lips, blowing kisses, you know what I'm saying? And it's very degrading. Now, even though I don't vote, what Brother Al Sharpton was saying today made a lot of sense to me. And for right now, would you consider him to be back, or should we look into backing him for the mayor run? Because I really don't try not to get into politics unless I feel it's worthwhile for blacks or if it's going to benefit my family and my loved ones. So would you tell me if you personally would back Sharpton if he's going to bring change, and from what he was saying today, it made a lot of sense. Well, first of all, I don't vote, and I never have. special circumstances that would cause me to vote. And under those special circumstances, then perhaps it would be possible. So far, I haven't seen those special circumstances. And right now, as I said, I'm an ex-convict, proud to say it. Something on my resume that I'm proud to have there. That's a school that I wouldn't have volunteered to enroll in. But since it's on my resume, I'm happy that it's there. And happy about what I did while I was there. So I can't vote now. But there are those of you who can vote. I would have to say that any strong candidate that is running against Giuliani, that I would have to give some kind of support to that candidate. I am not one who would speak against Reverend Sharpton running for mayor, against Rudolph, is that his name? Adolf Giuliani. So, my brother, I would have to say that, do you know any other candidates that are running? Anybody else? If there are any revolutionary nationalist candidates running, then I would have to swing my support behind the revolutionary nationalist candidate. But if there are no revolutionary nationalist candidates running, and Giuliani certainly is not a viable option for us to have to contemplate, I would have to say that if Reverend Sharpton is the candidate that from among us that is running, and we have no revolutionary nationalists who has gained the reputation that we would swing our vote and support behind, that those of you who vote, that it's a decision that you should make. I don't think you have much of a choice, meaning you don't have a real decision to make. It's not a real decision that you have to make. I mean, but there's some Negroes who go vote for Giuliani. Some Negroes who go vote for Giuliani. Straight up. So I think it's ridiculous to vote for Giuliani under any circumstances if you are a voter. And if Reverend Sharpton is the candidate running against him and a black man from among us, then I don't think you should have to make any real decision. I wouldn't go get it at all. Yes, sir. I'll come here.
There's a fund to elect the next black mayor of the city of New York that has a slate of candidates. They're not candidates, they're draftees. And the process is still open to anybody who wants to be nominated, or anybody who wants to nominate someone. The key people who are running it are the brother Andy Gill and Ira Williams. The process is that you pay for someone that you want to nominate. It's a $500 cost. There will be a convention in which there's for $99, anyone who has $99 to put up an organization has $99 to put up whatever it is, can have a seat on the delegates. The candidates so far that have been drafted, someone has put forward $500 to nominate. Sister Adelaide Sanford, Reverend Dennis Dillon, Felipe Luciano, Marta Vega, there's a list, and my name was submitted also on the list. I'm not a politician, haven't ever run for anything, but I was the first candidate drafted. In fact, I was gotten there under a ruse. I was asked to come there to give an award to someone and found out that I was drafted. I don't expect obviously to run for mayor, but if somebody has those kinds of aspirations, they could get into that process, and they could also help to promote the convention. The convention will be happening around February the 21st. In the absence of any other process whereby the people as a whole, or our people as a whole, can put forth a slate of candidates, to me the fund to elect the next black mayor is a viable option. Also, Reverend Sharpton is one of the draftees, and he has agreed to participate in that process. At this point, it looks to me, just as an observer, that he's probably going to win. But if someone wanted a different kind of candidate, that process is open.
Let's hear
As a revolutionary, how do you feel about a system, if it's already been put in place, to be able to rechannel our funds back into our pockets?
It would depend on that. You know of a system like that that's already been put in place?
Yes, I do.
What is that system?
Black Heritage Products?
I would have to say that any program, especially after having been talking strongly as I have been by the Honorable Most Honorable Elijah Muhammad and the Honorable Justice Louis Clark, that any program that is a program that is of us and a program that will benefit us, I would have to be found back in that program and encouraging others to do the same.
So is there a way I could perhaps get the information to you, or?
Certainly. At the close of this meeting, we'll exchange. Sister Raoul.
I wanted to speak to the brother.
Yes, ma'am.
The brother raised the question of these police in the street and the killings and the rest of it. And with all due respect to everybody's political position, that the electoral system, the mayor, governor, all of those people will never affect any change for black people. We went through this process in the 60s with King Gibson. Okay? And all I want to tell brothers is that if the police got a program called Zero Tolerance. Yes. The only way that we're going to put the police in check is to make the tolerance go from 0 to 100. And see, and people are going to run it. She's talking, and throwing rocks at tanks, and that's crazy. But what I am saying is that if you want to put the police in check, and there's you, this brother, that brother, that brother, and that brother that say they want to put him in check, and y'all see the police being out of control, it's your duty to step to it. Because that is the only way we're going to put the police in check. There's not a mayor, I don't care how black, how revolutionary, how much money he's going to raise, is going to put the police in check. Because the police don't work for him. Okay? So that, and see, that's what I'm talking, because I lived in Queens all my life. These out here, you know what I'm saying? Don't nothing go down out here. Crackers kill black people at will. Not only police, crackers in general kill black people. I don't know what happened to the black men in this community, Colin. I don't know what happened to them. They got their dashikis and their dreads and they this and that. And police run rampant out here.
That's right.
I said, what are we going to do? Nothing. And you know why? Because they're going to sit. She said this, the other one said that. This is that. My program is the other. And when the police get ready, they're going to shoot them down. And until we decide that when we see the police out of control, we step to them. They ain't gonna stop. And if you think you scared to die, then be clear. The only way you're gonna leave here is you're gonna die. And you can't prescribe when that's gonna be. So don't chase no mayors. Niggas, if you wanna get rid of the police, you gotta step to them.
That's right. Back that point up and underscore that point. When you elected Dinkins, you believed that Dinkins was going to be a goddamn miracle man. When you elected that Coke nigga in Washington, D.C., Marion Scary, you believed it was going to make a difference. When you elected Uncle Tom Bradley, in Los Angeles, when you elect these Negroes, you think that it's going to change our condition. It does not change. I'm looking at the expression on one or two faces in here. And you say, well, you know, that's kind of extreme, you know, step to the police, you know, can we just vote? Step to the police, can we just have another forum? Maybe can we read some poetry? Something, step to them. Look, go and buy you a ski mask. Just the eyes, the nose, and the mouth out. This ain't coming from me. This is what I'm hearing everywhere I go, different places across the country. After Johnny Gambage, I just came out of Pittsburgh. I was down in St. Petersburg. After Tyrone Lewis. And they were saying to me, I'm quoting them, they were saying, go tell me. I went and bought me one. The next time I showed up, the second time in St. Petersburg, not St. Petersburg, in Oakland and down and over in Pittsburgh, they asked me where was my mask. So my son got one and I got one. Why did they tell me to get a mask? Well, I guess I'm beginning to understand it now. For you agents who are here, I'm learning like you. And, look, they said to me, get you a ski mask. Go and get you a ski mask. So I said, well, ski mask? They say so that when you step to the police, you got your mask, you pull it out of your pocket, you put it on, you thrash some ass, you put on your mask, and then thrash some ass. And then you disappear. The only way they say it, I'm listening to them now, like I'm just reporting it to you like Walter Cronkite. They say the only way we're going to defeat this devil is guerrilla warfare. They say we got to make a noise in the east and strike him in the west. Avoid strength and strike weakness. They say that when the enemy is off guard, this is what they're telling me in all these places. I'm talking to the gang members, the gang bangers, I'm talking to different revolutionaries all over the country while I'm not in New York. And they say, carry your ski mask. You got one cracker, two crackers beating the hell out of a brother, misusing a brother or sister. 3 or 4 brothers, they said in these towns, they say they're getting tired of that. They say they're going to start donning their ski mask and stomping the hell out of these crackers. And if necessary, some of them said even kill them. I said, ooh. That's what they told me. So any of you agents, you can take me to court, I'll tell the white folks in the court. It didn't come from me. That's what I heard. My lawyer is here. Brother Roger is back there. Look, they're saying, brothers and sisters, and I'm beginning to understand that more and more. It's not going to change. You just voting and hoping. You know, it's not going to change. Somebody in this political position or that political position or another political position, they'll get some little minimal thing done and they'll do a little something here, a little something there. That's all right. But what brothers, he stood up on a strong point. And his point has to be answered that way. If you just want to vote, brother, that's up to you. As I said to the rest of you, you have to make that decision. But if you want to stop the white men from doing this, we got to organize. We have to organize. Some of the toughest brothers you can imagine are in these cities. Tough as they can be. Hell on each other. Beat the hell out of each other. Kill each other in a New York second. We're scared to death of the white man. You see, some of the Negroes don't want to fight the white man. You think we can't fight him? You know, let's just take this, you know, and hope he don't kill us. He's too powerful. He's too strong. That's a coward. And then they say, get your ski mask, everybody, so that you can cover that face. And even if you go to court, you got a good chance of walking. Got a good chance of walking.
Howard, I submit that if everybody in here went and bought a ski mask, that would scare practice.
So what best candidate. I'm looking for a slate of scheme. I'm not joking. I'm sir. Does the Black Heritage sell ski man? No, I'm sure they're gonna start selling. I'm tired of this. Aren't you tired of this? Can't you see we just go around and around and around in the same vicious cycle? I'll vote for this. I'll vote for that. I hope this some white man will. I talked to a Muslim. It hurt me to my heart. From the Nation of Islam. He told me how he had voted for, he voted for Clinton. But he told me how he had voted for the governors. Who were the two? Pataki and who was the other candidate? Cuomo. That he voted for Cuomo because he hated Pataki. I said, it's tacky to vote for either one of them. I said, why would you vote for either one of the crackers? Just don't vote. You ain't gonna end up no worse off and you ain't gonna end up no better off. Unless you do some other things that we haven't tried yet. So I'm just sharing with you the things that I've heard around the country. Now, according to what I've heard, we need to raise another $120. Can we raise that $120 from everybody in here? I'm sure we can. Is it everybody give $3, $4, $5, or 2 or 3? Take it out. Let's go and pick it up. Let's raise the 120 and let's finish. If you got 20, put that in there. If you got 10, put that in there. Let's finish it up. I asked what was needed and they told me what was needed. Let's put some 10s and 20s and 5s. Hurry, quickly with the baskets. People get tired. To some of the others here, my son reminded me, and it's true. You know, some of you feel that that Reverend Sharpton has done things in the community, come to the aid of the community. Many of you believe, on many occasions. Some of you believe that Reverend Sharpton has done some things in the community that are detrimental to the community. That's why the decision must be made by you. I've shared with some of you that from a revolutionary standpoint, a revolutionary has to operate sometimes behind enemy lines, but you can't lose your mind while you're operating behind enemy lines. And we must have allies in various camps. And some of you saw the piece that came out in the Village Voice with me supporting Reverend Sharpton. Well, no one ever came to me and asked me if I supported Reverend Sharpton. I wasn't interviewed by anyone or anything. It is true and not ashamed to say before this audience that Reverend Sharpton has supported me on certain issues behind the scenes, some publicly. And in truth and reality, I would have to say that to you. And there are others who have done so. But from that camp, it's rare, for whatever reason, that one would offer any support to me. In some of those camps, I'm the litmus test. It's true, in some of them. So I had to say that, so that the word goes out correctly and with balance from me. But I'm for the solution that I'm hearing all across the country more than anything else. Did we collect what you needed, Brother Moore? Okay. Yes, sir. We got to get out of here. Yes, sir. You had a question, sir? All right. Yes, sir.
Just so continue and touch on everything that was saying today. And I'd like to touch on something you said earlier about a comment. Sisters right here, brothers in here, everybody talking about lots, there's lots of that. Your comment was, not me. All right, I'm the brother that helps fight other brothers, like help lift up other people. People have watched sisters walking down the street with their lives hopping them out there, still straight. Why? Their brain dead. We got school these sisters. There's school these brothers. Why are they walking down these types of ways? Why are they wearing pants halfway down to their knees? They're dead in the mind. When you educate the mind, The Baha'i follow, actually. And then, as you said, unified religion. Religion is a way of practice. But when we everybody call, we say God. We shall unite that way and to continue to go that way.
Thank you, sir. Let's get it, brother. Strong black hand. I can't leave you out, my brother. Yes, sir.
My question is, I want you to assist me in understanding Imam Walsh being a Muhammad. Given the environment that he's come out of, he's come out of, I understand the positive factors to how he becomes so patriotic. That's my first question. The second question is, have you had any dealing with Honorable Elijah's other son, the scholar Akbar Muhammad?
Okay. First of all, I have never met Akbar Muhammad. You know, there are two Akbar Muhammads. There's Minister Akbar Muhammad, who is the international ambassador of the Nation of Islam under the Honorable Minister Louis Farrakhan, based in Ghana. This is not the Akbar Muhammad that brother is referring to. What's your name, brother? I know you well. Brother Yusuf, absolutely. He's referring to the youngest son by Sister Clara Muhammad of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, Akbar Muhammad. Studied at Al-Azhar in Cairo and some other places. I have never met him and never had any direct contact with Brother Akbar Muhammad, son of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Your question about how Wallace D. Muhammad could become so patriotic, really it was a choice to some degree that he made. Beyond that, when he was born, October 30th, 1933, when he was born, Master Farad Muhammad, at that time, was getting ready to leave his student, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Two men were born in 1933 who have made tremendous impact. Wallace D. Muhammad was born October 30th, 1933, and Minister Louis Farrakhan was born May 11th, 1933. They were both born in the year that Master Farad Muhammad was leaving his student and his choice, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. When Sister Clara Muhammad was carrying Wallace D. Muhammad, Master Farad Muhammad wrote his name on the back of the door. And I have tapes of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad national radio broadcast, and in Message to the Black Man, page 306, 307, and 308. If you have a Message to the Black Man here anywhere, I'll read it to you. Where the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says on national radio broadcast, and he touches on it in the Message to the Black Man, 306, 307, and 308, that he knew of Wallace Muhammad from early in his life, or before he was even born, really. He knew what he would do against him. Do you have Message to the Black Man here? He says on this tape that Wallace Muhammad even had plotted and planned his own son to kill him, he said. That he had lifted up not only his mouth, but was preparing with guns, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says on this tape, to kill him. He gave us the history of different divine ones in the scripture and their sons and their wives, and how their sons and wives had turned against them. He takes us to the Holy Quran as well, to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran. Thank you, sir. Remind me to come back to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran. Question. You listening? Page 306. Answer to the critics. My mission is to give life. Earlier, when we spoke of defections, those who break away from you, You mentioned something about the fact that Jesus has similar defections. Would you answer? The Honorable Elijah Muhammad. Yes, such defections are nothing. The public should not think it strange, this time in which we live. We have the actual Spirit of God moving among the people. Question. Well now, in time, sir, your grandson, Sharif, or your son, Wallace, or Malcolm, ever expressed the desire to return to follow you again, would you accept them? Answer. There is nothing unforgivable. The Holy Quran teaches you. The only thing that is unforgivable is this, that you will not accept Allah as God and not accept his messenger as his messenger. These two things are one. We say the belief in Allah is the belief in his messenger of the prophet of Allah, as the prophet of Allah. The belief in the messenger or the prophet of Allah is a belief in Allah. If you disbelieve in one, you disbelieve in both. You cannot believe in one and disbelieve in the other. This is the knowledge the world has not realized, and this is what God wants the world to know. I'm getting ready to drop the bomb in a minute. When God chooses his representative for the people, he speaks to the people through that representative. And if the people will accept that representative, we call them prophets, apostles, or messengers, then they are accepting Allah. But if they reject him and still say they believe in Allah, they are considered enemies of Allah and disbelievers, because that is Allah in that representative, and you cannot accept one without accepting the other. You have got to accept both. You cannot get the blessings of Allah if you reject his messenger. Now these boys that you are referring to, they do not worry me. I do not give my time arguing with them or talking about why they believe or disbelieve. I do not even argue with them because I knew these things in the beginning. I knew they would act like this, some of them. I was told about this 34 years ago. Now, the book came out approximately in the mid-60s. 34 years ago is the time that Wallace Muhammad at that time was born. But they did not know these things, and I am not excited as the public would be, or as the public would like to see. In some cases, if the son disbelieves in his father must be wrong. But that is not so when it comes to a messenger of God. If we say that it is true, then it stands true in the common life of the family. There are some children who never sincerely accept their fathers as they should. There are some fathers who never accept their children as they should. So this is the nature of the human family of the earth, and when it comes to spiritual teachings, it is also the same. Not all of the family of a messenger are such as Noah and Lot. They do not always have true believers, but that did not detract one atom from his messengership. You do not take advantage of that unless you get into war or trouble with God. You do not say, I do not believe in him because his wife or his son does not believe in him. Why should I follow him? You would be getting yourself in trouble because that is given. I do not care anything about those who fall away from me after I have pointed out the truth to them, and despite this, they get wrong and go away from that truth. I'm almost finished. I am not responsible for this. For whatever they say against me, it is against themselves. What they preach and tell the people in order to get the people to disbelieve in me is much like Absalom and his father David. Absalom stole the affection of the people because he thought he looked better and younger than David. He thought therefore the people would follow him and that he could steal the people over to himself and get rid of his father as king and be the king himself. But he was not to be the king. The man that was to be the king had yet to be known. That was Solomon. These facts are all put there to deepen our knowledge, and time repeats these things over and over again. And so this is what we face today, and I'm not surprised. The public is surprised, some of them, at the deviation of Malcolm or my son Wallace. I am not surprised, but they cannot yet say I am not the messenger of Allah. They cannot take that away from me. Page 306, 307, 308. He talks about Absalom, the son of David. And how Absalom, very quickly, how Absalom tried to steal the affection of his father and his father's followers. He turns to the 11th chapter of the Holy Quran, and how Noah's son turned against him, and how ultimately God said to Noah, he is not your son. He is the very embodiment of evil and unrighteous conduct. If you ask me about that son one more time, I will drown you along with the disbelievers. And so Wallace Muhammad had left his father at least 3 times and went out against his father. He always, more or less, kind of leaned toward the American way. When he spoke in Atlanta, Georgia, in his Atlanta address, he said this. He said, if America is attacked by a Muslim nation or an African nation, he said he would be on the side of America. He said, I am not going to jump up out of my nation against some foreign nation. And I'm not lying on him at all. He went on to say, even if my nation is wrong, I will fight within my nation to correct my nation, but I am not going to jump up out of my nation to fight against my nation.
Today, in our discussion of minority groups, we have with us 2 guests. One is Minister Malcolm X. CHOPPAZ, one of the top leaders of the Nation of Islam, or the so-called Black Muslims. And we also have Mr. Herman Blake, one of the teaching assistants in the course. We will discuss today some of the goals and some of the strategies of the Nation of Islam. And I wonder if Mr. Blake might start it off by asking Mr. CHOPPAZ a question.
Minister Malcolm, the thing that I thought might be good for starting it off is to talk about one of the most pervasive beliefs in the general society about the Nation of Islam, and that is that it is an organization dedicated to the use of violent means to attain its goals. The question I have is, how true is this, and why do you think it persists in society?
Well, the Muslims who have accepted the religion of Islam and follow the religious guidance of the Honorable Elijah Muhammad have never bombed any churches, have never murdered any little girls, as was done in Birmingham, have never lynched anybody, have never at any time been guilty of initiating any aggressive acts of violence during the entire 33 years or more that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has been teaching us. The charge of violence against us actually stems from the guilt complex that exists in the conscious and subconscious minds of most white people in this country. They know that they've been violent in their brutality against Negroes, and they feel that someday the Negro is going to wake up and try and do unto them as they have done unto the whites, as the whites have done unto us. We aren't a violent group. We are taught by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad to obey the law, to respect everyone who respects us. We're taught to display courtesy, to be polite, but we're also taught that at any time anyone in any way inflicts or seeks to inflict violence upon us, we are within our religious rights to retaliate in self-defense to the maximum degree of our ability. We never initiate any violence upon anyone. But if anyone attacks us, we reserve the right to defend ourselves. So to accuse us of being violent is like accusing a man who is being lynched, who is being hung on a tree, simply because he struggles vigorously against his lyncher. The victim is accused of violence, but the lyncher is never accused of violence. And I only point this out because the various racist groups that are set up in this country by whites and who have actually practiced violence against blacks for 400 years are never associated or identified or made synonymous with the term violence. But whites speak of Muslims almost synonymously with violence. Whenever Muslims are mentioned by them, violence is brought up, but it's not connected with any other group. This is a sort of a propaganda tactic, or what I would call psychological warfare, to in some way make the image of the Muslims in this country be a violent image rather than a religious image.
I'd like to ask a question in that regard. What's interesting is that members of the Nation of Islam have not used violence even when black Americans were attacked. How do you account for this? Does this in any way contradict some of the basic premises of your movement?
I don't know how you mean.
Well, you maintain, for example, that you will not, or that you should not use violence unless you are attacked by the white man. And I think we can note in the last several years, certainly, dozens and dozens and dozens of instances in which Negroes have been attacked, killed in some instances.
You mean in these demonstrations?
These demonstrations and the bombings, for example, recently in Birmingham where they killed 4 little Negro girls. And what interests me is the fact is that the Nation of Islam has not done anything to retaliate.
I think you should be happy.
The important thing is, does your lack of action contradict any of your basic principles?
I'll explain it. You should be happy. That Muslims who follow the Honorable Elijah Muhammad, number one, don't believe in any form of integration, and believe that every mention of the word integration by whites, whether it be from the mouth of Kennedy on down to the mouth of the lowest, raggediest white liberal in the street who is beatnik-like involving himself in these integration efforts, if we believed in it, we would integrate, and we would fight anybody who got in our way or made any effort whatsoever to stop us from integrating. If we really believe that the law of the land, the Supreme Court, and other so-called judicial bodies were for real when they talked about integration, we would integrate. And knowing that the law was on our side. Any effort we made to demonstrate toward integration, why, we would know the law should be on our side. If it's the law of the land. If it is the law of the land, then the demonstrators are within the law. and the discriminators are against the law. But to show you the hypocrisy of the law, when Negroes demonstrate for integration, instead of arresting the discriminators, the law arrests the demonstrators. So this is a foolish move on the part of Negroes. And when you foolishly get yourself involved with an enemy, then whatever comes upon you, that's your business. As Muslims, we believe that separation is the best way and the only sensible way, not integration. But on the other hand, when we see our people being brutalized by white bigots, white racists, we think that they are foolish to allow themselves to be beaten and brutalized and do nothing whatsoever to protect themselves. They are foolish. They should have the right to defend themselves against any attack made against them by anyone. If a dog is biting a black man, the black man should kill the dog. Whether the dog is a police dog, a hound dog, or any kind of dog. If a dog is sick on a black man, when that black man is doing nothing but trying to take advantage of what the government says is supposed to be his, then that black man should kill that dog. Or any two-legged dog who sicks the dog on it.
Should other black men help that particular person who was attacked?
I think you'll find, sir, that there will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
Minister Malcolm, let me, on the basis of your two remarks, ask a double-pronged question. One, is it then your assertion that the laws with respect to how Negroes are supposed to have equal opportunity and equal rights in this country are not meaningful or believed by whites? And secondly, what is your opinion and attitude toward the civil rights movement in general, and particularly the Reverend Martin Luther King and his philosophy of nonviolent direct action?
If the white people really passed meaningful laws, it would not be necessary to pass any more laws. There are already enough laws on the law books to protect an American citizen. You only need additional laws when you're dealing with someone who is not regarded as an American citizen. But whites are so hypocritical. They don't want to admit that this black man is not a citizen. So they classify him as a second-class citizen to get around making him a real citizen. If he he was a real citizen, you'd need no more laws. You'd need no civil rights legislation. Civil rights, when you have civil rights, you have citizenship. It's automatic. White people don't need laws to protect their citizenship because they're citizens. But they don't want to tell us we're not citizens. And at the same time, they don't want to pass laws that are meaningful enough to protect us as if we were citizens. And the Supreme Court desegregation decision is the best example I know. That's a law from the Supreme Court. 10 years have gone by. No desegregated schools. It hasn't been implemented beyond, I think, 9% in 10 years. So this just shows you the hypocrisy of the American white man. They talk out of both sides of their mouth. And for this reason, we who are Muslims, that is, who believe in the religion of Islam, who believe in God, we don't believe that black people will ever get any laws, get any problem with laws being passed or new persons being put in office, white liberals being put in office. There is nothing that the white man will ever do to bring about true, sincere citizenship or civil rights recognition for black people in this country. Nothing will they ever do. They will always talk it, but they won't practice it. And with the Supreme Court, if the NAACP can tell me that they want a desegregation decision for me 10 years ago, but yet the schools haven't been desegregated, as I say, this is a victory with no victory. It's a victory that you can talk about, but it's a victory you can't show me. So if you represent the NAACP and you're telling me about this great victory you won for me, when I look at you, I have to conclude that either you have been duped yourself or else you are trying to dupe me. And in most instances where the civil rights struggle is involved, there's no civil rights leader can point to me one concrete gain, practical gain, that black people have made in the civil rights field in this country, not only during the past 10 years, but during the past 100 years.
Now, the other part was with respect to Mr. King and the nonviolent direct action.
Well, I will let Jimmy Baldwin and John Killens and Lou Lomax, the writers, answer that. Speaking right after this church was bombed, in Birmingham, Christian church was bombed in Birmingham by Christians too, mind you. And these 4 little girls were murdered. John Killens and James Baldwin and Lomax and the Negro writers and actors had a meeting at the town hall in New York. And Killens pointed out concerning these murders of these little girls, said the killings had raised doubts about the intelligence of the nonviolence in the civil rights struggle. He went on to declare that he could no longer be asked to love those who persecuted and killed Negroes. He also, and the writer, Mr. Handler, who's describing this, said that Killens, it was not clear concerning Killens' remarks to his audience that he was breaking with the it was clear, rather, to his audience that he was breaking with the doctrine of the Reverend Martin Luther King's philosophy that as Christians, Negroes should love their fellow man in a truly religious sense. Now, James Baldwin, speaking on that same platform, said, and I was present during this entire affair, asserted that the American people shared a collective guilt for the persecution of Negroes, much as Germans did because of their silence during the Nazi persecution. He denounced President Kennedy for what he termed Kennedy's lack of passion in the civil rights struggle. Mr. Baldwin said that there could no longer be a Republican Party for the Negro people as long as it listed a Barry Goldwater, nor a Democratic Party for the Negro people with a Senator Eastland on its roster. He asserted that the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, that unless the federal government acted swiftly and energetically, future slaughter would make Birmingham look like a dress rehearsal. What do I think about King's attitude? King's right-hand man, Wyatt Walker, at King's convention, according to the New York Times on September the 26th, said, quote, we have been duped, meaning these persons involved in the civil rights struggle, of which King is the symbolic leader. His right-hand man says, and I quote, we have been duped, or have duped ourselves, into believing that the chains have been broken, when in truth we have only been chained more securely. Half freedom has in many instances been worse than no freedom at all. Why, don't ask me what I think about their struggle. I can tell you what they think about their struggle. And they are pointing out that it is becoming more difficult every day for the civil rights leaders to keep the masses of black people nonviolent and long-suffering and patient, and keep them from becoming disenchanted. I hope that answers your question.
Well, now there's a new party which is started on the East Coast called the Freedom Now Party, an all-black organization. Would you comment upon this and also upon the possibility that the Nation of Islam might begin to turn some of its attention to the political arena in view of the fact that it is in the political arena that Negroes have not been able to in any way get justice, as has been pointed out in your previous statement?
I'm not familiar with the Freedom Now Party. I'm not too familiar with politics, period, only that in the sense that white politicians have usually been very hypocritical where the so-called Negroes are concerned. So I'm a bit disenchanted with politicians and politics. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad is a religious man, and his teaching is religious, and his solutions are religious. The Freedom Now Party, from what I understand, is headed by a lawyer named Conrad Lynn. I know him. He probably means well. Before passing an opinion on what it is he's trying to do, I would like to analyze it and see who's subsidizing him, see who his friends are, especially who his white friends are. And after a careful analysis, if I could conclude that there was no white support, I would be inclined to have confidence in it. But if I saw him leaning too heavily upon his white liberal friends for support, then I'd be suspicious of that too. The Muslims, in my opinion, represent an all-black party. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad pointed out at before 10,000 in Philadelphia on September the 29th, at a rally that we were having, that in 1964, the black people should band together and do something about selecting and electing representatives, black representatives, politically, who have the rights and the best interests of the black people at heart, and that we should also unite together and sweep out of office all of the black political puppets who are used by the white power structure to continue white supremacy in our communities.
In that regard, would you include Congressman Dawson, for example, from Chicago, and some of the people who represent him on the Chicago City Council?
In what regard?
In the area of acting as a puppet.
I don't know what Mr. Muhammad's opinion is of Congressman Dawson. They both live right there in the city of Chicago together. I don't know what his opinion is of Congressman Dawson. I'm suspicious of any Negro, be he politician, be he clergyman, or civic leader who is constantly patted on the back by whites. I have a tendency to lead toward the Negro politician who is constantly condemned by the white power structure. This is my thought pattern. I'm giving you an insight of it.
You, though, mentioned Mr. Lynn and saying you'd like to know who his white friends are. Now, I'm wondering if you didn't make a contradictory statement in Muslim terms by using white and friend in the same phrase. That is
I
to
use
say,
friend in quotes.
I see. In other words, if a black man cannot have a white man as a friend.
He may have a white man who's friendly, but being friendly and being a friend, I think, are two different things. I think there are many whites who act friendly toward Negroes. A fox acts friendly toward the lamb. And usually the fox is the one who ends up with the lamb chop on his plate. The wolf doesn't act friendly. And therefore the wolf has more difficulty in getting the lamb chopped in his plate.
I'd like to point out, though, that
I say that because it is usually if you study the structure of the Negro community, economically, politically, civically, psychologically, and otherwise, it's controlled by the white liberal, who usually poses as the friend of the Negro, who actually differs from the white conservative in the same way that the fox differs from the wolf. Their appetite is the same. Their motives are the same. It's only their mannerisms and methods that differ.
I would agree that no doubt there have been a large number of whites who have posed as liberals and as friends of the Negro and who have time and again betrayed the Negro. On the other hand, I think one could point to a large number of whites who have struggled for civil rights, for equality, and have got little or nothing out of it, other than quite a few bruises.
Give me an example.
Well, the large number of white students who have gone into the South, for example, working for SNCC and other organizations.
Not working for SNCC or other organizations, but working for the white political machines who benefit by the voting efforts of Negroes.
Okay, I'll be more specific. I would cite Herbert Hill, for example, as a kind of person who has championed Negro job rights, for example, in New York City and elsewhere. He has fought the political machine.
First time I met Herbert Hill personally was when they were picketing to stop the working on the Harlem Hospital in Harlem. Negroes for 10 years had to fight the city to get an annex built on the Harlem Hospital. Because in Harlem, we need a hospital more so than anything else. Our people are sick. Plus, we do a lot of cutting and shooting of each other, though we profess to be nonviolent. And Herbert Hill brought his forces out and stopped the working on that site. This is the first time I ever saw him. Then, when work was brought to a halt on a hospital in Harlem, the same Negroes tried to stop the work at the Downstate Medical Center in Brooklyn, which is predominantly white. They were out there for 3 months during the summer. Couldn't stop anything. And I never saw Herbert Hill out there one time. Now, whenever it takes a stoppage of something that's going to affect the white man, you find the white liberal absent. But when it involves something that primarily will affect the best interests of black people and black people only, then that white liberal is present. Herbert Hill is the labor secretary for the NAACP. And if he was interested in black people, he would prepare a black man with the type of knowledge and understanding of the labor troubles involving black people that would enable a black man to sit in the same position as Secretary of Labor or Labor Secretary in the NAACP. I'm suspicious of whites who join Negroes and always have to be in the lead, who always have to be the head, who always have to be at the top in Negro organizations. Those whites who really have the interest of blacks at heart, let them give some advice to some Negroes and stand on the sideline. But don't join the organization and then get at the head of it and pose as a friend of Negroes.
Well, I would defend his sincerity and his commitment. And more than that, I would say that just because a person is a Negro or a black American does not mean that he's going to struggle for Negro rights or for jobs for Negroes or anything else. I think that today you could point to a large number of Negro leaders who have consistently betrayed Negroes in a whole host of areas.
They aren't really Negro leaders. These are puppets that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. These are parrots that have been put in front of the Negro community by white liberals. You can't name me a Negro leader who has been betrayed Negroes, who has not been endorsed, sanctioned, subsidized, and supported by the white liberals.
Minister Malcolm, I'd like to, well, I could cite one example would be Congressman Dawson, for example, in Chicago. In Chicago, a large number of liberals located in the Hyde Park district have consistently fought Dawson and his betrayals of the Negro, and they've also fought some of the people who represent Dawson on the Chicago City Council.
The only Negro I know who is constantly fought, only Negro politician that I know who is constantly fought by white liberals is Adam Clayton Powell. And they call him a racist because he speaks so bluntly on the race issue. But I'm not, as I said, not too familiar with Dawson and his work.
Let me return to the Nation of Islam per se, Minister, by raising a question which struck me as a result of reading some of Baldwin's work, namely The Fire Next Time. Baldwin pointed out that in Harlem for many years he had passed the street corners and the soapboxes and heard people speaking from these platforms who were known as black nationalists, and nobody was listening. And he said all of a sudden he realized that people were beginning to listen to the Muslim speakers on the street corners in Harlem. The message essentially was the same, but it was that now many people were listening to what this message was. And you pointed out that the Nation of Islam has been in the picture for about 33 years. What is it, in your judgment, that has caused this tremendous amount of support that the Nation of Islam has garnered in the Negro community in, say, the last 10 years?
When you put a seed in the soil, it remains beneath the soil until the season changes. And when the season changes, that the seasonal change automatically brings about rather atmospheric conditions, bring about a seasonal change that makes that seed come up or crop grow in its appointed time. And all over this world today, God himself has brought about political changes, a political atmosphere, sociological, social atmosphere, economic atmosphere. These economic conditions, these political conditions and social conditions combine to bring about a situation that is making black people in America more receptive, their mind more fertile to the seed of truth that the Honorable Elijah Muhammad has been planting for 30-some years. And this is springing up today and causing our people to see and understand now what they couldn't see and understand before.
What is the nature of this situation which is making black people more receptive?
Well, you take in the past, say, 15 years, how the nations have emerged, dark nations have emerged in Africa. Prior to 10 years ago, most Negroes identified Africa with a savage, jungle-like place. And whenever you mentioned the word African, in their mind's eye, they could see the image of someone running around with a spear, with no language, who'd say Ugga Bugga Boo or Bwana or something, and who'd be in a jungle running from lions or chasing lions. But then when, after the war, when the United Nations was set up in New York City, black people begin to look at men like Tom Mboya. They begin to look at men like Nkrumah. They begin to see men like Lumumba. They begin to see men like Nasser. They begin to see these Belawa and Azikwe, who could exchange intellectually with whites on an international level in a political forum and hold their own. This made the black people in this country realize that what the Honorable Elijah Muhammad had been teaching all the time actually had substance. And they began to turn it over in their mind and see that what he was saying had more weight to it than what these other Negroes were saying. And they began to identify themselves with the black world and the black struggle more closely than they identified themselves with this so-called white world.
Let me ask you a question with respect to a statement which Essien Udom quotes as being on a bulletin board in the University of Islam in Chicago by the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. According to Essien, Mr. Muhammad states, "Up, you mighty race, you can accomplish what you willed. Build your future on these foundations: freedom, justice, and equality." What is the definition of freedom, justice, and equality for the black man, and where and when is it to be attained?
Well, take equality first. The Honorable Elijah Muhammad doesn't teach us to associate equality with whites. Equality has nothing to do with whites. We don't want to be equal with the white man. He's not the criteria or yardstick by which equality is measured. He's not in a position to tell us we are equal. It's not his right. It's not his to do. Equality, we want equality. We had equality before the white man was created. We had equality before the white man came into existence. And we want equality whether the white man is on this earth or not. Equality means the opportunity to develop all of our dormant potential, all of our dormant capability. And in developing this dormant capability, the right and the ability to stand on this earth on some land of our own and bring about a civilization and a society in which we will be completely independent, complete freedom to take care of the needs, to take care of the wants and the likes and the dislikes of our people, to establish our own nation, our own society, our own heaven, our own future. This is what we mean by freedom, by equality. And justice means as you sow, so shall you reap. If you do wrong, you'll get wrong in return. And if you do right, you'll get right in return. When you're in your own nation, in your own land, you're in a position to get justice. But when you're in another man's country, in another man's land, under another man's flag, and under another man's government, and under another man's court system, you have to look to that other man for justice, and you'll never get it. And Negroes in this country probably are authorities on that.
Yeah. To what extent does this formulation approach that expounded by Zionists? They, for example, many Zionists maintain they could never expect justice in the Tsarist courts and the courts found in other countries in Eastern Europe and so on. And they decided that it would be wise to establish a separate state in Israel.
And all of the world powers got together, the white world powers, I should say, got together and helped all of these white Jews to establish a separate state in the heart of dark-skinned people's territory. And if white people can get together and let other whites, help other whites to establish an independent nation right in the midst of dark-skinned people, and then we don't see where white people should be so much against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad's solution, not of setting up an independent dark nation in white people's property, but he's asking the opportunity to set up an independent nation on our own continent. Let us leave America and go back home among our own people on our own land and set up our own independent society. But all he says is that this government, which made us slaves, should supply the transportation for us to get back home and give us all of the machinery and the tools necessary for us till the soil, and establish our own agricultural system to feed and clothe our people, our own economy, and in some way become an independent people among our own people on our own continent. This is intelligent. And Zionists should never criticize us.
You say then that the United States is not the black man's country.
Definitely
American laws are not black men's laws.
No. So,
American laws are not the black man's laws.
Well, the laws here in America were made by white people for the benefit of white people. The Constitution was written by whites for the benefit of whites. It was never written for the benefit of blacks. And when you read the Constitution, I think in Article 1, Article 1, Section 2, or Section 1, Article 1, some one of the two, and it's in the Constitution, it says that it classifies black people as 3/5 of a man. 3/5 of a man, subhuman, less than a human being. It relegates us to the level of cattle, hogs, chickens, cows, a commodity that could be bought and sold at the will of the master. No, it was written by whites for the benefit of whites and to the detriment of blacks. And when a black man stands up talking about his constitutional rights, he's out of his mind.
Now, Minister Malcolm, in our textbook, which the students have read, supposedly, there is a statement, which is a quotation from Essien and essentially that from Lincoln, to the effect that the Nation of Islam does not have a great deal of support in the Negro community in this country by and large. And a recent national poll of American Negroes found that leaders and rank and file, according to their statistics, supported the Reverend Martin Luther King somewhere over 90%, whereas the support and favorable rating that they gave Minister Muhammad was less than 20%, and somewhere around 45% of them gave an unfavorable rating to Mr. Muhammad. What would your response be in terms of Baldwin's statement that this is a growing thing and the kinds of evidence that we have that there isn't much to it?
Well, that statement I made just made concerning the Constitution is Article 1, Section 2 in the Constitution, where it classifies us as chattel. Baldwin did point out that Mr. Muhammad has the only grassroots support and is the only one whose whole following operates or functions on a mass vehicle. And I think Baldwin told Dr. Kenneth Clark that Martin Luther King is at the end of his rope. Now, concerning the poll taken by Newsweek magazine, I think you said that this was the leaders who said that, who went with King and against Mr. Muhammad, around 90%. I just told you a little while ago, these leaders that they call leaders, this included Lena Horne, this included Dick Gregory, and this included comedians, comics, trumpet players, baseball players. Show me in the white community where a comedian is a white leader. Show me in the white community where a singer is a white leader, or a dancer or a trumpet player is a white leader. These aren't leaders. These are puppets and clowns that have been set up over the white community and over the black community by the white community and have been made celebrities and usually say exactly what they know that the white man wants to hear. And it is an honor, actually, that they endorsed Dr. Martin Luther King and were against the Honorable Elijah Muhammad. That's actually an honor. Now, when you say that they also, in the same Newsweek poll magazine, they, I think the pollster said that he went into the Negro community and asked about the Muslims. And many Negroes whom he asked said, well, I never heard of the Muslims. Who are they? You know,
this is the rank and file we're talking about.
Now, when they got down to the rank and file, this was the answers that they got. This is equivalent to the situation in Kenya during the Mau Mau uprising, when many frightened whites in Kenya, Africa, would go among the Africans and ask them, what about the Mau Mau? And the African would say, I never heard of him. And the same white man who would ask the African this question and very naively believe what the African said, when he went to bed that night, he would lose his head. And usually the one who took his head was the same African who told him that afternoon he had never heard of the Mau Mau.
Except in the Newsweek poll, they used Negro interviewers.
You'll find that oftentimes Negroes are as much on guard around Negro interviewers who usually represent the bourgeois element of Negroes as they are on guard around whites. Usually Negroes know that when this bourgeois Negro walks through the door, he is not doing something that he's initiated himself, but he's involved in something in which the white man is the absolute author of and has sent him to the Negro community for some information. And when they give that Negro some information, usually they give him the information that they want him to take back to the white man, because that's who he's going to take it back to.
4 more minutes.
Our time is just about up, Minister Malcolm, and perhaps you could summarize and conclude by giving us, in your opinion, or in the opinion of Mr. Elijah Muhammad, what would be the ideal solution to the racial problem in the United States today?
Well, on Thursday, October the 3rd, the New York Tribune, in an editorial, pointed out in Boston, in an article called The Civil Rights Iceberg, they pointed out how Kennedy had realized that beneath the water, the civil rights whole problem was political suicide. Because in his own hometown, the head of the Board of Education, a woman named Mrs. Hicks, was running against the NAACP philosophy, and she swept aside all other opposition. The whole white community supported her in opposition to the NAACP's desire for integrated schools, integrated housing, and otherwise. So I say that to say this, that even the Jewish community, which is supposed to be pro-liberal, went against the NAACP. Whites are against integration in practice, but they're for it in principle. So the only solution is separation. And the Honorable Elijah Muhammad says that this can be brought about simply by letting our people be exposed to the truth about ourselves, about the white man, about our history and our condition in this country. And once we are exposed to the complete truth about things as they actually exist in this country, the masses of black people will choose complete separation from this entire system, political system, economic system, social system, and whatever other aspect or description or adjective you want to attach to it. Let us go back home to our own people, live among our own kind, and solve our own problems ourselves. And if the white man doesn't want us to go back to our own people and live in our own country, then since we can't get along together in peace on this country with white people, let us separate part of this continent, migrate to that separate territory, let the government give us everything we need to establish our own independent economic system and society, and thereby we'll be able to solve our own problems ourselves and prove that we are human beings and a part of the human family and can do for ourselves what other humans have done for themselves. And then we'll be able to stop blaming the white man for what he has done and stop begging the white man to solve our problems. We'll be able to solve our problems ourselves.
Thank you very much. That's it. University of Alabama in Birmingham. My name is Lee Naves, and it's my privilege this evening to serve as moderator for the program. We have two very special guests. One is Dr. Yosef Ben Yakanan, who is an African anthropologist, an educator, an author, and a scholar. He's on my right, and on my left is Dr. George Simmons. Dr. Simmons is also a professor. He was born in the St. Croix, Virgin Islands, USA. And we will discuss a number of topics this evening. These gentlemen are here to talk about African origins. As you know, in America, Black History Month is celebrated every February.
Without further ado, let's get right into it, because I know they have some interesting viewpoints that will stimulate your thinking, even if you disagree with them or agree. I'm going to call you Dr. Ben, if that's okay, because that's what people usually call you.
Yes.
One of the more controversial positions that you take is that black Africans landed in America 2,000 years before Columbus.
I would not specify the day, but probably exceeding 2,000 years. The fact is that Columbus never came to the United States of America or North and South America. He came as close as San Salvador. There's a rumor that says that Columbus came to America. He did not come to America. He came to an island of America. Vespucci came to America, not Columbus. He came to the Caribbeans. But it is commonly stated, just as much as they state, that Columbus discovered America while the Indians sat down watching him doing it. Now, but the knowledge of Africans in the Americas quite knowledgeable to scholars. The fact that it's suppressed doesn't have any validity at all.
Let me bounce a couple of things off of you. One thing, this article that I'm going to be referring to our home audience and to our studio audience, this article came out in the September 1981 issue of Science Digest, and it's entitled Black Kings in Ancient America. You and some other black scholars believe that these people, African people, came to this continent before Columbus.
We don't believe, we know.
How do you know? What evidence?
The evidence is there. For example, when you go to Central America, the Yucatan Peninsula, and at Ecuador and places like that, they have caches of Carthaginian money found 200 feet down in the ground, meaning that they were pluvial disruptions, and those money was buried. So it indicates a period of time at least. From that, when you look at the strategy, you could tell the period of time in which they've been here. And when you're talking about Carthage, you're talking about at least 212 BC, when Carthage was finally destroyed by the Romans. Again, the Queen Makeda, which you call the Queen of Sheba, there are maps which Rome, the church in Rome, the so-called Holy Father, has suppressed these maps from the time of Justinian, showing South America and what is today called Central America. The maps there, and Victoria, Makeda goes back to at least 892 BC.
Before Christ. Let me point out another thing, just from the same article. I don't know if we can see this on television, but here is tell me what this is. And why do you see this as proof of the presence of Africans in America before?
That is the head of an Olmec. And the Olmecs were said to be the first of the indigenous Americans. And if an Olmec walked in here, then you would believe that he had come from the middle of Africa. And there is no doubt about it that all of the writers prior to racism admitted that the Olmecs were in fact Africans who had come across here. There is no doubt when Pignafetto and others, the point is that Van Sertima is writing and others, but Leo Weiner in 1938 at Harvard University wrote a 2-volume book for which he was fired about the Africans and Olmecs being Africans.
And let me bounce this off of you, okay? You take the same statue. Mm-hmm. You say that they're obviously black features, thick lips, broad nose.
Mm-hmm. The stereotype.
Okay, the stereotype. Other anthropologists say, I think Michael Cole was one of them. He says that this is not a black man. He said the people who made these statues, which I understand are 8 feet high, the people who made these statues didn't have sharp enough tools to give them white features, so they're not really black statues. They're white people carved with crude tools. What's your response to that?
It's strange that the tools were not sharp enough to make narrow noses, but it was sharp enough to put eyelids. So it would seem to me that an eyelid is harder to make than a thin nose. But Michael Cole is no less a racist than the head of the Ku Klux Klan. I mean, what's the difference between Michael Cole, Reagan, and the Ku Klux Klan? It have the same philosophy What is the difference between the fellows writing the Bible and write about the Queen of Sheba saying to Solomon, look not, ye daughters of Canaan, look not upon me because I'm black. My parents sent me in the vineyard and that's all this nonsense. She's black because nature made her black. Her mother and father were black. That's why she's black. Had nothing to do with going in the vineyard, even though it's in the Bible.
Okay, you talked about religion. We're going to get to that in a while. Let me turn to Dr. Simmons. You also agreed with this position that Africans were in this.
I have no problem, no doubt. As a matter of fact, speaking about, like Dr. Ben mentioned, and you spoke about Michael Deco, I own a book several years ago and still have it in my possession by Michael Deco himself, who is considered one of America's leading archaeologists and anthropologists from Yale, one of America's most prestigious schools. In his own work, he referred to them as Negroid. And he went further to state the title of the book is America's First Civilization, what you call civilization. And to turn around and to tell these youngsters and other people in America in particular that the black men was the first to build any type of civilization in the Americas will be disturbing to Americans. And so,
let me ask you this, even if you're right, let's say you're right. What difference does it make?
It makes a lot of difference.
What kind of difference?
It takes the inferiority complex out of the black man who felt that his only beginning and relationship here in this part of the world is that of slavery. Then it puts him in the driver's seat because, again, they don't tell you that there are man-made hills within the United States. They call them mounds. And they range from in the Midwest all the way down the eastern seacoast of the United States. And they have found artifacts in them that are similar to things found in West Africa and in Egypt, which is Northeast Africa, that predates the arrival of the so-called indigenous Indians to these lands. Another thing is some years ago, one of the major television networks back in New York, I don't remember exactly which one, ABC or which, I did a documentary, and they said that these Olmecs are the ones who brought right into the Americas about 3000 BC. To tell blacks that they ought to be glad to enter into these schools of higher learning today in order to read and write, because their ancestors back in Africa couldn't read and write. You see what it will do to tell them that they brought right into the Americas? Antonio Pigafetta, that Dr. Ben mentioned, who sailed with Magellan when Magellan came to the so-called New World in 1519, when they landed at the land of Virgin, which we now call Brazil, they were met by people in canoes that carried as many as 40 people. And Antonio Pigafetta recorded that these people were jet black. It seemed that they came out of the infernal marshes. That meant that they were burnt. He said, naked and black as they are, in 1519, 27 years after Columbus's arrival to the so-called New World. Another thing they don't tell you, again, you heard my associate...
Well, why haven't we heard these things before? Why don't we read them in the New York Times, the Birmingham News?
If I stole another man's country, and I brought your ancestors here to work for me, could I tell you how great your ancestors were and still expect to keep you in slavery?
Well, let me give you a better, not better necessarily, but an added situation of that. Most black people in Birmingham, Alabama, like in Harlem, New York, are Christians, and they go to in a black community, a black minister, a black congregation, but with a white Jesus, because they didn't know that that Jesus, up until Pope Julius II, had the first black Jesus painted. He had Michelangelo to do it. But up until that time, the world worshipped the black Madonna and Child. The present Pope is going back to Poland to worship at the statue of the black Madonna and Child. That's in the New York Times. But what the Times says the next day, don't worry about the black Madonna and the Child. She was originally white, but there was a storm in the 16th century, passed by and turned it black. But the same storm must have gone to Spain, and then it went to Ethiopia, and it went to the Soviet Union and turned all the black Madonnas black. It was a hell of a storm.
let me just, let's get together here. I mean, we're jumping around, and I think we're going to have a beautiful, interesting hour. Okay. Because this subject, I was going to get to this later, but since you opened it, let's deal with it. Okay. You're in the Bible Belt, gentlemen.
I heard so.
You heard so. And I must tell our audience, we had dinner together earlier, and we got into this a little bit. So you're going to hear some interesting things. Because you guys are taking issue with a lot of what we grew up with in the Bible as fact. And you tell me that's not so. You got to
It is. I brought it right here.
What is it?
Before I show you the picture you want to see.
All right.
This is Pope Pius XII. In his private chapel, praying to the Black Madonna and Child and all the popes of Rome. In their private, just from the church. The Roman Catholic Church itself. I just got rid of the copy of the history of the Black Madonna last night. I brought one copy. It's published by the Roman Catholic order of nuns called the Daughters of St. Paul. And they said that the picture of the Black Madonna and Child in Poland is reputed to have been painted by St. Luke. Now, St. Luke is said to have been one of Jesus' disciples. He ought to know what Jesus had looked like. So if he painted a black woman and child, who am I to say that he wasn't? Besides that, however, in Anacalypsis...
So now you guys are saying Jesus was black?
We're not saying it. It's what has been written up until the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325, when Rome, under the order of Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered the 219 bishop at Nicaea, and they took away Christianity from the Africans. Just remember that before they said Jesus was born in a manger in Bethlehem, they said he was born in a cave in Ethiopia. It was at the Nicene Conference that changed that. Let's go further. Wait a minute, let me be sure I'm following you now. You're saying that the birth of Christ, as we know it, is not accurate. It's a farce. It was only in... You realize what you're saying? A farce, a lie. You know what a lie is?
A lie is a lie.
The person who wrote that at the Nicene Conference of Bishops in 325 AD, Constantine, the Roman emperor, ordered a conference be held because Rome wanted to take over Christianity from the people who started it. Christianity was started with Pontius and Boetius in a place called Alexandria in Egypt. And Egypt is in Africa. I saw it up to January the 9th, it was there.
You talked about that a little bit last night in your lecture. There was a lecture last night, Dr. Simmons, here on campus. You talked about the separation of people don't want us to see Egypt as part of Africa. You talked about the historical thing about blacks being in Egypt as well.
Yes, what I did last night...
I don't want to get away from the other point.
No, I'm just saying that what happened is that I dealt last night the fact that Herodotus, the institutions of higher learning, white institutions, considered the father of history. He himself, when he visited Egypt around 450 BC, almost half a thousand years before Christ, said that the Ethiopians, the Egyptians, the people of cultures, which is part of present-day Turkey, were people of black skin and woolly hair. All right? And so I just want you to understand that the Egyptians we now see are conquerors, just like people who came here and took this land from the Indians, so that they're not indigenous to Africa, those who now rule Egypt. And Egypt is just as much a part of Africa as Birmingham or Alabama is part of the so-called United States.
Let me just be clear on this. So what you're saying to me now is that the people that we see, Sadat and all those guys, are not true Egyptians?
No, the fact that Sadat's mother was a Sudanese, Nasser's mother was a Sudanese, but their fathers were Arab conquerors. The one that was the African was Mohammed Naguib, the first president of Egypt, the one that overthrew Farouk. But 1 year after that, since he was looking for a hookup with the other Nile Valley countries as it used to be in antiquity, he was removed by the Arab conquerors. The Arabs didn't come to Egypt until 640. The first non-African people came to Egypt, otherwise called the Hyksos, in 1675 BC. The Africans there were already in the 13th dynasty period. They had built every pyramid you saw there before. They had done the S-turn in the Nile. They built every one of the major temples that had already been built, including the Grand Lodge of Luxor. The first European to come there did not arrive until the Greeks arrived with Alexander II, the son of Philip of Macedonia.
Look, I'm a college graduate. I never heard all this stuff.
Because they didn't intend to teach you that. They can't tell you that you're inferior and teach you that you taught Egypt, Europe. The first Europeans to be civilized by the Africans were the Greeks. When you heard of Homer, the first European to have written anything, you couldn't miss that. They said that Homer wrote the Iliad and the Odyssey. And that was not until 833 BC. The Africans had already in 255,000 at the Tassili Mountain. They had the Sibyllian period, first, second, and third, the pre-dynastic period, all the way up. The Africans had produced men like this, Imhotep, the multi-genius that designed the step pyramid of Saqqara. The first man to be a physician that even Hippocrates, the so-called father of medicine, is giving him credit and calling him the god of medicine. The Greeks changed his name from Imhotep to Aesculapius. There he is. There he is.
This gets into what you were saying. So wait a minute. You guys are telling me now that black men taught Homer and
as a matter of
went
fact,
to Egypt to school.
As a matter of fact, the Egyptians said Homer was Egyptian, not Greek.
That's right. It's only the Europeans said that. The Westerners now said that he was. But let us go back. Remember that Homer himself said in the Odyssey what? That the gods Zeus and Apollo, Europe's first gods, came from Ethiopia. Go read it, and I didn't write it. He wrote it. Thales, from Thales down to Socrates, and Socrates down to Aristotle, which they call the pre-Socratian philosophers and the post-Socratian philosophers. Each and every one, including Plato, who spent 15 years in Egypt receiving their education.
You're saying Plato was educated in Egypt?
15 years. Before all heard nothing of him. Every one of them.
What you had me believe then also, for part of what you said last night, is that Plato and these guys went back home and they were big guys. But they were taught in Egypt? Is that what you said?
They came there for their
education.
And they said it. They didn't hide it. It's the modern writers, the modern instructors and professors who trying to deny it.
All right, you can't have in a racist school in Birmingham non-racist education.
Let me get to something you said last night that's not going to make you very popular in this town and may not allow you to get safely out of town. You told an audience last night that you saw, I think, in a tomb in Egypt.
Yeah.
You saw it with your own two eyes, right?
Yes.
You told me that Moses, there were more than 10 commandments. Moses just took
42. The negative confessions. Moses isn't supposed to have been born until 1349 BC. The Africans were already in the 18th dynastic period. Akhenaten, who died before Moses was born, and Imhotep, who died more than 2,000 years before the birth of Moses, and others at the Grand Lodge of Mem had 42 laws called now the negative confession, one for each nome. They go like this: I have not killed man nor woman. I have not spoken ill of the gods. Moses is supposed to be born in Egypt, they said, at a place called Sukkot. Already, it says that Moses got the 10 commandments of Mount Sinai. Mount Sinai is still in Africa, right? The Sinai Peninsula is a part of Egypt. More so, is it possible for Moses to be born in Egypt, educated in Egypt? At age 85, he's still in Egypt, and he did not learn the negative confessions. Is it possible for you to go to school, born in the United States, go to kindergarten, elementary, junior high school, and college, and never heard of the United States Constitution? Then it would have been impossible for Moses, when everybody had to read the negative confession 5 times a day, for Moses not to have seen those 42 laws and extracted 10 of them, leave 32 more. Now, if you could go to the temple of Setaiwan at Abydos, to go to the tomb of Ramesses VI at the Valley of the Kings, go to the temple of Edfu, where you would, by the way, see the story of an immaculate conception and a virgin birth 4,100 years before the Mary and Jesus story.
As a matter of fact,
let me just put it in form of a question then. I mean, I don't want to stop this, because we're here for information. But what you're trying to get me to believe is that Moses didn't get the 10 commandments from Mount Sinai, but he got them
from his fellow Africans.
Moses was the high priest in Egypt, a high priest of the Egyptians in Egypt. Then what was he teaching? He wasn't a high priest of the Jews.
There were no Jews in those days. They called them. Remember now, there was no Israel yet. Israel is not until 1196. And when we to hear of Abraham, Avram as he was called, coming into Egypt, the Africans are already in Egypt, already in their 14th dynastic period when he shows up. All of the pyramids are built. That's another thing. Everyone, the 62 pyramids in Egypt were built before the first Jew was born.
Why was he fleeing from the Pharaoh?
Let me ask
What
you
was the
something.
charge? I can write anything when I want to write, you know. Who's going to stop me from writing if I got the power?
I was about to ask you, what kind of trouble do you get into for holding these kind of views?
Oh, the other day, a black sister spat in my face, and because she couldn't take that. She couldn't take that Jesus was black. She said, no, no, no. I mean, he had no color. If he didn't have no color, how John the Baptist saw him to baptize him?
Do you realize that you're getting at the foundation, that you're shooting and digging away at the foundation of what most of us grew up believing?
Yeah, well, we believe a lot of things for a long time. One time they give us 3 pages in the Bible. Slave, obey your master. And that's what we believed for the longest time. They said that Jesus said, so how would Jesus, who fought the system, say to the slave, obey your master? They didn't sound rational with it. So, look, most of the things, we're in a European system. You could come to this university and spend 4 years, go back and spend another 2 for your masters, and another 1 or 2 for your doctorate, and never had any course at all about Africans. But every day you come here, you got courses about Europeans. This is an extension of European culture, European belief, European racism. And it has no intent of teaching about the Africans. The Africans built the Europeans' first university, the University of Salamanca in Spain. These are historical records. It's just like...
Hey, one of the things you said last night is that it's not just black people who are saying these things.
No, most of this information are written by white.
In white books.
It's just that they don't emphasize it in the classroom. As a matter of fact, let me back you up when you open up the discourse. We were speaking about Columbus. None of them in here, none of the listening audience, even in the air, has the faintest idea that in the life of Columbus, when after his death, his family had to go to court because charges was raised, and this is in the record in the Vatican, in the secret archives of the Vatican, that Columbus was shown a map of where the Queen of Sheba that Dr. Ben spoke about, this black woman who had mated with Solomon and produced the son, Menelik I, and they lived more than 900 years before the birth of Jesus, had already sailed through what we now call the Strait of Gibraltar, came to lands to the west that was longer than Africa and Europe combined. And that, brother, is North, South, and Central America.
May I add this? Right here at this university, they teach, and I've just been here a few days, right? A day. They teach in this institution because it's the same as Cornell anywhere, that Hippocrates was the father of medicine. He's not until 333 BC. Let me read this for you.
Okay, you teach at Cornell, is it?
I teach at Cornell also.
They let you teach this kind of stuff at Cornell?
They teach it now, I'm there.
Okay.
1700 BC, that's 1400 years before Hippocrates, you can find the Cahum medical papyrus. Papyrus is paper.
Okay.
A compendium of information about women's diseases and pregnancies. In 1600 BC, that's 1300 years before Hippocrates, the Edward C. Smith Papyrus, a comparative surgical text and anatomical inquiry. It especially deals with the spinal column. 1550, let me jump to one here. The Ebers Papyrus. There is the whole book on it. A medical paper by Queen Hatshepsut, the first known queen in history, an Egyptian queen. A papyrus designed to show women how to develop a method to stop pregnancy, to insert into the vagina, made of the shrub of acacia and honey, which break down into lactic acid. Not only that, Monsanto, DuPont.
So we're talking about birth control.
Birth control in 1550 BC by the Africans.
It's a long time before the pill.
A few days before the pill.
But keep in mind, however, keep in mind that Europe is not yet in history. European history.
All I ask one at a time.
All right.
Okay. Go ahead.
The civilization began. Homer, I'm not written his Iliad and Odyssey. And the hero.
Okay, all the stuff that you're saying we can find this.
Look, I'm nothing saying if it's not here, it's either in Doc's library or mine back in New York. Nothing we take for granted.
For the books that we brought down.
And you said they're not all written by black men.
No.
Anacalypsis
Anacalypsis is written, look now. Okay. Anacalypsis is a 2-volume work by Sir Godfrey Higgins, written in 1838 in England and published by Watson Company. The Golden Bow is a 13-volume book by Sir James Fraser, published simultaneously in the United States and England, and it was published in 1938. Bible Myths and the Parallels in Other Religions, written by Thomas W. Jones, and is published in 1887 by Watson Company, London, England. the Ruins of Empire by Concierge Volney is published, there it is. It's published in 1792 by simultaneously in England and France, done by a man who was with Napoleon Bonaparte.
Let me just say this about that. If we just give you the benefit of doubt and consider what you're saying to be true, I mean, you are chipping away at everything we've ever been taught, most of what we believe.
Well, you were taught it as slaves. Nobody.
Slave in 3 pieces?
Yes. We are no longer physical slaves, but we are mental slaves. And this is the worst form of slavery. Some of us believe that the Cadillac and the house on the beach makes us free. But it's the mind that makes us free.
Well, I'm just glad I have to ask the questions and don't have to defend any of this stuff. Go into something else for a minute. Tell us about some of those pictures, because I want to get as much into this hour.
Well, this picture that you are looking at right here is the picture of Pope St. Peter, the first Pope of Roman Catholicism, as the church admits.
But this man has a black face.
Black face, black everything.
If you strip him, he's black all the way down except his fingernails and all those things like that.
Well, how do I know you just didn't get a picture and paint a black face on it?
No, that is the statue in Rome. That you're looking at now.
Right now at the best.
Take a jet.
Can't afford
Take the fastest means and go to Rome and come back.
Right
and
there.
then tell us if it's not. That same picture, I used to teach at Roman Catholic
wait a minute,
College.
this is there now?
Yes, now.
With
And
the black
every pope kisses his feet. Every pope kisses his toe. They said his toes are worn by the thousand kisses placed there. If the book that I got it from was not that heavy, I'll bring it that you see the Pope kissing Pope John the 23rd.
And who is this black guy?
St. Peter, the man that they told you, every black minister, every white minister says, Jesus gave Peter the keys to heaven, which means that no white man, nobody else could enter into heaven unless he come by way of me, the black man. But I hold the keys to heaven.
That's right. And there's no reason why Peter should not open for me. He suffered too then.
What else you got there?
Well, what I have here is some black saints. St. Augustine, some of you say that St. Augustine, St. John Chrysostom, St. Athanasius, and St. Ambrose. Black saints of the church. You have to remember that Christianity is called in Europe and by Europeans as the new religion. Right. It was alien to Europe. Emperor Constantine is the one who decided to take it. He said, I need a religion to unify my empire. With this religion, I could then conquer the world. And he himself was never a Christian until on his dying bed in the year 337 when he became converted to Christianity. But he took it to unify his empire.
But isn't it Augustine, in his unchristian doctrines, he wrote 48 different works. The three most noted in the West is his Confessions, which he specified who he was, and then the Holy City of God, and the last was on Christian doctrines, the fundamental principles for modern Christianity. 3 black women, Felicita, Perpetua, and Nympano, were the first to die for Jesus Christ. Next, and they were from what is today called,
how do you know this?
It's in the documents of the church. And it's in the writing of the church. And was it not Pope Melchizedek, the 3 African popes of the Roman Catholic Church, Melchizedek, Victor III, and the other one,
Galatius.
Pope Galatius. We have them there. Now, these are church documents. But remember, when there came a time in 1506, after we lost power in Spain, the Africans ruled Spain from 711. We were calling ourselves Moors, M-A-U-E-R-S, then M-O-O-R-S. From 711 until 1485, 774 years, when we built and brought into Europe the university system, building the University of Salamanca, S-A-L-A-M-A-N-C-A in Spain, a copy of the University of Genève from ancient Ghana, which was equally a copy of the University of Sankore in Tombouctou, which the French later called Timbuktu. Now, look, if you want to read it, read Stanley Lane Poole's The Moors in Spain, written in 1887, or Alejandro Macaziza read his book in Spanish, The Moors in Spain, and said that even the bath was introduced by those Africans.
You said the bra was introduced by...
The bath was reintroduced because Rome had a bath before, but they stopped because of not understanding the Christian doctrine that the Europeans had embraced. They stopped for over 1,000 years from taking baths. As a matter of fact, that like to make mafia the fact that the Queen Victoria of England boasting of herself being the cleanest woman in all of Europe, taking 1 bath per month. I have books show you where people were made saints for boasting and never even washed their hands. Saints of the church.
Did you have a copy with dirt with you?
No, I didn't bring too many.
Okay, let me, because you guys are bombarding us with so much. Just tell us a little bit about who you are and what you do on a day-to-day basis.
Well, my name is Yosef Ben Yekanan. I teach at Cornell University History and Egyptology. I'm an author, former member of the United Nations, graduate with a PhD from Cambridge University in England, a PhD from the University of Barcelona in Spain. That should help. I originally was a civil engineer who turned to anthropology and history with a law degree and practiced law. Now, black people had to know a little bit more to get a job. And I was born in Ethiopia and came to the Caribbean as a young fellow at age 6. My mother's a Puerto Rican, and we lived and grew up in Puerto Rico and the Virgin Islands. My father was a barrister. And I, as I said, worked with the United Nations, and then finally started teaching at Columbia University and other places. Got fired a number of times, of course.
I would imagine so.
So yes, with this kind of thing, they don't want, with the documents in my hand. When I exposed that Planned Parenthood was nothing new, that it was done in Africa as early as 1550, I was fired on the spot by Professor Ralph Linton. But about 10 years later, the American Medical Association published the Ebers Papyrus, the same thing I got fired for.
Okay, I want to get back to something in one of your books in a minute, but just tell us, our audience at home and studio audience, a little bit about yourself, Dr. Smith.
Oh, I'm not as fortunate as Dr. Ben. Dr. Ben is the intellectual, so I like to be the other extreme. I like to say that my college is that of hard knocks, and I use myself as the example as to how high a black man could come from mother wit. Mother wit in the sense that it is said that blacks are not intelligent. And so that what we do is complement each other. He being the extreme with all the degrees, and I will remain the little fellow in the street. However, the little fellow in the street have taught at some of your best colleges and taught the professors so that they could teach you. I've taught at Marist College. I've lectured for Yale. I have lectured in most of your best institutions. I just went to do a week's seminar out in the state of Washington to educate some professors how to teach in teaching and teaching logic. I think what happened, like some people say, well, Simmons, why don't you go and get the thing? I said, no, at my age, I'm not looking for prestige, but my children will. And since there's a thing that black people are dumb, I like to sit back being dumb and just waste the intellectual other folks away.
But he's been very modest.
I'm looking for that.
He's my associate in my office.
That's all right.
And yes, and at Malcolm King College, and was the chairman of the Department of History in many schools, so he's been modest.
Let's get back to some of this. Let me see that for a minute. Let's get back to some of this stuff we were talking about last night. You were talking about at dinner. You guys just took on the Bible.
Which one? There are many Bibles. You got about 3,000 versions, and the one that most people here believe in is the King James Version. And when version is not a fact, the version is something like the original. And James commissioned 47 men under Sir Francis Bacon. He pulled them from Cambridge University, Oxford University,